May 8, 2005, 9:58 a.m. Western Time. In the management conference room of the Houston, I have decided to trade Tracy McGrady. I've finished speaking. Who agrees? Who objects? The speaker was Yao Ming, the new owner of the Houston Rockets. As a reborn person, he used a vineyard as leverage to purchase the Houston Rockets from Alexander. To Alexander, running an NBA team was merely an investment. His true passion was the wine business. So when Yao Ming proposed exchanging a vineyard worth far more than the team, Alexander accepted the deal without. Moreover, he helped Yao Ming quickly secure approval from the NBA management, making Yao Ming the first Chinese-American owner in NBA history. Upon hearing Yao Ming say he wanted to trade the Rockets star player McGrady, the conference room erupted in an uproar. Sitting next to Yao Ming was Houston Rockets general manager Carroll Dawson, whose expression was particularly dramatic. He had recently signed an indefinite contract with former owner Alexander, a recognition of his 25 years of contributions to Space City. But this young Chinese-American new owner, the first thing he did after taking over was to trade away last season's All-Star starter, who was named to the 2004-05 All-NBA third team, the Rockets star player, Tracy McGrady. Now, McGrady's popularity in the league was quietly catching up to that of Kobe Bryant of the Los Angeles Lakers and Allen Iverson of the Philadelphia 76ers. After all, one had a scandal, the other demanded a trade, causing their popularity to plummet. Domestically, with the halo of being Yao Ming's teammate, McGrady in 2005 was undeniably the NBA's popularity king. How much water must have filled his brain to give away such a cash cow? This kid named Yao Ming must be crazy. What made Dawson even more uneasy was that McGrady was the team's core he had personally orchestrated. This acquisition was considered one of the few highlights of his managerial career. But just 1 year later, the new owner actually wants to trade McGrady away. What signal does this send? It means the new owner likely doesn't just want to send away McGrady, but to clean out everything from the old Rockets era. I object. A chubby white man beside Dawson saw his predicament and stood up to object. Last season, Tracy McGrady averaged 25, 7.6, 2 rebounds, 5, 7 assists per game, earning him a spot on the All-NBA third team. He is the team's highest contributor. Moreover, the chubby white man took out a data sheet and shook it, saying, "Under his leadership, we entered the playoffs with a 5,131 record as the 5th seed in the West. This is our best record since the 96-97 season. I believe trading him is extremely irrational." After saying this, the chubby white man looked smugly at Yao Ming. In his view, the new owner of the Rockets was nothing but a nouveau riche Chinese who knew nothing about basketball. "Who are you?" Yao Ming asked with disdain. "Boss, this is my assistant." Dawson patted the chubby white man's shoulder, indicating he should sit down. Daryl Morey. Since the team had a new owner, general manager Dawson naturally wanted to make a good impression. He found the already somewhat famous data analyst Morey to be his assistant. Morey. Upon hearing the name, Yao Ming's face showed instant disgust. Although the Morey incident had not yet occurred, Yao Ming, as a Chinese, was well aware of how disgusting this person could be. "Hi, everyone here today is a manager or director. You are just an assistant not qualified to attend this meeting." Yao Ming sneered and pointed at him, saying, "Now get out." "What?" Hearing Yao Ming tell him to get out, Morey's face was instantly filled with shock and embarrassment. As a noble white pig and a graduate of MIT Sloan School of Management, he had never been so humiliated by a Chinese American. "Boss." Dawson quickly stood up to explain, seeing Morey hit a wall while trying to defend him. "Daryl is a very outstanding data analyst. Did I not make myself clear enough?" Yao Ming waved at Dawson without turning his head. Then he stared at Morey and said word by word, "FK off." Morey had completely lost his previous arrogance. Gritting his teeth, he packed up his notebook and turned to leave the conference room. "Damn Yao Ming," Morey cursed viciously after stepping out. After Morey left, the atmosphere in the team conference room instantly dropped to freezing point, and everyone present remained silent. "Boss, I don't understand," Dawson said indignantly. "Daryl did nothing wrong. He just wanted us to do the right thing." Yao Ming couldn't help but sneer at Dawson's words. "You even know what the right thing is?" In the 9 years since becoming the Rockets general manager, Dawson's series of moves cannot be described as achieving nothing. They were simply useless. In 1996, traded for a past the prime, Charles Barkley, failed to win a championship. In 1999, traded for a declining Scottie Pippen, achieved nothing. In 2000, gave Maurice Taylor a ridiculous 5-year, $48 million contract, locking up the team's salary cap. In 2001, sent away the team's spiritual pillar Hakeem Olajuwon, completely losing goodwill. Even the 2004 trade for McGrady was not a huge win. After all, since McGrady arrived in Houston, the Rockets' best result was only one playoff second-round appearance, and that was with McGrady injured. Of course, this cannot be blamed on McGrady's ability. In fact, McGrady is a quite remarkable player. Is isolation scoring even a skill? McGrady can handle 2 defenders, even 3, yet opponents still cannot stop his fadeaway jump shot. McGrady's problem is that he was hampered by his back injury. The Orlando Magic management saw that McGrady's back injury had become uncontrollable, so they deliberately concealed it, which facilitated the trade with the Rockets. In Yang Lee's memory as the best teammate Yao Ming ever had in his career, McGrady would suffer another major injury in the upcoming 05-06 season. This was also the watershed of McGrady's career. After that, his performance began to decline, only having a relatively decent season in 06-07. Then he quickly faded, bouncing between multiple teams, and ultimately retired without a championship. Moreover, McGrady himself once said in an interview that his style didn't fit with Yao Ming. His playing style was more free-flowing, and to accommodate Yao Ming, he had to slow down. The result was that after he actively adapted to Yao, he sacrificed his statistics without achieving success. Now it is not too late. Trading McGrady away is a good thing for the Rockets, for Yao Ming, and for McGrady himself. So what Yang Lee needs to do now is to trade McGrady while his trade value is at its peak, converting his trade value into immediate contributors. How to maximize McGrady's trade value is the most pressing issue to consider. In his past life, Yang Lee had worked as an assistant coach for a basketball team and was a devoted NBA fan. As a Chinese, his favorite team was the Houston Rockets during the era when Yao Ming played. After being unexpectedly reborn, Yang Lee was fortunate enough to become the only grandson of a Chinese-American machinery magnate in Texas. Yang Lee, whose parents had died early, was very much favored in the family. So when he proposed trading a winery for a basketball team, his grandfather agreed without a second thought. Of course, to prevent Yang Lee from just fooling around, the grandfather would no longer provide follow-up funding for the team. Yang Lee was certainly not fooling around. His goal was to build an NBA dynasty team centered on Yao Ming. Of course, given the Houston Rockets' profitability, there was no need for additional investment at all. Regarding Yao Ming, probably all fans of later generations share a common understanding. Yao is not an outstanding leader, but he is definitely an outstanding player. Unfortunately, his career was very bumpy. Either he got injured or his teammates got injured. The worst part was that this incompetent management led by Dawson had no idea what they should be doing. The right thing. Yang Lee sneered, sweeping a glance over these incompetents. Trading McGrady immediately is the rightest thing. Looking at Yang Lee's half-commanding, half-threatening gaze, Dawson seemed to hear Yang Lee saying, "Mr. Dawson, you wouldn't want to lose this job, would you?" "No, I refuse." Faced with the threat, Dawson directly rejected it. "If you insist on doing this, then I will apply to resign as Rockets general manager." "Good, it's a deal." Yang Lee couldn't help but laugh. 2 happy events in a row. A native Texas redneck, how could he be a proper person? Now that he voluntarily resigns as GM, isn't that a joyful outcome for all? What a... Dawson couldn't believe his ears. "Are you serious?" Not only Dawson, but everyone in the conference room except Yang Lee was stunned with their mouths wide open. Was this guy named Yang Lee really crazy? He was going to fire the employee who was the most devoted to a team in NBA history known in Houston. Even before Dawson became the Rockets general manager, he had already been an assistant coach for the Rockets for 16 years. By 2005, he had served the Houston Rockets for a full 25 years. But now this new boss was going to discard this most loyal veteran of the team. Although Yang Lee had never learned how to manage a team, he had studied history. Which dynasty's rise did not begin by eliminating the remnants of the previous dynasty. If he didn't deal with them, would he keep these old era remnants to hinder him? "Mr. Dawson." Yang Lee made a direct gesture of please. "We still need to continue discussing the specifics of trading McGrady. You are no longer a team manager, so it's inappropriate for you to stay here. You will regret the decision you made today." Dawson, feeling humiliated, angrily stood up and left the conference room. After reaching the door, he suddenly turned around, pointed at Yang Lee's nose, and said, "Remember, you will become the center of the Houston Rockets." "I will remember," Yang Lee replied with a very polite smile. "But please also remember, now the owner of the Rockets is me. This is my horse." "You..." Dawson made a facial expression like that of Reeves, with wide eyes and a pointing finger, choked, and unable to say a word. Finally, he slapped the table and turned to leave. After walking out of the team office building, Dawson cursed hatefully, "Damn Yang Lee." After Dawson left, Yang Lee looked at everyone and asked, "Now does anyone still oppose?" "CD Dawson's alias is gone. I don't think I have any reason to stay here either. The team will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. I also resigned from all my positions in the team." 5 minutes later, looking at the empty conference room, Yang Lee suddenly smiled with a triumphant look. His goal was achieved. To put the Houston Rockets on the right track, it was necessary to completely clean out the previous incompetent management team. Just think about what this pig-like team did after 2005. They made the aging Uncle Mu, Dikembe Mutombo, serve as Yao Ming's backup, causing Yao to play overloaded year after year. And after Yao got injured, they had to let Chuck Hayes, who is only 1.98 tall, play center. As a result, Yao was worn out by the club and then by the national team, finally suffering injuries and retiring early. If Yao's playing time had been properly managed, he could have definitely had a more brilliant career. Everyone blamed the national team for overusing Yao, but the incompetent management of the Rockets was also an accomplice. After paying a severance fee, Yang Li smoothly dismissed the previous management team. After that, Yang Li spent a month with the help of his grandfather recruiting several general manager assistants with rich management experience from Texas. Then Yang Li announced that he would personally serve as the general manager of the Houston Rockets. This move was undoubtedly to concentrate all team power in his own hands. After doing all this, Yang Li had only taken a small step in team reconstruction. And next, building the team roster was the most important big step in establishing a dynasty. Time quickly came to June 23rd. The San Antonio Spurs defeated the Detroit Pistons 81-74 in Game 7 of the Finals, winning the Larry O'Brien Trophy for the third time in 7 years. However, that year's Finals TV ratings hit an embarrassing record of the second lowest in history. Even more embarrassing, the lowest record was the 2003 Spurs vs. Nets. The Spurs' tenacious defense was the key to winning the championship. But the excessive tenacity resulted in extremely ugly game scenes. Especially this year, the Spurs faced another tenacious team, the Pistons, and the scene was just a mess. After awarding the Finals trophy, NBA Commissioner David Stern held a meeting that very night. The league had already implemented the no-hand check rule starting from the just concluded 0-4-0, but that year the NBA referees seemed not to have adapted yet, and the enforcement was not thorough. To save the declining ratings, Stern demanded that the rule be strictly enforced next season. Just as Stern was worrying about the declining buzz of this year's NBA playoffs, his phone suddenly received a message. After opening it, Stern's body shook. The Houston Rockets are actively shopping their top star, Tracy McGrady. Just when the baby cried, the milk arrived. The NBA buzz he had been wanting wasn't this it. Everyone here spread this news immediately. That night, the news of the Rockets selling McGrady instantly shocked the entire North American sports community. The fervor surrounding this matter even temporarily overshadowed the impending hurricane season. There were even media outlets that acted swiftly, releasing an article titled "Houston Sells McGrady, Will the Rockets Rise Again or Fall?" This news report alone spanned a full 20 pages. The first 10 pages condemned the Rockets' new owner Yang Li for his lack of understanding of the game, while the latter 10 pages criticized Yang Li's villainous actions in dismantling the original management team. In such a short time, how could anyone possibly write such a lengthy article? It was clear that someone from the former Rockets management was dissatisfied with Yang Li and had prepared this article well in advance, just waiting for Yang Li to release the news of McGrady's trade. Within just a few hours, Yang Li's reputation was in tatters across North America. The head coach of the Houston Rockets, Jeff Van Gundy, was so enraged that he directly issued a statement declaring he would no longer serve as the head coach of the Houston Rockets next season. Yang Li, however, was not particularly concerned about Van Gundy's departure. Compared to coaching, Van Gundy was better suited for being a commentator. Of course, Yang Li's influence extended far beyond North America. In his home country, he was being condemned by his ancestors for generations. Initially, when domestic fans learned that Yang Li, a Chinese businessman, had become the new owner of the Houston Rockets, it was a cause for celebration, with drums beating and firecrackers exploding. They thought that with a Chinese owner backing Yao Ming, the future of the Rockets would be bright. Yet now, barely warm in his new role, Yang Li was already looking to trade the star player McGrady. This was not just a dimming of the light, it was a plunge into darkness. Renowned basketball commentator Yang Li had reserved 2 full pages in the Basketball Frenzy report to vehemently criticize Yang Li for this foolish decision. The newspaper wouldn't be published until the next day, but Yang Li had already posted the article on his blog. Unlike his previous articles filled with pretentious literary flair, this time, he used 3 no's to describe the new leader of the Houston Rockets: no brains, no vision, no future. This Yang Li. Yang Li couldn't help but chuckle at the verbose drivel. Just wait and see, the more you criticize now, the more painful it will be for you later. After reading Yang Li's blog, Yang Li decided to make a bold statement before bedtime. He opened his personal social media account and posted a brief update: Gold Championship. After posting the update, Yang Li shut down his computer and entered the bedroom. The next morning, after getting up, he gently covered Gal Gadot with a blanket before putting on his pajamas and leaving the bedroom. Upon reaching the desk, Yang Li opened his computer and nearly experienced a crash. His brash actions from the previous night had caused his social media account to explode. Thousands of shares and tens of thousands of comments, all berating Yang Li. In 2005, such a level of attention on social media was already considered top tier. The fervor domestically was even more pronounced, with posts circulating in forums where users shared Yang Li's update. The comments section was flooded with insults directed at Yang Li, quickly reaching over 1,000 replies. Yang Li truly experienced the thrill of being the villain. What could he do? After all, in this matter, he was the only one sober, while everyone else was intoxicated. Yang Li picked up his work phone from the desk, and as soon as it powered on, a flurry of text message notifications sounded. Before he could open the messages, a phone call came in. Caller ID Billy Knight, the general manager of the Atlanta Hawks. Yao Ming had previously announced his willingness to trade McGrady for draft picks, preferably high-ranking picks this year. The Hawks held the second overall pick in the first round this year, and they were in need of an excellent shooting guard, making them a suitable buyer. Of course, the best option would be to trade McGrady for Kobe, but Yao Ming knew that this was simply unrealistic. Jerry Buss treated Kobe like a son and would never agree to trade him. Mr. Knight, I'm pleased to receive your call, Yao Ming said. I'm happy as well that you're willing to trade for Tracy. To be honest, we've been wanting an excellent shooting guard for quite some time. In basketball, positions are categorized from 1 to 5 based on their roles. The 1 position is the point guard, the 2 is the shooting guard, the 3 is the small forward, the 4 is the power forward, and the 5 is the center. What assets is Atlanta willing to offer? I won't beat around the bush. This year's second overall pick along with our first-round pick from last year, Josh Smith, Billy Knight stated. Yao Ming couldn't help but laugh. Oh, it seemed this old man took him for a fool. Yao Ming was well aware of McGrady. He had been selected as a starter for the All-Star game this year and was also named to the All-NBA third team, averaging 25, 7.6, 2 rebounds and 5.7 assists per game. He was one of the only 2 players last season to achieve 2,565. The other player was the renowned King LeBron James, who averaged a dazzling 27, 2.7, 4 rebounds and 7.2 assists. Just to highlight the power of customized stats, Kobe averaged 5.9 rebounds. Of course, everyone knew LeBron was untouchable for the Cavaliers. McGrady's trade value could be compared to that of his cousin Vince Carter's trade in 2004. Carter was also an All-Star starter that year, but did not make the All-NBA team. Previously, Carter had only made 1 All-NBA second team and 1 All-NBA third team, while McGrady had solidly made 2 All-NBA first teams, 2 second teams, and 1 third team. Carter was 27 years old during his trade last year, while McGrady had just celebrated his 26th birthday. In terms of trade value, McGrady was definitely worth much more than Carter. When the New Jersey Nets traded for Carter, they paid the price of Alonzo Mourning, Eric Williams, Aaron Williams, and 2 first-round picks. Given the Nets' performance, those 2 first-round picks were unlikely to be lottery picks. Although Mourning refused to report to Toronto, the Raptors eventually received Eric, who averaged 12.6 points along with the 2 first-round picks. Now the Hawks wanted to use a second overall pick and a second-year potential forward to trade for McGrady. Josh Smith is a very talented forward and would be a great fit for the Rockets. Seeing Yao Ming remain silent, Billy Knight added he was selected to the All-Rookie second team this year and is bound to become an All-Star player in the future. This statement was not without merit. Josh Smith would later become the king of the Hawks. Moreover, he did indeed play for the Rockets towards the end of his career. Older fans should remember the legendary headband gang of the Rockets in 2015. That was during Game 6 of the Western Conference semifinals, where Chris Paul's Los Angeles Clippers led 32 against James Harden's Houston Rockets. By the end of the third quarter, the Clippers were leading the Rockets by 19 points. Just when everyone thought Paul would reach the Western Conference Finals for the first time in his career, Josh Smith stepped up. In the final quarter, he teamed up with Commander Corey Brewer to lead the Rockets' headband gang to a stunning comeback. If one only looked at that quarter, Josh Smith was indeed an outstanding forward. However, anyone who understood his entire career would think differently. His playing style could easily be described with a quote from Coach Zhang Weiping: "This play is absurd and completely unreasonable." Such an erratic player was clearly not the piece Yao Ming was looking for to complete his championship puzzle. Mr. Knight, if you genuinely wish to trade for Tracy, then please add Al Harrington and a first-round pick from 2007. What? You're asking for too much? What? You are simply asking for too much. Billy Knight instantly became furious and hung up the phone. Al Harrington was the starting forward for the Hawks last season, averaging 17 points and 7 rebounds. On top of that, you want to add the promising Josh Smith and 2 first-round picks. Offering such a high price clearly indicates you don't want to make this trade. In fact, Yao Ming did not wish to make this deal with the Hawks. In his plan, the trade he wanted to pursue with the Hawks was of a different nature. And this unpleasant conversation was meant to convey 2 erroneous messages to the Hawks management. First, that forward players are highly sought after, and that I not only want one forward, but multiple. Second, I have little interest in that person I truly want from the Hawks roster. Now is not the right time to trade with, but as long as the information is conveyed and the pit is dug first, that will suffice. After Billy Knight hung up, Yao Ming made several more calls, yet none of them led to any agreements. Not only was the offer from the other side not enticing enough, but more importantly, the fish Yao Ming wanted to catch had yet to bite. "I'm unable come, and take me away." Yao Ming's phone ringtone rang again. Finally, Yao Ming couldn't help but smile. The big fish had finally taken the bait. Caller ID Jeff Bauer, general manager of the New Orleans Hornets. 2005 is widely recognized as a weak draft year, yet the success rate of this year's rookies is surprisingly high. This year, the New Orleans Hornets held the 4th overall pick in the first round, and with that pick, they selected a player known to any NBA fan, Chris Paul. From the day Yao Ming decided to trade McGrady, he was clear that the core of the Rockets team must be Yao Ming. Looking back now, Yao might not be able to fulfill that role. However, under the guidance of Yao Ming, this chosen one Yao Ming could transform from a mere chicken. In order to build a team around Yao Ming, the first issue to resolve is that of a point guard. Of the point guards Yao Ming has partnered with throughout his career, the most notable two are Steve Francis and Ray. However, the passing effectiveness of these two players to Yao Ming could only be described as average. The best passer to Yao Ming was actually the all-star shooting guard Tracy McGrady, whom Yao Ming was about to trade away. It sounds ridiculous that a top center in the league has never partnered with a competent point guard capable of passing the ball to him throughout his career. Such management can only be described as foolish. They are practically piglets. Yao Ming had already made his decision regarding the starting point guard. Since he was going to search, he would find the most suitable one. Chris Paul was that most suitable choice. Mr. Once the call connected, Yao Ming politely introduced himself. "I am Yao Ming, the general manager of the Houston." "Hello, Yao Ming," Jeff Bower said from the other end of the line. "I know that you recently acquired the Rockets from Mr. Alexander and assumed the role of general manager yourself. So are you calling just to congratulate me on acquiring the team?" Yao Ming made a light joke. "Haha, certainly not," Jeff Bower chuckled. "I know there's an old saying that goes, no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a reason, so you must have guessed the reason for my call today. Then what offer do you intend to make?" Yao Ming asked directly. "These general managers are seasoned negotiators. There's no need to play games with them." "I thought you were unwilling to trade with Western Conference teams," Jeff Bower remarked. Here we must mention the unwritten rules of trades in this era. Generally speaking, competitive teams do not trade stars with teams in the same conference. Just like Shaquille O'Neal in 2004, although many Western teams offered better deals, he was ultimately traded to the Miami Heat. "I indeed prefer not to," Yao Ming replied, "but the Hornets are an exception." Upon hearing this, Jeff Bower's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. Yao Ming certainly has a way with words. Ranked last in the Western Conference, tied for second to last in the league along with the Charlotte Bobcats. Their record is only better than the Atlanta Hawks with 13 wins and 69 losses. Yao Ming's words were clear: "You Hornets are too terrible, lacking any competitiveness." Seeing the silence on the other end of the line, Yao Ming knew he had broken Jeff Ball's defense, so he quickly added, "Therefore you need Tracy." What was I going to say? Jeff Ball had prepared a lot of talking points, but after being broken by Yao Ming, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. "Go ahead, what chips are you willing to offer for a trade with Tracy?" Yao Ming prompted. "All right, trading Tracy." Jeff Ball finally came back to his senses. "We have the 4th overall pick in this year's draft, plus Lee Nailong and Dan Dickau. How about that?" Hearing this ridiculous offer, Yao Ming sneered. Did they take him for a fool? He was somewhat aware of the internal situation of the New Orleans Hornets. After trading away core players Baron Davis and David Wesley during the middle of last season, they had already begun their rebuilding process. Lee Nailong and Dan Dickau were specifically arranged to rack up stats, aiming to sell for a good price this. Knowing the truth, how could Yao Ming fall for the Hornets' tricks? He was very clear that the key step for the Rockets to achieve rebirth was whether McGrady could be exchanged for more valuable assets. After all, the current lineup of the Rockets could only be described with one phrase: utterly fragmented. Besides Yao and McGrady, the only players in the Houston Rockets with guaranteed contracts are Juwan Howard, Vin Baker, Corliss Williamson, Bob Sura, Mike James, John Barry, and the recently acquired former Hornet David Wesley. These people are old, injured, or isolated, all being bad assets. In other words, besides the duo of Yao and McGrady, the Rockets have only small cards like 3, 4, 5, 6, and number 7. Without breaking up the duo, this hand simply cannot be played. I can also add an unprotected first-round pick from 2007. Seeing Yao Ming silence, Jeff Ball clearly felt a bit anxious and actively sweetened the deal. Yao Ming still remained silent. 2 stat-padding players are completely useless, so the Hornets only want to trade McGrady for 2 first-round picks. What kind of daydreamer is this? Faced with no feedback, Jeff Ball was quite helpless and had to hand the initiative back to Yao Ming. "Or let's hear your proposal." "Or perhaps let's hear your proposal," Yao Ming said. "Mr. Bower, I think you understand clearly that what the Huang Feng need now is a young cornerstone around whom to rebuild the roster." Yao Ming did not lay out his plan at once. Instead, he began to persuade Jeff Bower. Taylor is a starter at this year's All-Star game and was named to the All-NBA third team. Crucially, he has just turned 26. For a franchise choosing to rebuild, Taylor is unquestionably the optimal choice. If so, why not keep Taylor and Xiao Dunn? Jeff Bower replied, still instinctively resistant. "Because I am Chinese," Yao Ming answered bluntly. Jeff Bower fell silent again. Yao Ming's approach displayed no commercial calculation, only personal sentiment. As fellow Chinese, the ethnically Chinese owner Yao Ming wanting his countrymen to Yao as the team's core was entirely reasonable. So what is your concrete proposal? Jiefu Bauer asked again. Li Nai Long and Dan D. Cao are your core players. I will not pry away. Yang Li smiled wryly. Besides this year's 4th overall pick and the unprotected 2007 first-rounder you mentioned, I want the 2009 first-round pick and your backup forward Dawei Site. Yang Li was determined to seize this year's 4th pick. He knew perfectly well that the 4th pick could land the starting point guard he most coveted, the so-called god of point guards, Kuli Si Bao Luo. There were endless tales about Pao Gu beyond the epithet king of comebacks. There were countless anecdotes. Pao Quan strikes, the Western Finals floor, and so on. Stories enough to last for hours. Yet it was undeniable that Bao Luo's career honors were not stellar. That limitation stemmed largely from physical endowments. In every other respect, Bao Luo's attributes were of historic quality. If he could find the right role and contentedly serve as the second-in-command of a dynasty, he would assuredly enjoy a remarkably successful career. To Yang Li, pairing Bao Luo as De Yao's perimeter partner was not merely fitting, it was perfect. Moreover, Bao Luo arrived as a rookie already at his peak. In his rookie season, Bao Luo averaged 16, 1 points, 5, 1 rebounds and 7, 8 assists, earning Rookie of the Year honors. Those figures are rare, even among the league's established starting point guards. More importantly, Bao Luo's extraordinary basketball IQ produced effects on the floor that statistics alone cannot capture. Such a plug-and-play rookie was an ideal fit for the championship-aspiring Xiaoxi Dunhuijian. Besides Bao Luo, Yang Li's list also featured an all-star, Dawei Site. A member of the 2003 Platinum generation, he was a 2-time all-star in his career. His game was honest and fundamentally sound. He could post up, hit the mid-range shot, and contributed respectable playmaking. Offensively, he resembled the best power forwards who once partnered with De Yao, Lu Ec Kula. On defense, his strength did not shy from contact, but his limited height left him somewhat overmatched against taller interior foes. Paradoxically, that stature endowed him with nimble feet. He could even guard Jean Musi Union. Therefore, Dawei Site needed to pair with a center of sufficient height and defensive prowess to realize the interior duo's fullest potential. Tyson Qiandalu in the Huangfeng years and Luo Ishibote in the Pacers era were among his best partners. As is well known, Luo Ishibote was nicknamed Hey De Yao. Thus, pairing Dawei Site with De Yao inside was undoubtedly Yang Li's best choice. Most crucially, Dawei Site was regarded as a friend of our people. His understanding of our national circumstances ran deep to the point of being thoroughly integrated. How could Yang Li not favor such a figure? In the just concluded 04-05 season, Dawei Site played only 30 games due to injury. Averaging 18 minutes per game, he produced only 6, 2 points and 4, 3 rebounds, a barely passable return. It was precisely West's injury that depressed his trade value. Trading away such a reserve forward placed almost no psychological burden on Jiefu Bauer. Of course, if he, like Yang Li, had known that after meeting Bao Luo, Dawei Site would go on to average 17, 1 points and 7, 4 rebounds per game in 05-06, Yang Li finished, he would have vetoed the trade at once. What? You want our 3 years of draft picks? Jiefu Bauer cried into the phone in astonishment. Don't be hasty, Mr. Bauer, I haven't finished. Yang Li cut him off. As compensation, I'll send your way the team's all-star forward when Bei Ku cornerstone Clarence Wei Si Pang and the 1996 generation's competent point guard Muchi Nua Li Si to Xinao Air Liang. Are you kidding me? Jiefu Bauer finally snapped. You want our 3 first-rounders, and you expect us to absorb bad contracts. As the general manager, he knew exactly the nature of those pieces. When Bei Ku was indeed an all-star forward, but his last selection had been 7 years ago. Wei Si Pang, the team's cornerstone, tipped the scales at 270 pounds and truly moved like a boulder on the court. As for Muchi Nua Li Si, he did enter the NBA in the 1996 draft, but he was only a minor figure taken as a 4th pick in the 2nd round. The 1996 rookies were hailed as a golden generation, but Muchi Nua Li Si had nothing to do with that distinction. He was far from a core member of that class. This was no true compensation. Yang Li plainly sought to use the Meidi deal to rid himself of several undesirable contracts. These 3 players offered nothing on the court and together accounted for nearly $15 million in salary. Who in their right mind would pay $15 million to carry 3 benchwarmers? Add Midas 15, $7 million for next season, and the payroll would almost certainly exceed the cap. Even with trade exceptions in play, consummating this deal would be difficult. Jiefu Bauer was speechless. This Yang Li, he concluded, was nothing but a rookie GM who knew nothing. Thus, Jeff Ball elaborated on the various rules regarding the salary cap to Yang Li over the phone. Yang Li feigned realization, saying, "All right, how about this? You send P.J. Brown to the Rockets, and it'll reduce 1 player on my end, and the Hornets should be able to manage it right. But who should that player be? Of course it's Weatherspoon. Jeff Ball quickly interjected, he can handle the dirty work alongside Yao Ming. Oh, that's true. Yang Li smiled, not intending to expose him. Whether or not Weatherspoon was suitable for Yao was not the main concern. The key was that Weatherspoon's salary for the next season was a staggering $35 million, the highest among the three add-ons. Of course, Yang Li didn't need to worry about Weatherspoon's contract. In the summer of 05, though, every team had the right to a team amnesty. Originally, the Rockets intended to use this amnesty on Weatherspoon. After being amnestied, he directly chose to retire. P.J. Brown can be included in the trade, and I can help you deal with the other two garbage contracts. Jeff Ball continued, but I can only offer you this year's first-round pick, the 4th overall, and at most add a second-round pick for next year. The newly added P.J. Brown in the trade is a center known for his defensive skills. He has been selected 3 times for the NBA All-Defensive Second Team and possesses solid mid-range shooting and high-post playmaking abilities. Last season, he played 82 games for the Hornets, averaging 8 points, 9 rebounds, and 2 assists per game. One would think that such an interior player would have high trade value. However, in reality, Brown was close to turning 36 in 3 months, nearing retirement age. Yet he still had 2 years left on his contract worth over $16 million, which, considering his age, could be deemed a garbage contract. The first-round pick from 07. Yang Li countered. Okay, deal. Jeff Ball readily agreed. This was not 10 years ago when a superstar could easily fetch 4 or 5 first-round picks. To obtain 2 first-round picks, a practical center, and additionally deal with 2 garbage contracts was already, of course, in the eyes of others. Yang Li had traded McGrady for 2 first-round picks, a premium contract, and the trade would be executed in 2 phases, with P.J. Brown and David West's contracts perfectly balancing out with Win Baker and Moochie Norris contracts. Thus, the Rockets received a trade exception equal to McGrady's salary, $69 million. After completing this trade concerning McGrady, the Rockets' predicament could be resolved by a significant margin. After finalizing the trade details with Jeff Ball, Yang Li sent a mass text to the management teams across the league. The gist was that the trade for McGrady was finalized, but this year's 24th overall pick from the Rockets was available for trade. The management teams were astonished. A superstar from the league from being put on the market to the trade being completed, it didn't even take 24 hours. This matter is quite simple to explain. In Yang Li's eyes, David West was an all-star caliber power forward. However, in the eyes of the Hornets management, David West was akin to a scratch-off lottery ticket that had already revealed the words "thank you." They just didn't expect that this scratch-off ticket, once fully revealed, would not say thank you for your patronage, but rather thank you for purchasing. You've won. Both sides felt they had made a good deal, so both hurried to finalize the trade. Isn't this just like when we sold Dongfeng to Shape back in the day? After this, Yang Li never received another phone. Clearly, the allure of the 24th overall pick was far less than that of McGrady. Just as Yang Li was preparing to head out for shopping with his girlfriend Gal Gadot, his phone suddenly rang. Caller: Yao Ming. Hello, Yao. Yang Li hesitated for a moment before answering the call directly. If you are calling to plead for McGrady, then you're too late. I've already traded him. Oh, no, I actually. Yao Ming on the other end suddenly froze, and after a while he stammered, Mr. Yang, you actually traded McGrady. What? You didn't get the news. This time it was Yang Li's turn to be stunned. It turned out Yao Ming was unaware of this matter. Such a significant event, considering he had just undergone surgery to remove a bone spur from his left ankle in San Francisco, he should have been aware. Yao Ming scratched his head. After the surgery, I was just focused on leveling up. Yang Li instantly understood. Yao Ming was a loyal World of Warcraft player. A summer of 05 was precisely the time for him to be busy leveling up. No wonder he didn't know. How could he have time to watch the news? So why did you call? Yang Li asked. All right. Yao Ming changed locations to gather herbs and continued. Dr. Arthur Ding released my injury assessment report today. The surgery on my left ankle was very successful, and I should fully recover in 4 months. However, this might not align with the preseason. Oh, is that what this is about? Yang Li nodded, but suddenly furrowed his brows, becoming alert. The direct reason for Yao Ming's retirement was the injury to his left ankle. This was an ailment that Yao Ming had developed in his youth, and after entering the NBA, went through multiple injuries and surgeries, yet he could never escape the curse of injuries. Later, when people summarized the reasons for Yao Ming's early retirement, they unanimously believed it was due to him being overworked. Even after just undergoing surgery, he was not given sufficient time to rest and recover. After a normal rest period of 4 months, the preseason should have already concluded. If Yang Li remembered correctly, Yao Ming did participate in the Asian Championships in September of 05. Furthermore, he also participated in the preseason for the 05-06 season. Not only was he not prevented from playing in the Asian Championships, but he was even allowed to play in the preseason. Damn it, this incompetent management team, led by Dawson, deserves to be punished. Mr. Yang McGrady. Yao Ming wanted to say something more. All right, Yao, just forget about McGrady. Yang Li directly interrupted him. You need to book a flight to Phoenix immediately. After hanging up, Yang Li quickly called Jerry West, the general manager of the Phoenix Suns. 3 hours later, Yao Ming met with the head doctor of Phoenix's medical team, Thomas Carter. NBA team doctors are not allowed to treat players from other teams. Yang Li naturally understood this principle. He was merely seeking Thomas Carter's assistance. He hoped he could examine Yao Ming's injury and provide his treatment recommendations. The result indeed differed from the report provided by Arthur Ding. Thomas Carter concluded that the surgery was very successful, but to fully recover, Yao Ming would need at least 6 months of rest. Moreover, if Yao Ming wanted to continue his career, he would have to lose weight. Currently, Yao Ming weighed over 330 pounds, 150 kilograms. To ensure his ankle could support this massive frame, he needed to drop below 310 pounds, 141 kilograms. Previously, Yao Ming was encouraged to bulk up to compete against Shaquille O'Neal in the paint. Yet now Shaquille was past his prime, and there was no need for Yao Ming to continue gaining weight. Even if Yao Ming weighed only 310 pounds, he would still be more than capable of handling other interior players in the league. Yao Ming is undoubtedly the cornerstone of the Rockets' future, and the longer his career lasts, the better. Therefore, Yang Li directly issued a strict order to Yao Ming take a 6-month break and lose weight. Upon hearing the need for 6 months of rest, Yao Ming finally felt relieved. Originally, the plan was to rest for 4 months, and this September's Asian Championships would surely see the Blue Shoes leadership demanding Yao Ming to play. Even if it meant sacrificing a bit of Yao Ming's health, they would be determined to win the Asian Championships. But now the conclusion was a 6-month rest. By the time the Asian Championships began, he would have only been resting for less than half that time. This was not just a sacrifice of Yao Ming's health, it could very well ruin him. Yao Ming was the most precious asset of the national team. No one could bear the responsibility of ruining him. Thus, upon receiving Yao Ming's health report, the Blue Shoes could only reluctantly accept the reality of the Asian Championships without Yao Ming. The next day, June 25, 2005, 2 pieces of news simultaneously topped the trending lists across various media outlets. Yang Li also received 2 text message alerts early in the morning. The first was Houston management surprises with a miraculous operation. Tracy McGrady is traded to New Orleans. This title carried a hint of irony. What miraculous operation? Isn't it just implying that I, Yang Li, am foolish? The second was Rockets All-Star center Yao Ming undergoes surgery on his left ankle. His participation next season is doubtful. Well, if the first piece of news merely made Yang Li look like a clown, then with the release of the second piece, the entire Houston Rockets team also became a laughingstock. Last season, the Houston Rockets lost 2 of their key players, one traded away and the other sidelined by injury. Therefore, during the first half of the 05-06 season, the Rockets could only field a team of aging and injured players. The trade involving McGrady seemed like a minor loss at first, but it wasn't an outright foolish decision. However, in this era, such a complete overhaul is truly incomprehensible. What makes this trade most unacceptable is that the Yao-McGrady duo had only been together for a year and had achieved quite decent results. The Yao-McGrady combination had already become a core pairing for a championship contending team, yet Yang Li directly dismantled it, preparing for a tanking strategy. It's as if I've stripped down to my underwear, and you say you just cut off the bud. In no time, various discussions about the Rockets arose. With the star players gone and injuries piling up, are the Rockets aiming for the top draft pick next season? Given the current situation of the Rockets, even a miracle worker would struggle to save them. If they win 10 games next season, I'd consider that impressive. Have you forgotten something? Yang Li posted just the other day that his goal is the championship. Does Yang Li really think Michael Jordan will be entering the draft this year? Even if he does, they would only have the 4th pick, and landing Jordan would require at least a top 3 pick. Even if they were given the 4th pick and selected Jordan, he can't possibly believe that rookie Jordan could lead this year's Rockets to a championship, can he? Haha, and he thinks about a championship. Even peak Jordan would struggle to reach the playoffs. Not only fans were criticizing, but nearly all basketball media personalities expressed their views, and their opinions were strikingly unanimous. The Houston Rockets have entered the race for the top draft pick next season. The most notable comment came from our old friend, Charles Barkley. This time he discussed the Rockets on a show with his longtime partner Kenny Smith. Everyone knows that I lost a bet regarding Yao Ming last time. Barkley first acknowledged his previous loss, then suddenly shifted his tone, but later I became good friends with Yao, who once told me a saying from his hometown, you can't fall into the same pit twice. So I bet that the Rockets won't win more than 19 games next season, otherwise they'll kiss a donkey's behind again. Kenny Smith interrupted him directly. If the Rockets exceed 19 wins next season, I'll wear a swimsuit and let you kiss my behind. Huh. Now, it wasn't just big mouth Barkley criticizing Yang Li, even the usually nice Kenny Smith. This shows how outrageous Yang Li's decision to trade McGrady was. If these commentators were merely seeking media attention, the players' and coaches' opinions must hold some weight, right? Kobe Bryant stated, "Tracy is the toughest player I've ever faced in my career. He is nearly unstoppable on the offensive end." I'm curious about what mental state Houston's management was in when they made this decision. LeBron James remarked, "Unbelievable. Last season, Tracy and I were the only two players capable of averaging 2,555. Young must have either never looked at the statistics or received a fake report." Spurs head coach Greg Popovich declared, trading McGrady. "That's just a foolish decision. If the Spurs had McGrady, would be champions for the next decade." McGrady, the one traded away, expressed his confusion and anger candidly. McGrady stated, "We just had a wonderful journey, and now I'm suddenly told I must get off the ship. I don't even know what I did wrong, but I know the problem isn't me, it's the one steering the ship. Just wait and see, he'll come back even stronger next season." The players' statements were almost transparent, and the betting sites' reactions were blunt. The odds of the Rockets winning the championship next season have skyrocketed to 2,000 to 1, the highest in the league. After all, unless one possesses foresight, Yao Ming's actions are genuinely absurd, far from what an ordinary. Last season, the Rockets, led by the Yao McGrady duo, advanced to the playoffs as the 5th seed in the West. In the first round, they fought tooth and nail against the formidable Dallas Mavericks, pushing the series to a decisive Game 7. Had it not been for the league's questionable officiating, which is verifiable, the Rockets would have reached the Western Conference semifinals. Logically, this Rockets team, with a little maneuvering in the offseason to bring in some help for Yao and McGrady, would have a solid chance at contending for the championship next season. But what did Yao Ming do? He actively traded away McGrady. Anyone would find that hard to believe, right? If Yao Ming had traded McGrady for another star player to partner with Yao, that would have been somewhat understandable. Yet Yao Ming only received 2 first-round draft picks and an aging center, along with a backup forward who had played only 30 games last season due to injuries. How could such behavior be justified? It's like taking a ship heading towards the ocean, dismantling it entirely, and then expecting to build a new one yourself. Pure absurdity. The NBA even conducted a special investigation into this trade. They suspected Yao Ming might have had private dealings with the Hornets, since shady contracts aren't new in the NBA. However, the investigation revealed that there were no issues with the trade. Thus, the only conclusion is Yao Ming is a fool. Billy Knight, the general manager of the Atlanta Hawks, regretted it immensely and slapped his thigh in frustration. "Had I known this would lead to McGrady, I wouldn't have hung up the phone. No way, this kid is so easy to fool, I should take advantage of him." While Yao Ming was enjoying the posts criticizing him, he suddenly received a call from Billy Knight. "Hello, Mr." Yao Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement as he answered jokingly, saying, "Isn't it a bit late for you to call? Tracy has already been traded away by me." "Haha, I certainly know that," Billy Knight replied with a mischievous smile. "But you also need to part with your 24th pick in the first round this year, right? The Hawks finished last in the league last season and desperately needed to rebuild. Draft picks were crucial for them. So do you want to trade Al Harrington for our 24th pick?" As Yao Ming finished speaking, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. On the other end, Billy Knight's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Al Harrington's trade value was worth at least a top 8 pick. What does Yao Ming think he can achieve? This is just too naive. "Oh, no, I know the Rockets need forward play." Billy Knight shook his head. "We have quality forwards from the legendary 2003 draft class. Although he plays as a guard for us, his height of 68" 2.03 meters makes him perfectly suitable for the forward position. I believe he would fit the Rockets perfectly." Yao Ming couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This Billy Knight truly understood the 2 hints I had previously. He actually brought that player right to my doorstep. Boris Diaw, selected by the Atlanta Hawks with the 21st pick in the first round of 2003, is nicknamed the French Magician and was a recipient of the NBA championship in 2014. However, these are all matters of the future. Last season, Diaw as a bench player averaged only 4.6 rebounds and 2.3 assists. This is not even the key point. As an outside player, his shooting percentage was only 42.2 with a 3-point shooting rate that was a dismal 18. Judging by his performance over the past 2 seasons, this lottery ticket seems to have been wasted. However, Yao Ming, having been through it, knows the truth. Diaw is an all-around player capable of playing from position 1 to position 5. He may not become a core player for a team, but he is undoubtedly a perfect role player. Originally in 2005, Diaw would have been sent to the Suns as a minor addition in the trade of Joe Johnson. Upon arriving at the Suns, Diaw coincided with Amare Stoudemire's major injury in the 2005-06 season. He then fortuitously squeezed into the starting lineup and had the most glorious season of his career. Ultimately, Diaw earned the Most Improved Player award for the 2005-06 season with comprehensive statistics of 13.3 9 rebounds and 6.2 assists. It is worth mentioning that the second-place vote for the Most Improved Player award went to David West, who had already been traded over by Yao Ming. Now, only Yao Ming probably possesses the manual on how to use Diaw. In the eyes of others, especially the Hawks management, Diaw was undoubtedly a marginal player. He averaged 25 minutes on the court during his rookie season, but that dropped to 18 minutes in his second season, which is evident enough. Mr. Knight, do you think I am unaware of the situation? Yang Li began to scheme. Boris is just a bench player averaging less than 5 points. Billy Knight scratched his head awkwardly. This Yang Li might indeed be a bit foolish, but not foolish to this extent. Do you think my trade for Tracy was foolish? Yang Li continued to play the fool. Tracy's salary next season is over 15 million. By trading him away, I can save the team a substantial amount of money. Billy Knight suddenly understood. All right, I admit Yang Li is not a fool, but rather a stingy fool. He traded McGrady for draft picks simply to pay the players less. So, Yang Li continued, I want to exchange your second-round pick for our first-round pick at 24. You have the 31st pick in the second round, which is not far off, but it can save a lot of money. Genius. Absolutely genius. Billy Knight was nearly giving a thumbs up. Yang Li truly is a little genius when it comes to saving money. Okay, let's exchange our second-round pick for your first-round pick deal. Wait a second. Yang Li interrupted him. We still have a guy who just had surgery and can't play. It's uncertain whether he can get on the court next season. I can't afford to keep him at a cost of several million, can I? Wait, the person you're talking about couldn't be Yao Ming, could it? Given Yang Li's previous series of outrageous actions, Billy Knight even wondered if he would trade Yao Ming as well. Yang Li smirked, thinking, how bold of you to imagine that. Yao is my fellow townsman, and how could I possibly trade him? Yang Li said, the guy I'm talking about is Bob Sura. Bob Sura. Billy Knight was very familiar with this name. In the 2003-04 season, they traded for Bob Sura from the Detroit Pistons. In the 27 games he played for the Hawks, Bob Sura averaged 14, 7 points, 8, 3 rebounds and 5 assists. His performance left a deep impression on the Hawks management. However, in the summer of 2004, when the Hawks prepared to resign Sura, the Houston Rockets intervened. Former Rockets general manager Dawson had high hopes for Bob Sura, believing he could become the third strong point besides Yao and McGrady. Thus, Dawson promised Sura the role of starting point guard and the status of the third man on the team. Ultimately, the sincerity of the Rockets moved Sura, and he signed a 4-year, $14 million contract with the Rockets. The Hawks had originally planned to offer Sura a contract averaging $5 million. Sura took a pay cut to join the Rockets, actually to team up with Yao and McGrady in hopes of fighting for a championship. Last season, Sura, although often criticized by domestic fans for not passing the ball to Yao, he still averaged 3 points, 5 rebounds and 2 assists, undoubtedly the best helper alongside Yao and McGrady. As a result, many Rockets fans later reminisced about Sura, hoping he could return from injury to assist Yao and McGrady in their championship pursuit. But the result was that the Rockets waited in disappointment until Sura's contract expired. And now, apart from Yang Li, no one should know that Sura would never return to the court. Naturally, Billy Knight would not know either. He was even planning to pick up Sura for free. How about this? Yang Li said, the Boris Dia you just mentioned, if I remember correctly, his salary is only $1 million, right? He is indeed very suitable for our Rockets, so I will exchange Sura for him. Billy Knight truly wanted to give Yang Li a big thumbs up in person and sincerely say, sir, you are so astute. A first-round pick at 24, plus a starting point guard averaging 10.55, although he just had surgery, in exchange for your second-round pick at 31, and a marginal role player. Such a good deal is certainly not something to refuse. All right, deal. Billy Knight immediately agreed, then swiftly completed the trade and reported the trade information to the NBA management. Adam, what do you think? NBA Commissioner David Stern asked the donkey-faced, bald man beside him. At that time, Adam Silver was Stern's special assistant, having just led the release of the documentary The Year of Yao a year ago, and he was quite knowledgeable about the situation of the Rockets. Yang Li's behavior of exchanging $100 bills for 2 $10 bills was indeed quite astonishing. I actually find this Yang Li quite interesting. Remember last year's Kobe? Due to legal issues, he had to rush to attend games, but the games he rushed to attend had exceptionally high viewership. Stern nodded. Perhaps Yang Li is trying to gain the attention of fans in this way, even if such behavior severely damages the interests of the team and even the league. But as long as the attention is high, it will bring in revenue. If Yang Li were to know that Silver thinks this way, he would probably spit blood on the spot. Making the NBA increasingly unpresentable for the sake of traffic is truly a ridiculous idea. So are you implying that you were inspired by me, eh? I won't take the blame for this big black pot. I thought he traded McGrady to find a partner for Yao. Stern sighed heavily, but he actually only traded McGrady for 3 draft picks, and this trade is even more outrageous than McGrady's. Silver helplessly shook his head beside him. Yang Li's 2 trades, even he clever as he is, couldn't fully comprehend. In any case, I don't care what he's doing it for. Stern declared firmly, if he continues to mess around like this, I will convene the league's board of directors and kick him out of the ranks of NBA owners. While Stern was worried about the future of the Rockets, Yang Li was in high spirits. The trade with the Hawks not only successfully brought in Yao Ming, but also conveniently eliminated Bob Sura. It was truly a win-win situation. However, as the saying goes, business is like a mother pig wearing a bra. There's always another deal to make. Once this second trade was announced, the general managers of the other 27 teams in the league could no longer sit still. It's like in a Telegram group where one person claims there's wool to be sheared. You might not pay much attention thinking he could just be crying wolf. But suddenly someone else exclaims, wow, it's real. The buyer has already shipped the goods. At that moment, could you still sit tight? Sure enough, not long after Yang Li's phone rang again. Caller R.C. Buford, general manager of the San Antonio Spurs. Hello, Mr. Buford. I'm glad you're willing to take my call, Yang, Buford said excitedly. It seems that the Houston Rockets are planning to rebuild for next season. I'm sorry, that's not the case, Yang Li replied with a smile. Rebuilding is indeed necessary, but the Rockets' goal for the new season is the championship. Buford was left speechless, scratching his forehead in disbelief. It was indeed true that seeing is believing. The rumored Yang Li had no traces of being vilified. It turned out he was truly, uniquely exceptional. I originally thought you were planning to tank and rebuild, Buford said regretfully. To be honest, I was hoping to trade a future second-round pick for your backup guard, John Barry. Although John Barry was about to turn 36, during his 55 games with the Rockets last season, he had an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 45.1, averaging 1 three-pointers per game. Most importantly, his salary for the next season was only $1 million. For a Spurs team aiming for the championship, bringing in such a stable and experienced cheap veteran shooter was the perfect addition. However, given the Spurs' strength, their second-round pick next year would definitely be outside the 55th position. After all, they had just won the NBA championship for the 2004-2005 season. Did Buford really think he could trick me into giving John Barry away for a second-round pick ranked 55th? Hearing Buford say this, Yang Li knew he had been fooled by the false impression he had presented. With that preconceived notion, Buford would be easier to fool. John Barry is definitely available for trade, Yang Li said cheerfully. Moreover, I can not only send John Barry to the Spurs, but I can also give you this year's second-round pick, the 31st overall, and you can even keep your second-round pick for next year. What? Buford could hardly believe his ears. Such a good deal existed. Of course, Yang Li replied with a grin. I can't just give it away. Haha, that is indeed the case, Buford said with a forced smile. So what do you want from the Spurs? Very simple. I want the signing rights to Luis Scola. If you were a loyal Rockets fan, you would certainly know the name of the Diamond. He was the most outstanding power forward that Yao Ming had partnered with in his career. Unfortunately, he had come too late. Scola joined the Rockets in 2007, a year that was already nearing the end of Yao's career. In fact, Scola was a rookie in the same draft class as Yao Ming. Yao was the first overall pick in 2002, while Scola was selected by the Spurs at the 56th position in the second round of the same year. However, Scola's original team demanded a buyout fee of as high as $3.5 million, which prevented him from entering the NBA for a long time. It wasn't until 2007 that the Spurs traded Scola's rights to the Rockets. Scola himself invested $3 million and the Rockets contributed $500,000 to buy out his original team's contract, allowing him to finally join the NBA. In fact, Scola was already quite famous by 2005. He led the Argentine national team to defeat the USA Dream Team in the semifinals at the 2004 Athens Olympics. Ultimately, they conquered Italy in the finals, winning the Olympic gold medal in men's basketball. At that time, Scola was already a big name in the international basketball scene. In truth, the Spurs management had not been inactive. However, NBA rules only allowed clubs to contribute $500,000 for a buyout. The best approach would be to offer Scola a large contract, allowing him to fund the buyout himself. But the Spurs owner, like the Rockets' former owner Alexander, was notoriously stingy. It was somewhat unreasonable to gamble millions on a player whose ability to adapt to the NBA was uncertain. As the Spurs general manager, Buford's face lit up with joy upon hearing that he could exchange Scola's signing rights for John Barry and a second-round pick ranked 31st this year. The buyout issue with Scola had already been difficult to resolve, but now he could obtain so much in return for his signing rights. Why not take advantage of it? Okay, deal. Buford did not hesitate for a moment and quickly reached an agreement with Yang Li on the trade. After the trade was finalized, Popovich finally learned from Buford about the trade of Scola's signing rights. R.C. You better explain this to me, Popovich questioned angrily over the phone. Why did you trade away the signing rights of Luis Scola? He's an important part of the Spurs' future plans. Fuming, Popovich slammed his steak down on the table. Calm down, Greg, Buford patiently explained over the phone. I swear you would never guess what I got in return for his— Oh, Popovich's expression softened as if he had guessed something. So you made a deal with the Rockets? That's right, haha. Buford laughed. I used it to get John Barry, and this year's second-round pick ranked 30. So it was that trade with Yang Li. Popovich chuckled, pierced the steak from the table, and placed it back on the plate. That makes sense. After completing the trade with the Spurs, Yang Li was left with only this year's 4th overall pick. Aside from Paul, there were no rookies in Yang Li's plans. In fact, there were quite a few low-ranked rookies in 2005 who could be diamonds in the rough. Especially David Lee, who was ranked 30th in the first round, Monta Ellis at 40th in the second round, and Lewis Williams at 45th in the second round. The potential they would eventually showcase far exceeded the value indicated by their draft positions. However, if Yang Li chose them, they would need at least 2 more years of development. Yang Li aimed to build a mature team that could challenge for the championship after a season of cohesion. It wasn't that they weren't good enough. Yang Li simply didn't have the time to accompany them in their growth. 3 days later, on June 28th, the 2005 NBA draft was officially held at Madison Square Garden in New York. When Yang Li appeared at the draft event, he failed to attract anyone's attention, even with his companion, the 178 centimeters tall goddess Gal Gadot, by his side. Of course, at this time, Gadot was merely a beauty pageant contestant, so it was quite normal for her to not be well known. Yang Li was equally handsome, and his height surpassed Gadot's, even with her high heels, making him a quintessential wealthy and handsome Chinese man. Speaking of which, people were not unfamiliar with the name Yang Li. However, those attending the draft had no idea. After all, Yang Li was not from this circle, suddenly emerging as a rookie owner in the NBA. A burly black man approached with a smile and extended his hand, saying, "Yang. Hello, Mr. Knight." Yang Li recognized Billy Knight and took his hand. "It's really you." Billy Knight laughed heartily. His judgment was correct. Who else could be the Chinese man attending the draft but Yang Li? "I heard that after obtaining the 4th pick in the first round, you didn't arrange any tryouts," Billy Knight said. "This is the first time I've seen such a situation. You must have suitable candidates in mind, right? That depends on who the 3 teams ahead of you choose. After all, there are only a few outstanding forwards in this year's draft. I just need to wait until you 3 make your picks and choose the best forward available." "I see." Billy Knight nodded. He had his own thoughts and understanding regarding player selection. During his time as the general manager of the Hawks, he was particularly obsessed with explosive 6'9" Al Harrington, Josh Smith, and this year he was determined to select Marvin Williams, all towering 6'9". He also knew that the Rockets had always struggled with their forward position, so he wholeheartedly agreed with Yang Li's desire to select a forward. "It's just a pity." Billy Knight smiled smugly. No wonder Yang Li didn't arrange any tryouts, as there were only 2 quality forwards in the lottery zone, Marvin Williams and Charlie Villanueva. This year's number 1 pick was almost certainly going to be the Australian center Andrew Bogut. The Utah Jazz, holding the 3rd pick, needed a point guard, and they would definitely choose between Chris Paul and Darren. Thus, the only thing determining the Rockets' choice was the Hawks holding the 2nd pick. In other words, who the Rockets could select with the 4th pick depended solely on Billy Knight and the Hawks management. "Good luck, Yang," Billy Knight said as he hugged Yang Li. "I hope you can successfully select the player you want." "Thank you, Mr. Knight." Yang Li patted Billy Knight on the back, a subtle smile appearing on his face. High-end hunters often emerge in the guise of their prey. The draft was about to begin, and all the participating players had taken their seats. The camera panned to several individuals in the green room, starting with this year's top draft prospect, Andrew Bogut. Next was Channing Frye, the local center rookie from New York. Thunderous applause erupted in the venue. This year's draft for the New York Knicks was almost an open secret. As long as Frye was not picked in the top 7, they would definitely select him. Then came the dynamic duo Darren Williams and Chris Paul. The expressions of the earlier rookies were filled with excitement and anticipation. However, when the camera reached Paul, he wore a serious expression. This was because someone had just informed him that he might drop to the 5th pick. This actually happened. I refer to the Paul Wade interview. Before this, Paul had always believed he would be selected by Atlanta in the 2nd position. After all, he had absolute confidence in his abilities. The Milwaukee Bucks, holding the number 1 pick, were only selecting Bogut due to their urgent need for a core player in the. Now being told he might drop to the 5th pick was quite a shock. However, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing, as the team holding the 5th pick was the Charlotte Bobcats in North Carolina. Paul was from North Carolina, and his residence in Winston-Salem was only 80 miles away from Charlotte. He would be willing to play for his hometown's NBA team. As the camera cut away from the green room, it focused on Knicks superfan Spike Lee in the audience. The arena erupted again into a roar of applause. But in the next moment, the camera suddenly cut to Young. Everyone in the venue was bewildered. The entire Madison Square Garden fell silent because they didn't recognize. Fortunately, the on-site director reacted quickly and rather cruelly, promptly tagging Yang Li, general manager of the Houston Rockets. The entire Madison Square Garden was instantly filled with boos and jeers. The noise was so loud it rivaled Trae Young's debut in New York. It had been 3 days since he traded McGrady, and during this time Yang Li's name had been repeatedly mentioned by major media outlets. His notorious reputation had reached the levels of Dennis Rodman from the 1990s. So he is the fool who traded McGrady. How could he have the face to come to the draft? Doesn't he fear being drowned by the fans' spit? I've only seen such an incompetent team manager once before. I say, old buddy, let's not drag our Knicks management into this beating, okay? Yang Li never expected to be so popular in New York. I never thought you would be so famous, Godot said with a hint of lament. Originally, she wanted to come along to make an appearance, but this face. It might be better not to show it. Don't you think this is cool? Yang Li smiled at Godot. He then adjusted his clothes, stood up with a smile, and bowed forward in front of the camera. This bow resembled the entrance of a movie villain. The fans on site were instantly enraged. F. Yang Li. Madison Square Garden became a sea of curses. The 2005 NBA draft begins now. The first selection belongs to the Milwaukee Bucks, who hold this year's top pick. They have 5 minutes to decide whom to choose. However, the Bucks took less than a minute and submitted their decision in the 2005 NBA draft. The Milwaukee Bucks select Andrew Bogut. The applause was sparse, which is quite normal for a foreign first overall pick. When Yao Ming was selected, the scattered applause was even drowned out by boos. Next up is the second overall pick, the Atlanta Hawks, who also have 5 minutes to deliberate. Unlike the first pick, the Atlanta Hawks only finalized their selection just before the 5 minutes were up. It seems the management team had differing opinions. The Hawks delayed in submitting their decision, making Yang Li somewhat anxious. If the Hawks snagged Paul, he would have to quickly consider backup options. After all, the assistants in the working area had no idea whom to choose. At this moment, Stern took the stage. Unlike some domestic variety shows, he wasted no time and directly announced the 2005 NBA draft. The Atlanta Hawks select Marvin Williams. Yang Li let out a sigh of relief. That's solid. This choice is definitely secure. It seems Billy Knight made the final call and chose his favored 69-inch forward. The 2005 NBA draft, the Utah Jazz select Deron Williams. Yang Li felt no concern over this choice for the third overall pick. Utah Jazz's general manager Kevin O'Connor later explained to reporters why they chose Deron instead of Paul. The reason is simple: both are outstanding point guards, but Deron is stronger. In this regard, he truly made no mistake. Paul's measured height is 182 centimeters barefoot, weighing 81 kilograms. Meanwhile, Deron stands at 187 centimeters and weighs 92 kilograms. Only 5 centimeters taller than Paul, yet he outweighs him by a full 11 kilograms, making him a solid point guard. The key point is that Paul's 34-court sprint time is 3:22 seconds. In contrast, Deron's time is 3:25 seconds, just 0.3 seconds slower. Taller, stronger, and still fast. It would be unreasonable for the Jazz not to choose Deron. Although Paul was more impressive in college, Deron's basketball IQ is not inferior to Paul's. Most importantly, Deron excels at pick and roll, which is precisely the strategy that Jazz head coach Jerry Sloan specializes in. Finally, the Houston Rockets were on the clock for the fourth pick. Paul looked at the 3 empty spots in the green room, feeling a sense of reluctance as he tapped the table beside him. Don't lose heart, Chris. CJ Paul, sitting next to him, smiled and patted his brother's shoulder, saying playing in your hometown isn't such a bad thing. I hope so. Chris Paul nodded, but suddenly a sixth sense alerted him to something, and he quickly turned to look at the audience. At that moment, Yang Li was smiling at him. Paul's expression darkened instantly. No way, this league's notoriously foolish manager Yang Li is going to pick me. CJ, do you think the Houston Rockets might choose me? It's hard to say, but CJ replied, while looking at the stage. We'll know soon enough. At this moment, David Stern was already on stage with the Rockets draft results. Everyone at the scene was eagerly anticipating this moment, far more exciting than when the first overall pick was announced. After all, everyone wanted to know who the unlucky soul would be to end up in Houston. It was a complete mess there, and whoever was chosen should prepare mentally for a 3-year struggle with the team. The 2005 NBA draft, the Houston Rockets select David Stern even paused this time, seemingly in disbelief as he looked down at Paul Chris the Cannon. CJ, sitting next to Paul, was in shock, his hands instinctively raising to his head. Fortunately, Paul had already mentally prepared for this outcome. Though the result was terrible, he still forced a calm smile, hugging friends and family one by one before walking up to the stage. After receiving the hat with the Rockets logo, Paul wasted no time putting it on his head. Perhaps this is fit. Going to Houston doesn't seem like such a bad outcome. At least in this team where McGrady was traded and Yao had injuries, he would be developed as the absolute core. Congratulations, kid. David Stern smiled as he shook Paul's hand. Thank you. Paul shyly nodded, and then they both looked towards the audience for a photo opportunity. As Stern stepped off the stage, Silver was already waiting for him backstage. The choice by Houston was quite unexpected. Originally, Chris was supposed to be a second overall pick. Stern said him dropping to the 4th pick can be considered that guy Yang Li seems to have a bit of. Silver chuckled as he glanced at Yang Li in the audience. Upon seeing Yang Li's smug expression, the smile on his face faded instantly. A blind cat can still catch a dead mouse. Every dog has his day. With no more draft picks left for the Rockets, Yang Li decided not to waste any more time and left the draft venue. Today's goal was successfully achieved. The tactical core of the Rockets for the next season would be the combination of Yao and Paul, the Great Wall Cannon. Next, it was just a matter of waiting. On June 30th, 2005, at 6 p.m., the NBA summer free agency officially began. In 2005, the rules of the free market were still non-negotiable. It was agreed that one could only contact free agents after the opening. Unlike later when free agents had already secured their next teams even before the finals were over. At this moment, with some time left until 6 p.m., Yao Ming got up and went to his study to open his computer. The Rockets secure Paul with the 4th overall pick in the first round, snatching this year's best rookie. This was the news from the Houston Chronicle regarding the draft results. Putting aside other matters, at least the local media in Houston was quite satisfied with the draft results. However, the comments beneath the electronic newspaper were rather unfriendly. Paul is likely the best player in this draft, but he could also be the most unfortunate player. Chris Paul is a cornerstone player. Of course, this depends on the reliability of the team's owner. Yang Lee will ruin Chris Paul's career. Goodness, Yang Lee was somewhat speechless. Did I pick the right person only to be scolded? What is wrong with these people? Are they hoping I draft a useless player and focus on tanking? Fine, I've noted down all your IDs. Once the season ends, I will respond to each of you privately. Thinking of this, Yang Lee suddenly chuckled. What kind of behavior is this, reminiscent of Durant? Whatever, there's a saying that goes. Summer insects cannot discuss ice. There's no need for it. Finally, it was 6 p.m. And the doors of the free market officially opened. The opening of the free market means that all teams have the right to negotiate with free agents and reach verbal agreement. After 12 p.m. on July 6th, formal contracts can be signed. This period is also a peak time for major trades and may even witness transactions that impact the league structure. For example, the 2004 move of Shaquille O'Neal to the East and LeBron James' decision in 2010. These two trades directly affected the outcomes of the NBA championships in 2006, 2011, and 2012. This year's biggest free agent star is undoubtedly Ray Allen, the franchise player of the Seattle Supersonics. As the second-best three-point shooter in history, his defensive capabilities are also quite formidable. Moreover, he cannot just be labeled as a 3D player because he possesses the ability to create his own shot as a core player. After trading away Tracy McGrady, the Rockets urgently needed an outstanding shooting guard. If the Rockets had Ray Allen and Paul in the backcourt, it would undoubtedly be a terrifying combination for any team. Both their offensive and defensive capabilities would be maximized. Thus, Yang Lee immediately contacted Ray Allen, offering him a 5-year $75 million contract. This was already the largest contract Yang Lee could offer within the rules. However, the outcome was as Yang Lee expected. Ray Allen decisively rejected the offer. The Seattle Supersonics had already provided him with a 5-year $85 million maximum contract. Even if Yang Lee could sweet talk about the Rockets' future, he was still short by $10 million. Without bird rights, it was impossible to compete with the home team. With the plan to pursue Ray Allen failing, Yang Lee shifted his focus to the second target, Joe Johnson, the starting shooting guard for the Phoenix Suns. Although Joe Johnson was Yang Lee's second target, he was by no means a minor player. Not only is he well known as ISO Joe, but he is also a historically clutch player. As a player who often delivered game-winning shots in crucial moments, Joe Johnson earned himself the title of King of Clutch. This summer, Joe Johnson's rookie contract was expiring, making him a restricted free agent. And everyone knew that Joe Johnson would not be resigning with the Suns. He had expressed early on that he was no longer willing to be the third wheel behind Nash and Stoudemire. What he desired was to be the core player of the team. Of course, even if he wanted to stay with the Suns, they did not have enough cap space to resign him. Therefore, signing and trading was Joe Johnson's only option. The currently wounded Rockets would be a great landing spot, where Joe Johnson would immediately become the team's leader. Unfortunately, ideals are plentiful, but reality is harsh. "I'm sorry, Yang," said Jerry Colangelo, the Suns' general manager, who had previously assisted Yang Lee. "We will not discuss a trade involving Joe Johnson with any Western team, even if you are the Rockets. This guy is quite nice, but his words can be quite sharp. What does he mean by even if you are the Rockets? Does that imply our Rockets lack competitiveness?" After failing to pursue big-name stars twice in a row, Yang Lee did not feel disheartened. Currently, the team already had two future superstar core players in Yao Ming and Paul, along with a future all-star level third player, David West. On this foundation, acquiring Ray Allen or Joe Johnson would only be a bonus. Moreover, adding another peak superstar could very well lead to a salary explosion and disrupt the roster. The correct approach to building a dynasty team should be to strengthen around core players and maintain the stability of the main roster. Just like the San Antonio Spurs, they centered around GDP and found a bunch of role players suitable for the Spurs system to support them. The result was that the three played together for 14 seasons, winning 4 championship trophies. The Houston Rockets should build their roster around the DAD PAUL combination of Yao Ming. DDP is short for delivery duty paid, which can be understood as the trio handling everything together. Therefore, Yang Lee's next task is to find quality role players that complement these three. Just now, when mentioning Ray Allen, the term 3D player was brought up. The concept of a 3D player was still somewhat ahead of its time in 2005, as it only began to gain popularity around 2010. In the current NBA, many teams have started to focus on developing such players. The representative figures of 3D players are Klay Thompson and Danny Green, both playing the shooting guard position. In the 2005 free market, there just happened to be a quality 3D shooting guard available. Raja Bell is a name that seasoned fans are surely familiar with. He was the starting shooting guard for the high-paced Phoenix Suns, boasting an impressive career three-point shooting percentage of 46. As a representative of the 3D player archetype, Danny Green's career three-point shooting percentage barely reaches 40. However, what makes Raja Bell well known is not his three-point shooting ability, but his defensive prowess. Raja Bell was renowned for his tenacious defense, being the best perimeter defender on the Suns. His most illustrious moment came during the first round of the 2006 Western Conference playoffs in Game 5 between the Suns and the Lakers. In one offensive play, Kobe Bryant faced off against Raja Bell at the top of the arc. After a quick dribble, Kobe surged towards the paint, challenging Bell. Raja Bell responded with a brutal, throat-locking move, sending Kobe crashing to the floor. This act was immediately ruled as a flagrant foul, resulting in Raja Bell's ejection from the game. Following the game, the league also imposed a one-game suspension on Raja Bell. In the very game he was suspended, Kobe scored 50 points with 20 out of 35 shooting, along with 8 rebounds and 5 assists. In the other 6 games of this series, Kobe averaged only 24.2 points while being defended by Raja. Ultimately, the Suns eliminated the Lakers with a 43 series victory. After this round of playoffs, Raja Bell was labeled as the Kobe Killer. The term killer is quite fitting. For a quality 3D player like him, he should be worth at least $10 million a year. Wrong. Not $10 million, not $8 million, just $5 million, and a top-tier 3D player will be coming home in the original 2005-06 season. To compensate for Joe Johnson's departure, the Suns signed the unrestricted free agent Raja Bell to a 5-year, $23 million deal. Last season, Raja Bell averaged 12.3 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 for assists while playing for the Utah Jazz. The Suns recognized his stellar performance last season, which is why they offered him a long-term contract. Raja Bell's career has been quite tumultuous. As an undrafted player in 1999, it wasn't until 2000 that the 76ers offered him a temporary contract. Over the next 4 seasons, Raja Bell played for the Philadelphia 76ers, Dallas Mavericks, and Utah Jazz. During those 4 years, he earned just over $3 million. After taxes, he took home less than 2. For a player like him, acquiring his services is both simple and direct. Throw money at him. I know the Phoenix Suns have offered you a very nice contract. However, I believe you deserve a higher price, so I will offer you a 5-year, $30 million contract, and I can guarantee you the starting shooting guard position. Raja Bell's hand trembled as he held the phone, and after swallowing hard, he stammered, "I think I need to consider it." He had anticipated a decent contract this summer, but never expected it to be such a substantial offer. He could reference Ron Artest's contract for comparison. As a fellow 1999 draft participant, Ron Artest was the 16th overall pick in the first round. In the contract year, Artest averaged 15.5 points, 2 rebounds, 9 assists, and 3 steals, and was selected for that year's all-defensive second team. Ultimately, Artest secured a 6-year, $51 million deal worth $48 million with the Indiana Pacers. After removing the player option for the final year, the first 5 years of Artest's contract are worth $33 million. In terms of statistics and accolades, Artest overshadowed Raja Bell in nearly every aspect. However, Yang Lee's offer was only $3 million less than Artest's. This contract can only be described as exceedingly generous. Also, don't overlook one thing. Yang Lee, knowing that Raja Bell was already intrigued, continued to strike while the iron was hot. Texas has no state tax. This statement sealed the deal. Raja Bell's mental defenses crumbled instantly. Before Yang Lee's contact, the best offer he had received was the Phoenix Suns' 5-year, $23 million deal. Arizona, where Phoenix is located, imposes a 4.54 state tax. Meanwhile, Texas, where Houston is located, has no state tax. This means that if he accepted the Suns' contract, Raja Bell would only take home just over $11 million in 5 years. Accepting the Rockets' contract, he could take home over $16 million. He is not one of those star veterans who have made enough money and are looking to join a strong team for a championship. Going to the Rockets means an extra $1 million each year. Only a fool would refuse. Thus, Raja Bell and Yang Lee successfully reached a verbal agreement. As long as no one else offers a higher bid, Raja Bell will join the Houston Rockets. In fact, both parties are well aware that no other team is likely to present a higher offer. A 5-year, $30 million deal is already well beyond Raja Bell's current market value. The Suns, who originally wanted Raja Bell the most, find their salary cap severely constrained. Although they could forcibly sign him, the management would certainly consider the deal unwise. Insiders have revealed that the Rockets have reached a verbal agreement with free agent Raja Bell for a 5-year, $30 million deal. When this information was leaked, it caused quite a stir. I admit Raja Bell is excellent, but he's not worth $6 million. Humph isn't an overpriced contract, just a form of malicious competition. Yang Li is such a troublemaker. It may not necessarily be malicious competition, perhaps Yang Li is just a classic case of a fool with too much money. With such operational skills, even the Knicks management would have to bow down. First came the bizarre trades, then the overpriced signings. Yang Li has truly become the target of everyone's ire. But regardless of the outside opinions, the starting shooting guard for the Houston Rockets has been decided. Consequently, 4 out of the 5 starting positions for the Rockets have already been confirmed. The starting center, of course, is Yao Ming. Shaquille O'Neal, now 33, has significantly diminished in his dominance in the paint. Meanwhile, Yao Ming, who is about to turn 25, is entering his prime after 3 seasons in the NBA. Once he returns from injury, a fully fit Yao Ming will quickly replace O'Neal as the league's top center. The center position will be the strongest point for the Rockets in the future. The starting power forward position will be held by third-year player David West. Compared to Luis Scola, David West possesses better physical attributes and plays a more aggressive style. Yao Ming's playstyle leans more towards finesse. While his inside scoring ability during his prime rivals that of O'Neal, his playing style remains relatively soft. A combination of one soft and one hard player in the paint makes for the best pairing. Raja Bell is the starting shooting guard, as has been discussed extensively already. Following him is the starting point guard Chris Paul, whose skills need no further elaboration. It suffices to note that during Kobe's peak 200,708 season, Paul nearly snatched the regular season MVP from under Kobe's nose. The last issue the Rockets need to address is the starting small forward position. For the starting small forward, Yang Li has 2 candidates. One is Ron Artest from the Indiana Pacers, and the other is Shane Battier from the Memphis Grizzlies. Originally, both players were teammates of Yao Ming during his time with the Rockets. Both are elite defenders in the league, but one is hot-headed while the other is refined and gentle. However, both share a mutual admiration for Yao Ming. They have frequently stated in public that Yao was the strongest teammate they ever partnered with throughout their careers. Even though one played alongside Kobe and the other with LeBron, Yang Li feels most assured if either of them were to serve as Yao Ming's supporting players. First up is Ron Artest. Yang Li has already inquired about a trade for him with the Pacers' general manager, NBA legend Larry Bird. Larry Bird outright rejected the discussion regarding a trade for Artest. After all, Artest is the defensive cornerstone of the Pacers and their second defensive option. During the 2003-04 season, he was named DPOY Defensive Player of the Year and was selected for that season's All-Star Game and All-Defensive First Team. Logically, a player of his caliber is not someone Yang Li would dare to inquire about. Ultimately, it was Artest's spectacular performance on the court last season that emboldened Yang Li to ask. This spectacular moment refers to one of the worst brawls in NBA history, the Malice at the Palace. Ron Artest was the main character. When someone describes a player as versatile, they often mean he can play from position 1 to position 5. Take Boris Diaw from the current Rockets roster, for example. He has indeed played in all 5 positions. Ron Artest, on the other hand, is even more versatile. He not only can play from position 1 to position 5, but he even made it to the stands. The brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills severely damaged the NBA's public image. Ultimately, Artest faced a harsh penalty of 73 games suspension. This not only resulted in a direct loss of $5 million for him, but it also caused the Pacers, who originally had high hopes for the championship, to miss the Eastern Conference Finals in 2005. Initially, it was thought that such atrocious behavior would lead the Pacers to part ways with Artest, but surprisingly, they showed him patience. However, Yang Li was well aware that the Pacers' patience would not last beyond 6 months. In December 2005, Artest requested a trade and was subsequently placed on the injured list. Eventually, on January 26, 2006, he was traded to the Sacramento Kings in exchange for Peja Stojakovic. For Artest, Yang Li was determined to acquire him, merely waiting for 6 months. After that period, the cost of trading for Artest would likely be even lower. Alright, since Artest was not a viable option, Yang Li shifted his focus to Battier. However, this time Yang Li was up against a formidable opponent. The general manager of the Memphis Grizzlies is none other than the legendary logo man, Jerry West. During his playing days, Jerry West was among the most outstanding players of his era. As a member of the team's management, he is undoubtedly one of the most exceptional executives in NBA history, and there is no one else like him. Let's take a look at some of the major accomplishments he achieved during his time in management. While with the Lakers, he first traded starting center Vlade Divac for rookie Kobe Bryant, and then lured Shaquille O'Neal from the Magic with a maximum contract. He single-handedly built the Shaq-Kobe duo, which ultimately led the Lakers to a three-peat dynasty. While serving as a consultant for the Warriors, he selected Klay Thompson and Draymond Green in the 2011 draft, helping to assemble the Curry-Thompson-Green trio. In the summer of 2014, it was again Jerry West who forcefully prevented a trade that would have sent Thompson to the Cavaliers in exchange for Kevin Love. Ultimately, the Curry-Thompson-Green trio successfully led the Warriors to 3 championships in the next 4 years, establishing the Warriors dynasty. In the 2017 offseason, he became a consultant for the Los Angeles Clippers. After some brilliant maneuvering, he managed to bring both top-tier forwards Kawhi Leonard and Paul George into the Clippers lineup simultaneously. In modern terms, these maneuvers are simply astonishing. Yao Ming knew that relying on petty tricks against such a negotiation opponent would be futile. If he wanted to make a trade with the Grizzlies to acquire Battier, there was only one way: sincerity for sincerity. "Hello, Mr. West." Once the call connected, Yao Ming respectfully initiated the conversation. "I am Yao Ming, the general manager of the Houston Rockets." In front of a legend, Yao Ming did not want to appear overly frivolous. "Hello, Yao Ming, Mr. West replied with a smile. "I know you, and I have met you before." "Oh." Yao Ming was somewhat surprised that Mr. West had actually seen him. "It was on the big screen at Madison Square Garden," Mr. West said with a hearty laugh. Yao Ming quickly realized that he had been the center of attention at Madison Square Garden on draft day. "Go ahead, Mr. West prompted. "The reason you called me today is probably not just to say hello, right?" "Then it'll be straightforward." Yao Ming cleared his throat and said, "I would like to discuss a trade regarding Rockets forward Juwan Howard with you." "Tell me your thoughts, Mr. West said nonchalantly. "I watched all 4 of the Grizzlies' playoff games last season." Yao Ming didn't rush to reveal the trade content. The Grizzlies' biggest issue is the lack of an interior player who can partner with Pau Gasol. Mr. West nodded slightly. "Go on." "Undeniably, Lorenzen Wright is an excellent interior player." Yao Ming began to elaborate slowly. "However, his shortcomings are equally significant. He has a one-dimensional offensive game, primarily relying on shots near the basket, and defensively, due to his lack of quick footwork, he struggles to guard agile interior players." "Your analysis is quite correct, Mr. West acknowledged, "but that's merely one reason we lost to the Suns, as they excel at playing fast." "It's not just losing to the Suns," Yao Ming said bluntly. "If you don't make changes, 7 out of the 8 playoff teams in the West will outmatch you." Mr. West reacted sharply. "You could just say we can't beat any of them. The 8th playoff team happens to be our Grizzlies, right? Currently, there are only 2 interior players on the Grizzlies roster." Yao Ming continued, "Relying solely on Lorenzen Wright and Pau Gasol cannot support a playoff team's interior needs. At NBA is a game for tall players, and those who control the paint shall reign supreme." Mr. West nodded, agreeing with Yao Ming's statement. Pau Gasol is not at the level of elite interior players like Duncan, Shaq, or Amare. With only Lorenzen Wright beside him, he cannot share enough pressure. Even against a team like the Suns, which sacrifices interior advantages to play fast, they still suffer in the paint. To escape this predicament, the best solution is to strengthen the interior. Now take a look at how the Grizzlies have hoarded these forwards. Yao Ming continued. "Mike Miller, James Posey, Shane Battier, Bonzi Wells. These players may occasionally fill in at the power forward position, but they certainly cannot fully assume that role." "Since you've brought this up, Mr. West said, without further ado, which forward are you looking to trade for Juwan Howard?" Juwan Howard, the power forward who partnered with Yao Ming for the longest time in his career. As the longest-serving bodyguard by Yao's side, fans affectionately referred to Howard as Uncle Hua. He has always been known as the added piece that came with the trade of Tracy McGrady to the Rockets. However, added pieces usually refer to the smaller components of major trades, and Uncle Hua cannot truly be classified as such. During the 2003-04 season with the Magic, he averaged 17 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 assists. The Grizzlies' star player Pau Gasol only averaged 17, 8 points and 8 rebounds along with 4 assists in the recently concluded 2004-05 season. Unfortunately, after joining the Rockets, Uncle Hua's playing time significantly decreased from an average of 35 minutes to 26 minutes. His stats also fell to 9, 6 points, 5, 7 rebounds, and 5 assists. This was unavoidable since during his time with the Magic, McGrady was the primary offensive option, and he was the second choice. Once at the Rockets, the ball had to be handled by Yao and McGrady. Uncle Hua could only play the role of a blue-collar worker with no priority in ball handling. The problem is that Uncle Hua's shortcomings prevented him from fulfilling the role of a blue-collar power forward next to Yao. Yao, with his strong inside presence, could dominate, but his passing ability was somewhat lacking when double-teamed. What he needed was a power forward who could create space for him, commonly referred to later as a stretch four, or a power forward with strong offensive capabilities who could support Yao, defensively deterring opponents from easily double-teaming him. Uncle Hua could do all of this, but he did it poorly. He did possess some shooting ability, but anyone who has seen him play knows that his shooting motion takes far too long. Even my grandmother could intervene to disrupt Uncle Hua's shot, while rushing to grab discounted pork at the supermarket. This allowed opponents to double-team Yao, without consequence, leading to the classic scenario: Yao fatigued in the fourth quarter and the opponents making a comeback. Defensively, Yao's weakness was his slow mobility. Thus, he needed a fast-moving second center power forward to help cover for him. Coincidentally, Uncle Hua's mobility was also slow. Two slow players do not make a fast one, resulting in a more pronounced deficiency. This was one reason the team struggled to achieve success during Uncle Hua's time with Yao. Later, the arrival of Scola somewhat alleviated this issue, at least freeing Yao offensively. However, if Uncle Hua had gone to the Grizzlies, the situation would have been different. He had the ability to play in the low post, allowing Gasol to operate near the free throw line while he focused on the paint. Moreover, when Gasol wasn't on the court, he could serve as the core of the second unit. In the Rockets' case, even when Yao was off the court, the focus remained on the perimeter rather than utilizing Uncle Hua's inside game. Defensively, Gasol was also slow, but not to the same extent as Yao. At least he wouldn't be completely incapable of defending against opponents like a heavier Yao would be. Yang Li didn't need to mention this. Old man West was already aware. Thus, he immediately recognized Yang Li's intention to trade Uncle Hua for a Grizzlies forward. Mike Miller. Yang Li made a feint. He had a three-point shooting percentage of 43.3 last regular season and an astonishing 47.1 in the playoffs. I need his perimeter firepower. I'm sorry, Mike is not for sale, Old man West declined. Yet he didn't want to miss the opportunity to acquire Uncle Hua. So, he added, if you're looking to bolster your perimeter shooting, Sean Battier and James Posey are also good options. James Posey, like Sean Battier, was also an excellent 3-and-D player. Notably, he was part of both the 2005-06 Miami Heat and the 2007-08 Boston Celtics championship teams. Moreover, he was a key perimeter scoring option for both teams and not just a bench warmer. Theoretically, both Posey and Battier would fit well with the Rockets. However, emotionally, Yang Li would definitely choose Battier. So who do you think I should choose, James or Sean? Yang Li decided to test Old Man West's stance. I think you should choose Battier, Old Man West said. He could average 10 points, actually 9 points and 5 rebounds last season, while James only got 8 points and 4 rebounds. However, in the playoffs, Battier could only score 7 points per game. Yang Li retorted his three-point shooting percentage plummeted from nearly 40 in the regular season to just over 10, and this isn't the first time he struggled in the playoffs. Old Man West smiled and bluntly stated the Rockets must prioritize their regular season record. Ultimately, Old Man West had some operational insight, but wasn't clairvoyant. He had some degree of recognition for Yang Li's operations this summer, but didn't believe the Rockets would become a championship contender. Today's candid discussion regarding Uncle Hua's trade was likely motivated by a desire for a win-win situation. Keeping the more reliable Posey for playoff toughness while sending the better regular season performer Battier to the Rockets was a sound decision. Okay, I hear you. Yang Li calmly agreed while secretly humming a tune. The last starting player was finally in hand. After Uncle Hua was traded for Battier, the Houston Rockets starting five was complete. Currently, this lineup had preliminarily established the strength of a championship contending team. Next, it was time to make slight adjustments to the existing roster. The simplest way to strengthen the team was to sign free agents. The first problem Yang Li needed to address was finding a backup point guard to connect the offense of the second unit. Paul's career assists total has exceeded 1.00, and with such a high number of assists, his assist-to-turnover ratio astonishingly stands at 4-1. This means that on average, for every 4 assists Paul makes, there is only 1 turnover. Note the assist-to-turnover ratio is rounded to 1 decimal place. In NBA history, there have been many players renowned for their assist abilities, such as John Stockton, whose career assist-to-turnover ratio is 3.7-1. Magic Johnson's career assist-to-turnover ratio is 2.9-1. Steve Nash's career assist-to-turnover ratio is 3-1. Jason Kidd also boasts a career assist-to-turnover ratio of 3-1. Meanwhile, LeBron James, who accomplished the historic feat of Project 411, has a career assist-to-turnover ratio of 2.1-1. Calderon, whom Yang Li has his eyes on, has a total of 5.148 career assists. His assist-to-turnover ratio, however, is an impressive 3.8-1, higher than the historical assist king Stockton. This is largely due to his solid fundamentals, rarely committing basic mistakes such as traveling or carrying violations. After all, the international court is not the NBA. The referees are very strict and will not treat you differently just because you are a star player. Mr. Yang, are you sure you want to offer me a 5-year contract? Calderon could hardly believe his ears. Aren't you going to conduct a tryout first? Isn't this decision a bit hasty? No, not at all. Yang Li smirked slightly. I've watched all your games from last summer's Olympics, and I believe you are very suitable to be the organizer for the Rockets' second unit. At the 2004 Olympics, Calderon was the main point guard for the Spanish national team. They defeated the eventual gold medalists Argentina in the group stage, but unfortunately lost to the USA Dream Team 6 in the knockout stage. Calderon performed exceptionally well at the Olympics, and he and Pau Gasol were seen as the future of the Spanish men's basketball team. Calderon was an undrafted player in 2003, and no team had signed him before. Now he is completely a free agent. The NBA implemented a new labor agreement starting from the 2005-06 season, stipulating that the maximum contract length for teams to offer free agents is 5 years. Yang Li offering him a 5-year contract fully complies with the rules. Of course, only someone as perceptive as Yang Li would dare to offer a 5-year contract to a player who has never played in the NBA. 5 years, $13 million. Calderon still found it hard to believe. You really aren't joking with me, are you? If you don't believe me, Yang Li glanced at his Rolex to confirm the date. You can fly to Houston the day after tomorrow, and we can sign the contract in person. I've already booked your flight. After hanging up, Calderon was still in a daze. He originally planned to try his luck with various NBA teams before the September European Championship. But now the situation is such that a contract falls from the sky while he sits at home. Coming back to his senses, Calderon slapped his face hard and quickly began to pack his bags. After securing a backup point guard, Yang Li's next target is to find another backup center. After all, Yao Ming needs to rest for half the season, and the starting center for the next season will be P.J. Brown, acquired from the Hornets. However, P.J. Brown is getting older and Uncle Mu is also getting on in years, so Yang Li must find another young and strong backup center. This center doesn't need to be flashy, he just needs to hold down the paint while Brown is resting. This time Yang Li truly has to thank the Cleveland Cavaliers for sending out the Golden Hoop. The Cleveland Cavaliers have already publicly stated that they will give up on resigning their backup center Desagana Diop. Diop was selected by the Cavaliers as the 8th pick in the first round in 2001. He stands 7 feet tall too, 13 meters, and weighs 300 pounds, 136 kilograms. He is strong, has a good attitude towards the game, and is highly proactive in defense. With his height and long arms, he excels in rebounding and shot blocking, making him an outstanding defensive player. However, his downside is that his offensive ability is extremely weak, almost non-existent. Diop has a career free throw percentage of a mere 46.70, and he can only score by capitalizing on other setups. One could say that Diop is a typical dunk and defense player, considered a weaker version of the Dunk King Capella. Despite being a player abandoned by the Cavaliers in the original timeline, he is about to welcome his shining moment in the upcoming season. In the original 2005-06 season, Diop joined the Dallas Mavericks as their backup. However, through his hard work and diligence, he managed to supplant Eric Dampier, who was known as the second-best center in the West, and took over as the Mavericks starting center. During his time as a starter, he helped the Dallas Mavericks achieve a stunning 13-game winning streak and made it to the finals in the playoffs. The second-best center in the West, Dampier, is actually an NBA meme. He averages 12 3 points and 12 rebounds per game, while also delivering 9 blocks. This year marks the end of his contract, so Dampier knows he is bound to secure a lucrative deal. Thus, during the offseason, he boldly proclaimed the top center in the West is Shaquille O'Neal, and I am second. Yet in the West, there are also Yao Ming and Stoudemire occupying the center position. If you wish to contend for that second place, that's fine. But it doesn't mean that because you can't surpass the first, you automatically become the second. Besides, everyone is here to vie for the top spot. I have never heard of anyone aiming for second place. The biggest event of the summer of 2004 was the departure of the Big Shark to the East. With the top center in the West gone, wouldn't that make Dampier the first? This is somewhat humorous. Players like Yao and Stoudemire have always regarded O'Neal as the benchmark to strive for. They have never considered the notions of being first or second. Fortunately, Dampier is not entirely hopeless. After all, he did not claim to be the top center in the West just because he had the highest total rebounds among centers in the 03-04 season. This at least shows some respect for the top center O'Neal. Speaking of which, the fact that Diop managed to take Dampier's starting spot indicates that he possesses a certain level of skill. Moreover, Diop's market value is not high. He can be secured for just a few million a year. Acquiring such a player to serve as a backup for Yao is undoubtedly a tremendous gain. When Yang Li contacted Diop, it was already the morning of the official signing day. For a full 7 days, Diop had not received a single phone call. Just when Diop was on the verge of despair, he suddenly received a call from Yang Li. Listen, Desagina, I need you to back up Yao Ming with a starting salary of $2 million totaling $6 million over 3 years. Yang Li didn't even give Diop a chance to speak. You'll fly to Houston this afternoon, and we'll sign right away. After finishing his sentence, he hung up before Diop could respond. Diop listened to the busy tone on the phone, still in a daze, when suddenly he received a text message alert. It was a ticket booking confirmation from the airline. Did someone just say they would provide me with a contract? Diop scratched his head, still trying to process everything. So he called his agent again. Sign, of course, sign. The agent replied without hesitation. I've contacted several teams for you over the past few days, and none of them were even willing to offer you a chance to play in the summer league. As the 8th overall pick in the first round of the 2001 Cavaliers draft, Diop had a disappointing 4 years. In his 4 seasons with the Cavaliers, he only played 193 games. He averaged just 10.8 minutes per game, scoring 1.6 points, grabbing 2.6 rebounds, and blocking 0.8 shots. Especially in his last season, he could only achieve 7.8 minutes of playing time. After all, in the Cavaliers, an interior player who cannot create space has no value. This year's average statistics were even more dismal, with only 1 point and 1.8 rebounds and 0.9 blocks. His performance basically sealed his fate of being excluded from the NBA. If a team could offer him a contract worth several $100,000 as a base salary and send him to the development league for practice and a chance, that would be good enough. Now Yang offered him a chance to back up Yao Ming along with a contract of $6 million over 3 years. If he didn't sign, he must have lost his mind. That afternoon, this year's rookie Paul, along with players who had reached verbal agreements with the Houston Rockets, all arrived. Due to the success of previous negotiations, the signing process went smoothly. Paul's contract was a standard 4-year rookie deal set at the league's terms. The first year's salary was $14 million, totaling $71 million over 4 years. Bell signed a 5-year contract for $30 million, with $5 million in the first year, increasing by $5 each subsequent year. Calderon also signed a 5-year deal totaling $13 million, starting at $2 million, increasing by $2 each year. Diop's contract was only for 3 years at $6 million, starting with $2 million and increasing by $2 each year. As for Scola, considering the current situation, his strength should qualify him for a contract averaging around 3. Yang was also generous, directly offering a sizable 5-year contract worth $22 million. This contract had a unique salary structure. The first year was the highest at $5 million, then decreasing by $3 each subsequent year. Yang's intention was to allow Scola to buy out his contract. Scola's club insisted on a buyout fee of $5 million. The NBA has a rule stating that a team can only pay a player a maximum buyout fee of $5,000. With a first-year salary of $5 million, Scola should be able to pocket nearly $3 million, just enough to cover the buyout fee. This means he would be essentially working for free in the first year, but gaining the opportunity to play in the NBA. Scola simply discussed the contract briefly with his agent before accepting it. Finally, there was Uncle Mu, also known as the beloved Mount Keishu by the Chinese, Dikembe Mutombo. Regardless of whether he still had gas left in the tank or how much he had, even if he did nothing, just waving a towel and pointing from the sideline would be enough. The spiritual presence he brought to the team was exactly what the Houston Rockets needed. Therefore, Yang was definitely going to keep Uncle Mu. After discussions, the contract was finally set at 2 years for $4 million. With this, the Houston Rockets roster for the next season was taking shape. C. P.J. Brown, $8 million. Center C. Yao Ming, $59 million. C. Dikembe Mutombo, $2 million. C. Desagina Diop, $2 million. Picofarads Luis Scola, $5 million. Power forward P.F. David West, $33 million. F. Colinlas Weatherspoon, $35 million. Forward S.F. Sean Battier, $9 million. Small forward F.G. Boris Dial, $17 million. Forward guard S.G. Rajabell, $5 million. Shooting guard G. David Wesley, $5.07 million. Guard P.G. Mike James, $41 million. Point guard P.G. Chris Paul, $14 million. P.G. Jose Calderon, $2 million. The Rockets had a total of 14 players with a total salary of $16 million. According to the new labor agreement, the salary cap for the 0506 season was set at $49.5 million, exceeding the soft salary cap. Of course, if they waived Weatherspoon, the total salary would fall back under the cap. However, there was no rush, as this lineup would not be the Rockets' final roster. For now, let the bullets fly for a while. After all the big fish in the free market were caught, teams would start focusing on trade deals. Yang decided to remain still for the time being and wait over a month before taking action. This remaining still referred only to the trading market. Yang was not one to sit idly. He had to stir things up. So as the media revealed that Joe Johnson would join the Hawks via a Signan trade, Yang dropped a bomb of his own. Having spent so many years as an assistant in a previous life, isn't it time to enjoy being wealthy and even buy a basketball team to be the head coach? According to NBA regulations, players are not allowed to own shares in a team, but coaches can. Examples include Pat Riley and Jason Kidd. Greg Popovich, Doc Rivers, and Tom Thibodeau are all head coaches who also serve as president of basketball operations, essentially operating as both head coach and general manager, earning dual salaries. As mentioned later, we can only say the protagonist is being reckless. We cannot claim that there are regulations against it. Let's not nitpick, okay? This shocking news overshadowed the biggest player transfers of the summer. Everyone who follows basketball and the NBA was left bewildered. They've seen recklessness before, but never to this extent. Yang along with Yao Ming, West, and Scola are peers, and he is only 25 this year. The youngest head coach in NBA history was 24-year-old Dave DeBusschere. However, that was over 30. Currently, the youngest head coach is Avery Johnson of the Dallas Mavericks, who, despite his nickname Little General, was already 39 when he became the team's head coach. Of course, there are instances where team owners also serve as general managers and head coaches. NBA legend Pat Riley is a shareholder of the Miami Heat and has previously held both the general manager and coaching positions. But let's not forget how old the genius Riley is. When Pat Riley first won a championship as a head coach, Yang Lee was still in diapers. What the heck, Yang Lee? Is he treating the NBA like his personal stage? This bastard bought a team just to annoy the fans. What is the league doing? Why haven't they kicked this motherfucker out of the NBA yet? The outrage from domestic fans was even more intense than that from American fans. Yao Ming has truly fallen into a pit of misfortune. How did he end up with such a foolish owner? Did this Yang get kicked in the head by a donkey as a child? Or did he kick America out of the way? They say that Chinese people go abroad to raise our nation's profile, but this jerk is simply tarnishing our image. The online backlash was overwhelming, flooding all social media platforms. Even the NBA's official email was inundated with complaints. If Yang Lee's previous actions were tolerable, this time Stern could no longer sit idly by. Nonsense, this is absolute nonsense. Stern slammed his hand on the table. Adam, call Yang Lee right now. The phone rang for a while before Yang Lee finally picked up. Hello, Mr. Stern, Yang Lee said nonchalantly from the other end. I wonder why you called me. You should know. Stern turned around and shouted into the speakerphone. You may have indeed bought the Houston Rockets, but that does not mean you can act recklessly. I hold a coaching certificate, Yang Lee replied, then countered. Is there a league rule that prohibits team owners or general managers from serving as head coaches? After all, Yang Lee had been an assistant coach in his previous life. Getting a certificate was a piece of cake. Stern was momentarily at a loss for words. Of course there is no such rule, said Xiaohua, who was beside him. However, the league now doubts your ability to serve as a head coach. Whether I have that ability will only be known once the season starts. Yang Lee said somewhat impatiently. All right, I am currently having lunch with my assistant coach. If there's nothing else, I will. Assistant coach? Stern asked in surprise. Are you already assembling a coaching staff? That's right. We are currently in Manhattan discussing the team's plans for the new season, Yang Lee said. Stern and Xiaohua exchanged glances. Yang Lee was quite serious. If you two haven't had a meal yet, Yang Lee continued as they remained silent. You can come over and join us right here. 10 minutes later, two white elderly men, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, walked into a Chinese restaurant in Manhattan. At that moment, Yang Lee was sitting face to face with a robust, middle-aged white man. It was unclear whether they were enjoying their conversation too much or if their eyesight was poor. Until Stern and Xiaohua sat down at the table behind Yang Lee, neither Yang Lee nor the white man across from him noticed them. Stern recognized the white man sitting opposite Yang Lee. He was none other than his old friend's son, Mike Malone. NBA fans should be quite familiar with Mike Malone. He was the head coach of the Denver Nuggets, the 22-23 NBA championship winner. Of course, at this time, he was still an obscure little assistant coach. Just a few days ago, the New York Knicks had decided to hire Larry Brown as the head coach for the 2005-2006 season. Larry Brown had his own assistant coaching team, which meant that Malone would undoubtedly be optimized out. Originally, Malone would have gone to the Cleveland Cavaliers on the recommendation of Popovich to serve as an assistant to Mike Brown. However, Yang Lee reached out to Malone first and sincerely invited him to be his assistant with a high salary. At first, Malone thought Yang Lee was joking until he saw the news of Yang Lee being appointed as the head coach of the Rockets. Before he had time to be surprised, Yang Lee had already appeared in New York. The two then went to a Chinese restaurant and enjoyed drinks together. Stern and Xiaohua eavesdropped from across. Since Yang Lee had his back to them, it was perfectly normal for him not to see them. Meanwhile, Malone, sitting opposite Yang Lee, had already been drinking quite a bit before they arrived. Yang Lee and Malone were not shy in front of others, happily savoring red wine, while discussing their respective understandings and analyses of the Triangle offense and Princeton offense. As the conversation progressed, the two found themselves increasingly in sync and excited. As the saying goes, when the wine flows, emotions run deeper. In the midst of their chat, Malone directly called Yang Lee my dear little brother. This call made Yang Lee laugh. Malone was someone's daddy, and I was Malone's little brother. So wouldn't I then become someone's uncle? Stern had been listening for a while, and his previously furrowed brows gradually relaxed. This Yang Lee was indeed not the clueless rookie he appeared to be. The topics discussed by him and Malone, while theoretical, were certainly not mere empty talk. At the very least, their understanding of the game and basketball was undoubtedly at a professional level. Let's go, Stern said with a smile, standing up and signaling to Xiaohua to leave. As they reached the restaurant entrance, Stern suddenly asked Xiaohua, Adam, what do you think? We've had 3 consecutive years of ratings falling short of expectations. Yang Lee's involvement might really bring a catfish effect to the league. After Xiaohua spoke, he glanced back at the two in the restaurant. At that moment, Yang Li and Malone were thoroughly intoxicated, having loosened their ties and tossed them behind. Yang Li even stood up and taught Malone to play a drinking game. Xiaohua was instantly speechless and disdainfully added, "But I think the chances are slim." After they left, Yang Li and Malone continued to drink. The owner of the Chinese restaurant was Chinese and had not seen anyone drinking and playing games in Manhattan for a long time. He found it amusing today, not only stopping the waiter who wanted to intervene, but also retrieving a bottle of erguotu from the back of the wine cabinet to hand to the waiter. "Take it to that table of guests. As long as they don't destroy the restaurant, let them be." The next day, Yang Li was awakened by the glaring sunlight and rubbed his temples vigorously. The strength of erguotu is indeed something else. Saying this, he turned over facing away from the sunlight and instinctively hugged the blonde beauty beside him. "I have to go out later. I can't stay with you today. Once you feel better, I'll have my assistant take you to the airport. I really wish I could stay with you a few more days, but unfortunately I have to go to Miami to handle some matters." "Then you can stay a few more days in Miami," the blonde beauty said excitedly. "The next stop for our new movie promotion? That's great, then we'll meet in Miami." After saying this, Yang Li reluctantly released her from his embrace. This blonde beauty was none other than Scarlett Johansson, known to film fans for her role as Black Widow. Not long ago, she met Yang Li while promoting her new movie Escape from Clone Island in Houston. Upon learning that Yang Li was the owner of an NBA team, she wasted no time in dumping her boyfriend Josh Hartnett, with whom she had just been in a relationship for 2 months. As a seasoned basketball fan, she arranged to play a game with Yang Li that very night. Yang Li's basketball skills are quite remarkable, and Black Widow's skills are equally impressive. The two quickly established a friendship through their shared love for the game, which continues to this day. Of course, Yang Li has many basketball friends and a busy schedule, so they can only find time to meet occasionally to play together. For instance, during Yang Li's recent trip to New York for the draft, Black Widow happened to be away promoting her film, which is why Yang Li brought Gal Gadot along. Ultimately, Yang Li's primary profession is that of a time management master, while his side job is being the owner of a basketball team. After bidding farewell to Black Widow, Yang Li took a nap before heading out to catch a flight to Miami. As the head coach of a team, he certainly wouldn't have just one assistant coach. The goal of this trip to Miami is to meet with the Heat's assistant coach, Erik Spoelstra. For veteran fans, Coach Spoelstra is perhaps more renowned than Coach Malone. After all, Coach Spoelstra led the Miami Heat to 2 NBA championships. However, at the time, there was considerable debate regarding Coach Spoelstra's coaching abilities. Many claimed he was merely a puppet, asserting that even his grandmother could lead 3 Hall of Fame players to a championship. Nonetheless, Coach Spoelstra proved his doubters wrong through his actions. In the 2023 NBA playoffs, he took a team comprised of veteran players, overlooked undrafted talents, and castoffs from other teams. He successively defeated the Bucks and the Celtics, the top 2 teams in the Eastern Conference, forcefully advancing to the finals. Even after defeating the Celtics, who boasted first-team Jason Tatum and second-team Jaylen Brown, outsiders still believed the Heat would be swept in the finals like the Los Angeles Lakers. However, despite losing 1 game, the Heat fought hard to claim victory in Game 2 while playing on the road. Although they ultimately lost 14 to the Denver Nuggets, led by Coach Malone. Still, this Heat team is undoubtedly a legendary chapter in NBA history. It was after this playoff year that Coach Spoelstra finally gained the recognition he deserved. Of course, Yang Li never expected that Spoelstra would possess such elite coaching abilities 18 years ago. What he admired was Spoelstra's almost obsessive, fierce coaching style. One aspect is the 3-hour training method. This involves an hour and a half of free training for the players, followed by an hour and a half of intense physical conditioning, pushing the players to their limits. Another aspect is the strict control of players' body fat percentages. The team regularly checks each player's body fat, and exceeding the limit even once results in a fine of 1,000. If it exceeds twice, the fine increases to 3,000, and a third violation leads to a suspension. Unless it's a veteran like Uncle Moo, everyone is treated equally and the rules are strictly enforced. Speaking of which, Spoelstra's requirement has a notable flaw. How would he handle coaching a human pork belly essence? In any case, what Yang Li needs from Spoelstra is to be the team's chief training assistant. Before coming to Miami, Yang Li conducted a little investigation. Currently, Spoelstra's role within the Heat coaching staff is quite inconspicuous. He was only promoted from video analyst to assistant coach in 2004. However, this assistant coach is not the type who analyzes tactics alongside the head coach. At that time, there were not 10, but at least 8 assistants like Spoelstra in the team. Spoelstra was responsible for training 2 players, and their identities reveal his status within the team. One was Dorell Wright, selected 19th overall by the Heat in the first round of 2004, who only played 3 games in the entire 04-05 season. The other player was Yi Jianlian, who played his last year in the NBA. De Gea served as the team's starting center, wearing jersey number 4, ranked behind Alonso Mourning and yet compared to Light, who had appeared in only 3 games, De Gea fared considerably better, earning 20 appearances over the entire season. At the time, Spoelstra trained alongside these 2 players, making him unsurprisingly the most inconspicuous member of the coaching staff. Thus, Spoelstra's full potential remained unrecognized, or at least not yet fully uncovered, by Pat Riley. Recruiting him now into one's own coaching staff was in essence a shrewd acquisition of undervalued talent. Chief assistant trainer. Spoelstra reacted with evident surprise upon hearing the title Yang Li offered. I know you currently serve as a training assistant with the Miami Heat. Yang Li tapped the tabletop lightly with his finger. The responsibilities are familiar to you. I'm confident you'll excel in this role in Houston. But Coach Riley, Spoelstra hesitated. Yang Li smiled. He knew precisely what lay unspoken gratitude, loyalty, and the weight of mentorship. Riley, a sharp-witted businessman, deployed such rhetoric universally. Wasn't his apparent candor merely predicated on Spoelstra's utility? Wade too had fallen prey to Riley's emotional appeals, twice accepting pay cuts costing him over 20. Of course, Riley was but one among several architects of that outcome. Details need not be elaborated. Those who understand, understand. Yang Li prepared to deliver a counter-persuasion lecture. Dallas Mavericks long proclaimed Steve Nash their franchise cornerstone. Yet last summer they offered him a mere $8 million annual contract. You know what followed. Spoelstra nodded thoughtfully. He was well aware of Nash's saga. Due to Mark Cuban's notorious frugality, contract negotiations between Dallas and Nash had reached an impasse. The Phoenix Suns seized the moment, presenting Nash with a 6-year $65.6 million offer. Cuban declined to match it, and the Suns secured Nash's services. Last season, under Nash's leadership, the Suns surged from the Western Conference's basement to its summit. If Riley truly valued you, that esteem would manifest in your salary. Yang Li slid a pre-prepared contract across the table toward Spoelstra. I hear your current salary stands at $1,000. I'm offering you $5,000. Spoelstra's mouth fell open in astonishment. His eyes widened, as if witnessing a flagrant officiating injustice. According to Yang Li, genuine regard from leadership must be quantified in compensation. A 5-fold raise. Was that not 5-fold validation? Consider that the average NBA head coach earned approximately $3 million annually. Some first-time head coaches lacking proven success commanded salaries as low as $1 million. Yet Spoelstra, an assistant, was being offered $5,000 by the Rockets. Was Yang Li truly serious? Sippo picked up the contract on the table and examined it carefully. The figure stated in the contract was truly $5,000. He had seen Yang Li on television and in news reports, so it was impossible for it to be a fraud. In an instant, Sippo found Yang Li in front of him to be somewhat handsome. Yang Li's various behaviors during the off-season were too whimsical, even a bit foolish. However, when he made a generous move, he appeared so dashing. Sippo reasonably suspected that someone like Yang Li, after suddenly purchasing a team, would display a frenzied retaliatory spending spree. But this should only be temporary. He needed to quickly sign the contract before Yang Li regained his sanity. You can sign right now, Yang Li said as he took out his pen and pushed it forward, but I must remind you to think carefully about the last clause. The final clause of the contract concerned the penalty for breach. Due to the peculiar nature of the NBA, players in the league typically do not have breach penalties. However, coach contracts can certainly include such a clause. Generally, only high-profile coaches have this to safeguard their interests. If you want to fire me, that's fine. Just pay the breach penalty. But the penalty set by Yang Li is mutually. During Sippo's contract period, the Rockets cannot arbitrarily dismiss him. At the same time, Sippo also cannot resign without cause, otherwise he too would have to pay a hefty breach penalty. Not just Sippo, Yang Li provided a similar contract to Malone. Both had an annual salary of $5,000 with a term of 5 years. Yang Li did this to bind Malone and Sippo to his ship for at least 5 years. Establishing a dynasty team requires not only a stable roster, but also a stable coaching staff. No need to think about it, I accept. Sippo decisively picked up the pen on the table and signed the contract. After securing Sippo, Yang Li had him and Malone recruit some people to complete the coaching staff. Then the two collaborated to lead the team in the summer league. Thus, Yang Li's work could be considered temporarily concluded. He decided to give himself a break, as Miami was indeed a vacation paradise on the South Coast. Having come this far, it would be a disservice to Black Widow not to enjoy a couple of days. Just as Yang Li was sunbathing with sunglasses, his phone suddenly rang. The caller was surprisingly De Yao, who was engrossed in online gaming. Hello, De Yao? Yang Li answered the phone lazily. Sorry to bother you, Yang Zong. Don't call me Yang Zong anymore, Yang Li said. I am now the head coach of the team. You should call me Coach Yang. Oh. De Yao on the other end was instantly stunned. When did this happen? Yang Li helplessly rubbed his forehead. It was clear that De Yao's gaming addiction was quite severe. You should take some time to check the news, Yang Li said. During your gaming binge, the team has undergone significant change. Oh, okay, I will check it out after hanging up, Yao replied repeatedly. So what do you need from me? Yes, it's like this. Yao hesitated, seemingly unsure of how to start. Coach, do you know about Deji? Yes, of course I know. Li nodded, thinking to himself that not only did he know he was currently in the same city as Deji. Deji just called me, Yao said. The Heat no longer plan to renew his contract, and he has contacted several Li was quite familiar with Deji. All right, I understand. Tell him to contact Eric Spoelstra and come to Houston with him in a few days. Thank you so much, Yao. Yao exclaimed, smiling with relief. Thank you for giving him a chance for a tryout. But before Yao could fully rejoice, Li directly said, who said I was giving him a tryout opportunity. Huh. Yao instantly looked utterly bewildered. Hadn't Li just made it perfectly clear a moment ago? If Deji wasn't allowed to attend the tryout, then what on earth was he doing going to Houston? To watch a satellite launch. $1 million per year. Sign him outright. Li declared decisively. Huh. Yao's bewilderment deepened into utter stupefaction. Had he somehow activated the face fruit? A single phone call to Li, his boss and general manager, had just secured Deji a $1 million contract. No, it wasn't about Li doing him a favor. He had his own plan. Deji had always been a key piece in that plan, and besides, Deji himself was exceptionally amiable. Why not lend him a hand? Now that you've brought up Deji, Li added, why don't you also reach out to Delu and ask if he'd like to join the Rockets? I absolutely wanna. A faint yet thunderous voice erupted from the other end of the line. This time it was Li who stood dumbfounded. For heaven's sake, lower your voice. I'm about to go deaf. Yao roared, yanking the headset off his ear. Coach, my apologies. Yao hastily explained over the phone. We're currently running TeamSpeak together, battling in the wilds. To be precise, we're being camped. Delu chimed in from the other end. Now it all makes sense. Li instantly understood. Back in his day, he too had been a devoted warrior. During dungeon raids, voice coordination via TeamSpeak had been non-negotiable. Hearing that Yao and Delu were gaming together on TeamSpeak, long-buried memories surged back with startling force. Li resolved that once this whirlwind subsided, he'd rejoin the world of Warcraft Legion and raid dungeons alongside Yao and the rest. Wait a moment. Li suddenly recalled something critical. Delu, you're supposed to be preparing for the Asian Championship, aren't you? Well, today's our day off, Delu stammered awkwardly. Day off? Only now did Yao realize something was deeply amiss. Coach Yunus is legendary for his strictness. How could he possibly grant you a day off? All right, fine. I'll tell you the truth. Delu finally caved. Today, Daba approached the leadership, declaring he wanted one last shot at the NBA and formally requested to withdraw from the national team. No surprise there. In Li's memory, Daba hadn't participated in this year's Asian Basketball Championship at all. And then Coach Yunus found out. Delu continued. He flew into a rage, pointed straight at Daba's nose, and unleashed a blistering tirade. So today's training was canceled outright. Typical Daba, picking the most inconvenient moment to stir up trouble. Yao had already undergone surgery, rendering him ineligible for the Asian Championship. And Deji, originally the national team's other star center, now stood officially dismissed. That left Daba as the sole reliable center remaining on the roster. Granted, Datang was also on the squad, but setting aside the absurdity of fielding only one center, Datang himself was simply unreliable. Domestically, he struck like thunder. Internationally, he wilted like grass. Datang, in a word. With Daba now withdrawing, it was like rubbing salt into Coach Yunus's open wound. I heard. Delu sighed, continuing. The leadership is considering recalling Yao, even if he has to roll onto the court in a wheelchair. Silence fell upon all three. Li sighed inwardly. Was this the fabled butterfly effect? Your blue shoes may rot from within, but don't drag my Houston Rockets down with you. You may discard Yao without consequence, but who then will safeguard the future of my franchise? No, this crisis must be resolved, and swiftly. Yao Li broke the silence. Could you act as an intermediary and help me contact the leadership of the Blue Shoes? 3 days later. An article titled "It was a leave of absence, not a defection, uncovering the truth behind Deji's absence" was published. The byline read, Judy Fred, the very journalist who had previously branded Deji a defector. The report meticulously reconstructed every detail of the so-called Deji incident. In the United States, however, it stirred barely a ripple. After all, Deji was no longer even a fringe NBA player. Few fans cared anymore about players like Deji or Daba, whose NBA careers had long since faded into obscurity. American media attention toward Chinese players focused exclusively on Yao. Yet when domestic outlets republished the piece, it ignited a nationwide firestorm. So, for all these years we had misjudged Deji. And why had this article surfaced now? Naturally, thanks to Li's financial clout. American media were no bastion of unfettered editorial independence. They were merely human megaphones for power and capital. So long as no core principle was violated, writing a single article for a substantial fee was hardly a sacrifice. Meanwhile, Yang Li sat inside the Blue Shoes conference room. His mission extended beyond resolving De Yao's situation. He harbored a far more strategic objective, leveraging the Asian Championship's visibility to launch advertising campaigns in China, paving the way for his company's domestic market entry. After all, in the coming era, the Chinese market was the global market. I trust I've already clarified De Yao's medical condition in full detail. Yang Li placed De Yao's injury report aside and continued. If you wish for him to represent China on the international stage for the next decade, or even 15 years, you must allow him to heal completely. The assembled officials exchanged glances, then lapsed into collective silence. We understand everything you've said. Li Yanwei, chairman of the Blue Shoes, spoke up. But if De Yao refuses to return, how do we guarantee results and deliver results to our superiors? Yang Li suppressed a wry smile. I have 3 proposals. Please consider them carefully. Out of respect for the leadership, Yang Li rose to his feet before speaking. First, I recommend reinstating De Ji into the national team for this year's Asian Championship. Li Yanwei folded his arms, offering no reaction to Yang Li's first proposal. Truth be told, he'd already arrived at the same conclusion independently. Public opinion was already surging. Fan demand for De Ji's return had reached a fever pitch. This was the perfect opportunity to gracefully reverse course and welcome De Ji back. Second, following the conclusion of the summer training camp, and until the Asian Championship begins, the Houston Rockets will serve as the national team's official practice partner. All associated expenses will be borne entirely by the Rockets. No sooner had he finished than murmurs rippled across the room. Having an NBA team serve as sparring partners would yield far superior results than internal drills alone. And best of all, they'd be paying to provide this service. What stroke of fortune! Even Li Yanwei gave a subtle, approving nod. Such NBA-level preparation would undoubtedly elevate the national team's performance. And the fact that it came at zero cost struck directly at the heart of his priorities. After all, though no actual funds would be spent, formal expense reports could still be filed and invoices conveniently generated. One glance at Li Yanwei's shrewd expression told Yang Li exactly what was running through his mind. Humph, another set of parasites. Third, during the tenure of this current Blue Shoes administration, Yang Li paused deliberately, then offered Li Yanwei a faint, knowing smile. Excluding De Yao, De Ji, and De Ba, who have already entered the NBA, the Rockets will sign at least one Chinese player annually to their 15-man roster. Bringing select national team stars to the Rockets for development would significantly alleviate De Yao's competitive burden during international tournaments. After all, only 12 or 13 players truly see meaningful minutes on any given team. Adding 1 or 2 developmental prospects changes nothing. Though ostensibly framed as concern for De Yao's health, this was merely a fraction of the motivation. The thought of China's men's basketball team losing to Japan in the future filled Yang Li with seething indignation. Let the Blue Shoes crumble. Let the CBA wallow in its feudal-style basketball. Even the title of Asia's dominant team could be surrendered. But under no circumstances would he allow China's men's basketball team to lose to Japan. That single conviction alone compelled him to act. As soon as the words were spoken, the conference room erupted in an uproar. It must be said Yang Li's third point struck at Li Yanwei's sore spot. Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, and Monk Botter, these 3 had already entered the NBA before he took office. Wang Zhizhi entered the NBA in 2000, Monk Botter in 2001, and Yao Ming was the first overall pick in 2002. For 3 consecutive years, domestic players had entered the NBA, and there was even a first overall pick. This was indeed the most glorious period for the Blue Shoes' achievements. However, ever since Li Yanwei took office in 2003, there had been no domestic players entering the NBA for 3 years straight. The only close one was Liu Wei in 2004, but unfortunately he was cut by the Kings before the start of the 2004-2005 season. Moreover, Yang Li boldly speculated. It is highly likely that in their eagerness to send a high-ranking domestic player to the NBA, the Blue Shoes had assisted Yi Jianlian in age falsification during the 2007 draft. According to NBA draft regulations, international players who have reached the age of 19 automatically qualify for the draft if they meet any of the following criteria. 1. They must be at least 22 years old in the calendar year of the draft. 2. They must have signed a contract with a professional basketball team within the United States other than the NBA and have played under that contract. Yi Jianlian was actually born in October 1984, and he would turn 22 in October 2000. Therefore, theoretically, Yi Jianlian should have automatically entered the draft in 2006 and had no qualification to participate in the 2007 NBA draft. In that case, Yi Jianlian would most likely have been selected in the early second round in 2006. At most, a team might have considered the domestic market and offered a late first-round pick. The Blue Shoes' behavior of forcing progress indirectly ruined Yi Jianlian's NBA career. If Yi Jianlian could have entered the NBA in 2006 as a second-round pick, then he could have started as a role player, gradually honing his skills, enhancing his competitiveness, and becoming a competent NBA rotation player. Instead of being thrust into a starting position from the beginning where his weaknesses were magnified for all, there was even a more ideal scenario. The Rockets in this timeline had a second-round pick at the 32nd position in 2006. If the Rockets had chosen Yi Jianlian with that pick, he could have become a valuable assistant to Yao Ming on the national team. With Yao Ming the big brother of the national team, Yi Jianlian's character flaws would not have been a problem. Unfortunately, the Blue Shoes have always liked to engage in such short-sighted actions. After all, once this term is over, who knows if they will still be around for the next one. It is crucial to achieve results during their tenure. Now Yang Li proactively proposed to absorb a domestic player into the NBA each year, which made Li Yanwei quite tempted. Your suggestion will be taken into serious consideration. Li Yanwei spoke in official terms. At the same time, I would like to briefly express my thoughts. Yang Li nodded, sitting down with a serious expression as he looked at Li Yanwei. Don't forget, your Houston Rockets also need to practice before the season starts. Li Yanwei tapped his fingers on the table twice. So this is not the Rockets serving as practice partners for the national team, but rather the national team serving as practice partners for the Rockets. Yes. Yang Li chuckled awkwardly, his understanding of domestic leadership increasing several-fold. You need to think this matter through, Li Yanwei said, slamming his hand on the table. This is equivalent to us mobilizing the entire nation to assist the Rockets in training at such a critical time as we prepare for the Asian Games. Leader, actually, I am here to discuss business today. Yang Li, understanding Li Yanwei's meaning, smiled and extended a finger. We Huali want to sponsor this year's Asian Championship with a sponsorship fee of 10 million. Expanding the domestic market. Yang Li had long had this plan. This cooperation with the Blue Shoes was merely the first step for Huali to enter the domestic market. Finally, the matter was settled and the sponsorship contract was quickly signed. Everything was progressing smoothly according to Yang Li's plan. Using this 10 million as a stepping stone was actually not too much. His grandfather was Yang Guochang, a Chinese machinery tycoon in Texas. The Guoli Machinery Company he managed primarily produced large agricultural machinery and occupied a significant share of the European and American markets. Yang Li understood the future development trends. Motor manufacturing and battery manufacturing would be the hot fields moving forward. The motor business actually accounted for only a small portion of Guoli Machinery Company's operations. Thus, Yang Li had taken over this part of the business early on and had already severed ties with Guoli. As a foreign investment, he smoothly became a target for domestic investment attraction. He set up his company domestically, and even the name didn't sound like a foreign enterprise, Huali Electric. The main business was producing motors and batteries, providing component services for numerous domestic electric vehicle brands. Thanks to the booming development of the domestic electric bicycle market by 2005, the motor industry was already beginning to gain momentum. Yang Li could take advantage of this sponsorship of the national men's basketball team to promote Huali and enhance brand value. By then, brands like Ima and Yadi would definitely come looking for Huali as a supplier. Moreover, Huali could even produce its own brand of electric bicycles, preparing to join the ranks of new energy in the future. 3 days later, just when everyone thought Yang Li had finally calmed down, a piece of news once again exploded across major media outlets. The Houston Rockets have signed domestic players Wang Ziji and Lu Wei. After Yang Li had set off several firecrackers in succession, the cesspool had just begun to settle. As a result, Yang Li threw another firecracker in when everyone was caught off guard. This barrage of scandalous news was once again fed to the mouths of the onlookers. You still say the trade of McGrady to support Yao Ming was without ulterior motives. It's clearly meant to annoy American fans. Even teams like the Bulls in Argentina, which are strong in international competitions, have never had 3 players serving on the same NBA team at the same time. Wang Zizi's performance with the Heat last season was completely unable to adapt to the current intensity of the NBA. I remember Lu Wei, he trialed with us in Sacramento, but his skills weren't even close to NBA level. Fuck Yang Li. The team is not your personal daycare center. Get out of the NBA. Not only could American fans not understand, but domestic fans were also baffled. What? Wang Ziji and Lu Wei are both in the NBA. They don't have that ability, do they? With that money, why not sign 2 veteran minimum contracts to strengthen the team? They've already traded McGrady away. Oh, what's the point of strengthening the team now? Signing these 2 tanking specialists is fine, and next season, they'll be gunning for the first overall pick. I think perhaps Yang Li has some dirt on the Blue Shoes. Yang Li didn't care about this at all. No, to be precise, he didn't have time to care about these matters. At this moment, he was sitting in front of the computer playing World of Warcraft with Yao Ming. Just as he was about to engage a monster, Yang Li's phone suddenly rang. Caller David Stern. Yang Li. Stern bellowed the moment the call connected. Cao Mudang, bring guards. Yang Li replied nonchalantly, placing the phone on the desk and switching to speaker mode. Does the NBA have a rule prohibiting teams from signing unrestricted free agents? But both are Chinese players. Stern clearly disapproved of Yang Li's attitude. I now reasonably suspect that the Houston Rockets engaged in improper financial transactions when acquiring these two players. You're overthinking it, Yang Li chuckled. I signed them purely with the team's long-term future in mind. Hearing this, Stern couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Adam, did you hear that? Stern mimed a dismissive gesture, flicking his fingers outward, and said, this young man claims he signed two Chinese players who barely see court time, all for the sake of the team's future. Silver looked speechless and muttered quietly, I suspect he's angling for the top draft pick. Yang Li removed his earpiece, muted the audio, and picked up the phone from his desk. Mr. Stern, you were personally involved in Yao Ming's original NBA negotiations. Yang Li spoke earnestly. There's one detail you surely recall. The Chinese Basketball Association stipulated that Yao Ming must be available on immediate call for all international competitions. Of course I remember, Stern nodded. But international tournaments are held exclusively during the off-season. There's no conflict with the NBA schedule. Then have you ever considered, Yang Li's tone turned grave, whether a player standing 7 feet 6 inches tall and weighing over 300 pounds can withstand such an intense dual-season schedule? Stern fell silent. The NBA season itself exacts tremendous physical toll, even more so for centers, the most physically demanding position. For Yao Ming, even the NBA schedule alone was taxing, forcing the club to strictly limit his minutes. But the national team operates differently. Its officials would insist Yao Ming remain on the floor for nearly the entire game. What if a loss occurred simply because had been granted too much rest? And who would bear responsibility? Wait, that doesn't add up. Stern suddenly snapped back into focus. We're discussing two Chinese players, not Yao Ming. What does he have to do with this? Why wouldn't it matter? Yang Li countered. Even minimal playing time in the NBA offers far greater developmental value than competing domestically. Stern furrowed his brow and gave a slight nod. As their skill levels improve, their contributions in international competitions will grow significantly, thus substantially relieving Yao Ming's burden. Stern and Silver exchanged glances, apparently swayed by the argument. Take the Asian Championships, Yang Li continued. If the national team can still claim victory, even without Yao Ming, won't coaching staff confident of assured success in future tournaments of similar caliber grant him more rest? Indeed, Stern nodded and said aloud, so by investing just over $1 million, I secure more rest for my franchise cornerstone, preserving his peak condition. Yang Li's voice suddenly rose sharply. Also, I've recorded this entire conversation. I'd like to know, is your call motivated solely by personal views toward Chinese players? He slammed his palm onto the desk, a resounding thud that rattled the keyboard violently. No, absolutely not. Stern's expression instantly shifted. Racial bias was not a charge to be taken lightly. Then tell me plainly, is there anything wrong with my approach? Yang Li demanded sternly. Absolutely nothing. Stern immediately broke into a warm smile. Well then, Mr. Stern, Yang Li's tone softened. If there's nothing further, I'll resume work. Reviewing game footage to refine our tactics. Before Stern could react, Yang Li ended the call. All right, Yao Ming, I'm pulling the boss. Just as Yang Li slipped on his headset, he found his character already lying dead in the graveyard. What the hell? How did I die? I wish I knew. Yao Ming cried desperately over voice chat. I was brewing potions. Then you suddenly pulled the mob. Brotherly, Yao Ming said mid-combat. There's something I've always wanted to ask you. Go ahead, ask away, Yang Li replied while casting a spell. How is it that despite your constant travel and hectic schedule, your level and gear outpace mine? Yao Ming asked, baffled. I play every single day. Yang Li replied flatly over voice chat. So, Yao Ming exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. You paid people to level you and bought your gear. No, Yang Li said coolly. I bought Blizzard. From then on, Yang Li and Yao Ming plunged headlong into online gaming. After all, what could compare to the sheer brilliance of the 60-level expansion? The game's pacing was deliberately unhurried, inviting players to savor exploration and immersion, much like the NBA style at that time. Each team meticulously executed every possession, relishing the intricate dance of offense and defense. Unlike the era following Silver's ascent, when he unilaterally reshaped the NBA's rules under the misguided premise of making games more exciting. That led to the reviled iteration where fouls were called at the slightest contact and whistles pierced the air incessantly. In 2005, a regulation game, including no overtime, lasted barely 2 hours. Later, under Silver's leadership, the NBA entered partnerships with gambling entities, turning matches into disjointed marathons where referees' whistles shattered rhythm, often stretching games beyond 3 hours without resolution. Referees exist to facilitate fair competition, not to dictate its outcome. Yang Li had already resolved given the chance he would remove silver entirely, restoring integrity and purity to the NBA arena. It was now the height of the NBA Summer League, and Yang Li had delegated full operational authority to his 2 assistant coaches. This year, the Houston Rockets dominated the Summer League, primarily due to possessing 2 elite floor generals, Chris Paul and Jose Calderon, and Luis Scola, a polished, technically refined interior presence, while players on other rosters scrambled individually, eager to impress for lucrative contracts. The Rockets executed cohesive, sophisticated sets, bearing no resemblance to a typical summer squad. Naturally, their Summer League performance drew scant attention. After all, Paul was widely regarded as one of the finest prospects from the 2005 draft class. His leadership prowess elicited little surprise. Ultimately, Luis Scola earned Summer League MVP honors, averaging 18, 6 points, 8, 2 rebounds, and 2, 4 assists per game. Scola then rejoined Argentina's national team for the late July Stankovic Cup, an event marking the first international tournament since Wang Zhiji's return to China's national squad. Notably, though the butterfly had flapped its wings, the storm remained incomplete. On July 29th, China's national men's basketball team faced Puerto Rico. With 90 seconds remaining, China led Puerto Rico by nearly 20 points, whereas in Yang Li's memory the margin had been only 11. This discrepancy arose because Wang Zhiji's return had significantly elevated the team's overall strength. During a rebound battle, Yi Jianlian clashed physically with an opponent. Humiliated by the lopsided defeat, the Puerto Rican player lost composure and struck Yi Jianlian outright. Wang Zhiji, ordinarily unhurried, exploded forward like a 14-meter lightning bolt, delivering a thunderous punch to the aggressor. The players from Puerto Rico clearly did not realize the severity of the situation. They actually took the initiative to surround Zhi, intending to attack him. As a result, Zhu Ba beside him transformed into a dragon, landing a left hook followed by a right hook, instantly knocking down 2 of them. This made the Puerto Ricans aware that those who provoke us are in danger. Ultimately, all players involved in the brawl were fined, required to apologize and reflect on their actions. De Zhi, being the first to strike, received the harshest punishment. However, De Zhi also found fortune in misfortune. After the brawl, his status as the elder brother of the national team was firmly established. After the Stankovic Cup, it was time for Yang Li and the national team to engage in the agreed-upon training phase. This was also the last battle before the national team prepared for the Asian Championship. Yang Li continued to act as a bystander. What a joke! With Ma Long and Si Bo around, did these trivial matters still require my direct involvement? However, during this time, Yang Li did not continue to indulge in online games. His first priority was to finalize the contract renewal with Yao and his team. 5 years for $75 million. This was the maximum contract Yao could secure under the current rules. This matter was quite straightforward and had no suspense whatsoever. Those who constantly speculate about what might have happened if Yao had joined the Lakers to team up with Kobe should just give it a rest. Even if Yao had not renewed early in 2005, the Rockets would have matched any offers from other teams in 2006. The alliance of Yao and Kobe was simply impossible. Moreover, the atmosphere in the league at that time was not like it was later on. Superstar players forcing teams to trade them only occurs under one condition: the team has consistently underperformed and cannot contend for the championship. At that time, the Rockets had the Yao McGrady duo, a team with genuine championship potential. The team had consistently built around Yao and McGrady and made various reinforcements. What if Yao suddenly declared that McGrady's support was insufficient and that he wanted to head to Los Angeles to team up with the sturdier Kobe? Choosing to abandon loyal fans for the sake of chasing a championship by joining a larger market team is something only a certain type of person could do. Of course, there might indeed be people capable of such actions, but Yao is certainly not one of them. After all, the older generation of players in China aren't that soft-boned, nor do they have such thick skins. After securing Yao's renewal contract, Yang Li wasted no time and started another round of trading operations. Currently, the Rockets had only one pure shooting guard, Rajabel. Although Dio can also play shooting guard with his all-around ability, the position he has performed the worst at in his career is indeed shooting guard. Therefore, Yang Li's primary goal was to find a quality backup shooting guard. This target had actually been determined long ago. He was just waiting. He wanted to see if the coincidental events that were supposed to happen after the butterfly's wings flapped would indeed occur again. To his surprise, the coincidental event truly happened once more. Recently, media reports indicated that Celtics second-year rookie Tony Allen was implicated in a shooting incident. Although Allen was not the shooter, he was still detained for 2 nights. Shortly after this incident occurred, Yang Li contacted Danny Ainge. Fans who often follow the NBA should be quite familiar with Ainge. Aside from Mr. West, he is perhaps the most skilled general manager at executing team operations. He built the Celtics' Big Three and won the championship in 2008. He sent the aging duo to the Nets in exchange for draft picks, using the 3rd overall pick to rebuild the team. The swap of Isaiah Thomas for Kyrie Irving Gobert for 10 picks. All these miraculous moves have become the talk of the fans. However, this time, Ainge wasn't so lucky, for his opponent was Yang Lee. Hello, Mr. Ainge. I am Yang Lee, the general manager of the Houston Rockets. While this is such an honor, Ainge's tone sounded a bit playful. I never expected the renowned Mr. Yang Lee would reach out to me. This comment doesn't even need translation. It's clear he's poking fun at Yang Lee, and Yang Lee had already encountered Ainge's sarcastic tone before. Back then, he traded the first overall pick to the 76ers for the third pick, additionally acquiring a high-ranking first-round draft pick. Ultimately, the Celtics selected Jason Tatum with that third pick. Later, when interviewed, Ainge sarcastically remarked that he originally intended to use the first overall pick to select the Rabbit, but ended up with the third pick and still got him. Well, isn't that just a roundabout way of saying that the management of the 76ers are a bunch of fools? Honestly, I'm interested in a certain player on the Celtics. Yang Lee stated directly. At this point, who still has the leisure to contact a team manager just to chat? Just say it. Which player are you referring to? Ainge had always held a stereotypical impression of Yang Lee from media portrayals, thus he didn't see him as a rival. Tony Allen. Yang Lee bluntly stated his target. Tony Allen is a rookie drafted 25th overall in 2004. He is currently just a role player who has only played 1 year in the NBA. Last season, he averaged only 16 minutes per game, scoring 6 points and 9 rebounds. As a shooting guard, his offensive capabilities are evidently lacking. However, as someone who has been through it, Yang Lee knows that Allen's true potential has yet to be unearthed. Although Allen isn't tall, he is strong, fast-moving, and has outstanding defensive abilities. On the court, Allen's proactive defensive attitude and exceptional defensive awareness allow him to guard positions 1 through 3. He has also been selected to the NBA All-Defensive Team for 3 consecutive years, making him one of the best individual defenders in league history. If the shooting incident hadn't occurred, Allen's trade value would likely be significantly higher. Moreover, the NBA, which emphasizes image, had just implemented dress code regulations this summer. Such incidents involving firearms not only impact external perceptions, but also greatly affect the players themselves. Furthermore, Yang Lee is not someone who plays by the book. The day before contacting Ainge, he specifically sought out a journalist, gave him some money, and had him write an article. This article was the leverage Yang Lee needed to challenge Ainge. The report blamed the root of the conflict on Tony Allen, accusing him of being the main culprit behind the incident. The true culprit behind the conflict is still uncertain, but the one currently bearing the brunt of public outrage is undoubtedly Yang Lee. Early in the morning, Angie received a phone call from Stern, who berated him mercilessly. Firearms and contraband are the red lines that the league cannot cross. His mood, already sour, brightened instantly at the thought of Yang Lee wanting Tony Allen, his eyes gleaming like a wolf spotting its prey. Initially, Yang Lee offered a second-round draft pick from the Rockets in 2006 along with some cash. In Angus' assessment, that draft pick is likely to be among the top few in the second round. This trade doesn't seem like too much of a loss, but Angie is after all Angie. Through his shrewd calculations, the Celtics ultimately acquired the Rockets' second-round draft picks for 2006 and 2007. Yang Lee gritted his teeth and reluctantly sent these 2 picks to the Celtics. After the trade was finalized, Yang Lee could no longer contain his joy and laughed out loud. He has great confidence in the current Rockets team. Even if they can't secure the top spot in the regular season, they should at least finish among the top teams in the West. These second-round picks from the past 2 years should be at least outside the 55th pick. Even with Yang Lee's acute insight, he wouldn't find any major steals at this position. Acquiring Tony Allen with these picks is akin to getting a top-tier defensive player for free. After obtaining Tony Allen, Yang Lee still faced another issue. There are several players in the Rockets roster who are not part of Yang Lee's plan. Weatherspoon needs no further mention. Yang Lee had already used his amnesty provision on him when signing DeJi and DeLu. This left only David Wesley and Mike James as the remaining guards. Yang Lee decided to first deal with the easier-to-manage Mike James. Although Mike James' playing style is quite selfish, it doesn't mean he is entirely without value. The so-called selfishness simply stems from his tendency to hold the ball and create plays on his own. Such players have garnered varying opinions over time. The negative view is ball hog, while the positive is primary ball handler. Regardless of the perspective, Yang Lee's Rockets do not need this kind of player. However, while the Rockets may not need him, other teams do. Back in the summer of 2005, the Raptors traded their starting point guard, the streetball king Alston, to acquire Mike James from the Rockets. The Raptors believed that acquiring Mike James would help fill the gap in perimeter scoring left by Vince Carter's departure. Mike James did not disappoint the Raptors management, averaging 23 points, 3 rebounds, and 5.8 assists during the 200,506 season. He effectively demonstrated that as long as he had the ball in his hands, it was possible to produce good stats. After reaching out to the Raptors management, Yang Lee expressed his desire to trade for Mike James. The other party clearly showed interest in acquiring Mike James, almost directly stating their desire. However, Yang Li had no intentions of acquiring a streetball king despite his high popularity. Alston's skills in offense defense and playmaking can be summed up in one word: mediocre. His ability is merely sufficient, but compared to Paul and Calderon, he pales in comparison. Within the Toronto Raptors, there was another player Yang Li wanted to acquire. The Red Mamba Matt Bonner, an early prototype of a space-oriented power forward. For the majority of his career, Bonner was a bench player. However, standing at 6 feet 10 inches 2.08 meters, he possesses a remarkably accurate three-point shot. Throughout his 12-year career, he maintained a three-point shooting percentage of an astonishing 41%. This is higher than previously mentioned players such as Raja Bell and Danny Green, and he even approaches Klay Thompson. One could say that as long as he is on the court, no one dares to leave him open. The space he creates is like a deserted Los Angeles street at 4 in the morning. Additionally, Bonner received the prestigious Kobe Bryant Certification Award in the league. The nickname Red Mamba was personally bestowed upon him by Kobe during a media interview. The trade negotiations went smoothly. Ultimately, the Rockets traded Mike James to the Raptors in exchange for, to balance the salary, the Raptors also sent Loren Woods to the Rockets. Do not be misled into thinking that Mike James' trade value was high simply because he was swapped for the Raptors' starting point guard Alston. In reality, Alston was sent away by the Raptors due to being a potential explosive element in the locker room. During his time with the Raptors, he had conflicts with Coach Mitchell and several teammates. He even had a physical altercation with veteran Jalen Rose in the locker room. The Raptors management had long been displeased with him. Trading him for Mike James was merely exchanging one problem for another. Due to Mike James' troublesome nature, the Rockets inevitably had to deal with him. Yang Li was able to exchange such a liability for a useful player. It appeared to be an equal exchange, but in reality the Rockets came out ahead. However, after the trade was completed, Mike James openly expressed his dissatisfaction with former team general manager Yang Li. "You traded me for 2 bench players. When I meet the Rockets next season, I'll show him what regret looks like." Yet this time Yang Li's operation didn't attract much attention. After all, Yang Li has performed so many magical maneuvers that people have developed a tolerance. But who is Yang Li? He never disappoints his fans who keep an eye on him. A blockbuster trade was soon revealed. The Houston Rockets traded David Wesley and Loren Woods to the Cavaliers in exchange for the second-round draft picks from 2006 and 2007. Yang Li actually traded away the only experienced veteran point guard on the team to acquire 2 future second-round draft picks. What is Yang Li doing just sending Wesley away like this? He seems to intend to let the Rockets completely fall apart. Otherwise, how could he do such a thing? Trading away the team's only experienced point guard, is he planning to let 2 rookies level up next season? Why am I already laughing when this Rockets team hasn't even played a single game? Yang Li saw this and merely smiled without saying a word. Paul and Calderon of course need to level up. Keeping Wesley around is just spending money to support a loafer. Moreover, this so-called Queen Bee Wesley can't defend or pass well for the Rockets. On the court, aside from being able to shoot an open three-pointer, he can hardly do anything else. What's even more exasperating is that sometimes this open three-pointer is thrown with such despair. Old fans must remember this guy has a nickname, Wei Yizhong. The meaning is clear from the literal translation. This lineup, aside from being somewhat crowded at the center position and slightly weak at the small forward position, is quite impressive. The coming days mark the beginning of the championship tournaments across various continents. Many players from the Rockets have returned home to compete, leaving Yang Li with some rare free time. After wrapping up his off-season work, he finally has the opportunity to focus on some serious business. He needs to find himself a full-time female secretary. Of course, Yang Li wouldn't be foolish enough to search for one on the streets. Instead, he went to the human resources department of his grandfather's company to browse through the applicants' files one by one. As a result, he indeed stumbled upon a familiar, yet unfamiliar job seeker, Ivanka Trump. At this time, Ivanka had just graduated and did not wish to leverage her family's connections to secure a job. In her previous life, she had applied to a small enterprise right after graduation and worked as a sales manager. Therefore, Yang Li was not surprised at all to see her applying for the position of sales manager. While others might not recognize Ivanka's true identity, when looking at her resume, Yang Li knew the Grand Princess. Thus, he eagerly began to review her resume. Ivanka Trump, born on October 30th, 1981. I'm not bad, just 1 year younger than me. Born in Manhattan, New York, graduated from the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. A high achiever, not just a pretty face. Height 180 centimeters, a weight 132 pounds, 60 kilograms. Wow, so her figure is that good. Yang Li couldn't be bothered to read the rest of the information and directly called Ivanka. That very night, he flew to Manhattan to have dinner with her. The two enjoyed red wine and chatted happily. There's an old saying that wealth brings out one's charm. Yang Li's confidence radiating from within made him particularly attractive to her. Before even finishing half a glass of red wine, Ivanka was already captivated by Yang Li. After all, Ivanka was merely a young girl stepping out of her ivory tower. What surprised Yang Li even more was that Ivanka was also a fan of basketball. That night, Yang Li played basketball with Ivanka. After that day, he had passed Ivanka's test. Ivanka readily accepted the position of Yang Li's personal secretary. Of course, being a secretary was just part of her job. Her actual title was marketing manager at Huali Capital. Huali Capital is an investment company founded by Yang Li, primarily focused on investing in emerging internet companies. There's a saying, when standing at the wind's mouth, even pigs can fly. Yang Li, who was aware of the future, was always standing at the forefront. Companies like Facebook, YouTube, Tencent, Alibaba, and other potential internet firms could either be acquired or invested in, and he could succeed with his eyes closed. This wasn't the end. Yang Li even reached out to Jack Dorsey and Zhang Yiming ahead of time. With Yang Li's comprehensive support, one founded Twitter, while the other established ByteDance. The groundwork was already laid. Now it was just a matter of reaping the rewards. Yang Li's business empire was built while he lounged around. Meanwhile, managing the NBA team seemed to require a bit more effort. After the Intercontinental Championship concluded, the Rockets players gradually returned to the team. The Houston Rockets finally welcomed their first full practice before the season begins. After briefly conducting some basic training, Yang Li gathered everyone together. His sole purpose today was clear: establish authority. Although no one would dare to act rashly in front of Yang Li as the team's owner, he was fully aware that in his capacity as head coach, he was struggling to command respect. The players had no idea that Yang Li had been an assistant coach for many years in his previous life. In their eyes, Yang Li was merely a 25-year-old who had never been involved in basketball, who had traded away the team's star player right at the beginning. Could someone like him really be the head coach of the team? Absolutely not. Yang Li was merely a figurehead, leaving all coaching responsibilities to Malone and SPO. The group stood around lazily, with a few still joking and laughing quietly. Today we will divide into teams for a training match. Yang Li said to everyone except for Yao Ming. The other 14 will be split into 2 teams for competition. Upon hearing about the training match, the restless players' eyes lit up, unable to contain their excitement. The internal training matches before the season began were undeniably significant. Beyond honing tactics, the most important purpose was to determine the team's lineup for the start of the season based on the players' performances. The better one performed in the training match, the greater the chance of becoming a starter. Of course, the training match won't be without consequences. There will be punishments for the losing side. Yang Li pointed to the baseline of the court. The team that loses will have to run 20 full-court sprints together with the coach. As soon as Yang Li finished speaking, the players' expressions revealed a surprising excitement. They were usually directed by the coach during practice, but now they could see him participating as well. How interesting. Malone and SPO exchanged knowing glances. It seemed Yang Li was indeed testing them. They'll take one team and Mike and Eric will take the other. As soon as Yang Li finished speaking, both Malone and SPO looked at him in shock. No way, is he serious? Isn't this meant to test us? He's putting himself in a tough spot. Hearing that Yang Li would personally lead a team made the players even more excited. What could be more thrilling than seeing the team owner punished with sprints? Yang Li said, "They'll let you select 3 players first, then I will choose 6, and afterward you can select 3 more, leaving 1 for the last team." After Yang Li finished speaking, he gestured for Malone and SPO to proceed. This left everyone present in a state of confusion. Letting the opponent choose 3 players first. How is that different from surrendering? Delu whispered to Deji beside him, "It's like a martial arts novel. When masters clash, they don't let their opponents take the first 3 moves, do they? What if he really is a master?" Deji whispered back, "I know he's a master at games, but when it comes to coaching, I just can't convince myself." Deji nodded in agreement. While he was very grateful for Yang Li's help, he couldn't blindly idolize him. Seeing that Malone and SPO were still stunned, Yang Li urged, "Hurry up and choose, don't waste training time." Finally, the 2 regained their senses, realizing Yang Li was serious. PJ Malone said, selecting a big center. Among the 4 centers, PJ Brown was indeed the most useful. Malone remained as devoted as ever to center players. Sean SPO chose the only legitimate small forward on the team. He had always had a soft spot for wing players with top-notch defensive capabilities. For the last pick, they discussed briefly and chose Paul over Calderon. 1 center, 1 wing player, and 1 backcourt organizer. The combination was already the best choice within the available options. Once the 3 were chosen, they stepped aside looking relaxed. Meanwhile, those who weren't selected showed disappointment and a hint of anxiety. They were genuinely afraid of being chosen by Yang Li. If they were picked, they would have to run 20 full-court sprints. "Have you chosen? Now it's my turn." Yang Li smiled and immediately began calling names: Luis, David, Matt, Raga, Jose. The 6 players called were initially stunned, then reluctantly stepped forward to join the other side. Being selected by Yang Li essentially meant the game was just a warm-up for sprints. However, Malone and SPO did not anticipate that Yang Li, with the ability to choose 6 players at once, would completely select the forward players. Reluctantly, they had to choose Diop to play power forward and then pick Tony Allen since they didn't have a shooting guard. For their last choice, they selected De Gea from the trio of Uncle Mu, De Gea, and De Lu. The players Yang Li chose were all known for their shooting. This left Uncle Mu's rim protection capabilities unable to be fully utilized. Moreover, Uncle Mu was already 39 years old at that age, and their country one would already be a grandfather. Yet Yang Li did not intend to let go of Uncle Mu and picked him anyway. To others, it seemed harsh that Yang Li still wanted Uncle Mu to join in the sprints. De Lu had come to the Rockets with a learning attitude, so being the last player chosen was expected. Thus, the rosters for the internal competition were finalized. Assistant coach team: De Gea, Brown, Diop, Battier, Tony Allen, De Lu, Paul. Head coach team: Uncle Mu, Scola, David West, Bonner, Diop, Ragabel, Calderon. On the assistant coaches' side, Brown and Battier had long been starters. Tony Allen had also been a starter for half a season with the Celtics. As for Paul, even though he had yet to play a formal match, everyone within the team understood that his strength was undoubtedly sufficient for a starting role. Among the 7 players on Yang Li's side, aside from the already 39-year-old Uncle Mu, only Ragabel had held a starting position for an extended period. Comparing the two lineups, it was evident that Malone and Spo's team was significantly stronger. Given the apparent disparity in strength on paper, Yang Li's team had no chance of winning. Uncle and David, you two take a break for now. After gathering the 7 players around him, Yang Li began to assign tactics. Luis, you'll take the center position. Today you'll be the main offense while everyone else spreads out to the perimeter. On defense, we will play a 32 zone with Raga leading at the top. Remember, only Chris and Sean have long-range shooting capabilities. After just a few brief instructions, Yang Li sent the players onto the court. The internal training had just begun, and saying too much would likely be forgotten. However, this wasn't the main reason. The primary reason was that the 5 players he sent out were all highly intelligent. Upon hearing Yang Li's tactical arrangements, they knew exactly what to do. They even began to doubt whether they had. Head coach Yang Li actually understood tactical arrangements. Meanwhile, De Yao, standing beside Yang Li, appeared completely composed. At the same time, Malone and SPO sent out their lineup of Brown, Diop, Battier, Tony Allen, and Paul. This lineup was expected and could only consist of those 5. De Gea and De Lu, if all went as expected, would spend most of the entire 05-06 season sitting on the bench, just like today. Beep. The whistle blew and the match began. Brown and Scola jumped simultaneously for the tip-off. However, it was evident that Scola was no match for Brown in this aspect. Brown deftly tapped the ball back to Paul, granting the assistant coach's team possession. The head coach's team was already aware of this outcome and had positioned themselves accordingly. Paul organized the offense from the top of the arc while Brown and Diop moved to the baseline. Seeing the defensive positioning of the head coach's team, Paul frowned slightly. On the sidelines, Malone and Spoelstra were also surprised and turned to glance at Yang Li. At that moment, Yang Li was reclining on a chair on the sidelines, his expression relaxed and content. All of them knew that the assistant coach's lineup was indeed struggling against this 32-zone defense. Although Scola and Bonner were at a disadvantage in height and strength, their combined defensive efforts in the paint could compensate for their individual shortcomings in rim protection. At the top of the arc, the strongest perimeter defender of the Rockets, Ragabel, was assigned to guard. Facing Bell, Paul clearly had a height disadvantage and did not possess a significant speed advantage either. Thus, relying on individual skill to break through would be quite challenging. Paul signaled for Brown to come up first. During his time with the Hornets, Brown had performed such dirty work for Baron Davis. When Paul waved, he instinctively moved in to set the screen. Unfortunately, the quality of the screen was not very high, and Ragabel chose to simply go around it. Brown let him go as there were still 2 teammates lurking under the basket. More than being concerned about Brown's cut, he feared that Paul would pull up for a shot after using the screen. Noticing this, Paul decisively delivered a bounce pass, securely placing the ball into Brown's hands. Brown received the basketball and charged toward the basket. However, halfway through his first step, he found himself stuffed into Scola's arms. Beep. Offensive foul. Yang Li chuckled slightly, recognizing that Brown clearly had not encountered Scola's prowess before. Scola was capable of drawing 3 offensive fouls from the opponent in a single game. Of course, there was absolutely no derogatory intent in calling him an actor here. Scola's ability to draw fouls came from standing in the right position and blocking his opponent's driving lane. He simply waited for the opponent to collide with him regardless of their strength, and then sat down on the floor. The whistle blew, resulting in an offensive foul on the opponent. This was not the kind of foul drawing where a player simply bumps into someone while holding the ball, or even falls down without contact. Good job, Luis. Yang Li gave a thumbs up. Brown, with a helpless expression while holding the ball, pulled Scola up from the floor and passed the ball to Diop, who was ready to inbound from the baseline. Diop passed the ball directly to Calderon. Once they reached the front court, Scola positioned himself in the middle of the paint while the other four spread out beyond the three-point line. Brown looked at Scola, in front of him, confusion written all over his face. No way was this Argentine rookie, who was 7 centimeters shorter than him, trying to isolate him. After all, I was once part of the all-defensive second team for 3 seasons. But after Scola secured his position, he directly reached out to Calderon for the ball. That's right, I want to take you on. Calderon, leveraging his height advantage, tossed the ball over Paul's head to Scola. Fearing that Paul would come to help defend, Calderon decisively backed off. Upon receiving the ball, Scola wasted no time and began backing down Brown. After enduring 2 hard bumps from Scola's backing down, Brown started to sweat. This rookie from Argentina was surprisingly strong. To withstand Scola, Brown had to lower his center of gravity. But unexpectedly, the next moment, Scola executed a smooth spin move and banked the ball in with his left hand. Brown barely had time to react before the basketball swished through the net. Scola smiled at Brown. The assistant coach's team initiated the next possession, and this time Brown learned from his previous mistake, setting a very solid screen. Raja Bell was unable to keep up with Paul, but luckily Calderon rushed in to cover. After being blocked by Calderon, Paul immediately realized that Tony Allen, who Calderon was guarding, was open. Allen, finding himself unguarded, chose to cut to the basket. Paul swiftly delivered a beautiful one-handed bounce pass, precisely placing the basketball into Tony Allen's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Allen opted to attack the rim. However, the problem was that there were still 2 interior defenders from the head coach's team guarding the paint. Unsurprisingly, Allen's layup was thwarted by Bonner. Scola also quickly boxed out Diop to secure the defensive rebound. Paul hastily retreated, while saying to Tony Allen, "Tony, you should have shot the 3 earlier." "Sorry, Chris." Tony Allen shrugged. "I'm not good at shooting threes." This was not an excuse. He genuinely struggled. Tony Allen's career three-point shooting percentage was only 28.2. His highest shooting percentage in a season was 38.7 in his recently concluded rookie season. However, throughout this season, he played a total of 77 games and only attempted 31 three-point shots. In games, he would only shoot threes if he was wide open. Thus, we must commend Raja Bell's defensive awareness. In the previous possession, noticing Calderon had come to help, Bell immediately navigated around the screen to pressure Tony Allen. This was also the reason why Tony Allen chose to cut instead of shooting. If it wasn't a wide-open shot, he would likely miss. The ball returned to Calderon's hands, and this time the head coach's team chose to spread 4 players outside again, allowing Scola to position himself near the paint. Having learned from the previous round's lesson, Brown was much more cautious in his defense this time. While holding off Scola's backing down, he was also wary of Scola's potential spin move. But this time, after creating enough space, Scola simply turned to face Brown and took the shot. The basketball sailed over Brown's head and swished through the net. Brown was utterly stunned, thinking, "Is this a military training exercise?" Timeout. Malone could no longer sit still and decisively signaled for a timeout. On the assistant coach's side, aside from the ball handler Paul, only Battier is capable of shooting 3-pointers. However, Dio has been tightly guarding Battier, not giving him any chance to receive the ball. What if Battier comes in to set a screen? How is that any different from suicide? 2 tall defenders, Raja Bell and Dio, would directly double-team Paul. At that point, Paul wouldn't even be able to get a shot off. After weighing his options, Malone ultimately replaced Dio with Deji. At least Deji can step out and shoot. SPO wanted to say something, but seeing that the players had already taken the court, he held back. Yang Li smiled and shook his head upon seeing Deji enter the game. This Malone is indeed the same as ever. His on-the-spot decision-making is seriously lacking. Compared to SPO and Carlisle, he can only fight prepared battles, and when the game does not go as he expects, he easily walks into a dead end. Like right now, the assistant coach's power forward lacks shooting ability, so they substituted in a power forward who can shoot. But this approach often ends up as robbing Peter to pay Paul. The game continued, and this time Paul and Deji executed a pick and roll. After the screen, Deji received Paul's pass, and with the defender still recovering, stepped on the three-point line to take a long 2-pointer. Swish! The basketball went cleanly through the net. Deji finally helped the coaching team score their first points, excitedly raising his fist. "Jose!" As Calderon dribbled past half-court, Yang Li called out, and then gave Calderon a knowing look. Calderon immediately understood and signaled for Bonner, who was already in position at the corner. Bonner quickly stepped forward to set a screen for Calderon. Deji would definitely follow Bonner, so after the screen, he switched to defend Calderon. Facing Deji's defense, Calderon faked him out before accelerating to drive past, leaving Deji behind. Just as Deji started to celebrate, a bucket of cold water was doused over him. There's no helping it, but Deji's biggest flaw is his slow defensive footwork. This flaw is a significant reason why he cannot make it in the NBA. As soon as the opposing team switches defense and sends a fast point guard to challenge Deji, he has no way to respond and can only surrender. Seeing Calderon drive to the basket, Brown hurriedly stepped forward, trying to intercept him. Calderon simply made a deft bounce pass, sending the ball from beneath Brown's arm to Scola's hands. Facing the open basket, Scola jumped up and dunked with both hands. 6-2. Scola scored 6 consecutive points, turning the assistant coach's inside game upside down. Malone's expression grew increasingly solemn. Why does it feel like every step he takes is calculated by Yang Li? Yang Li merely glanced at Malone and smiled faintly. Malone, oh Malone, why didn't you consider putting Battier at the 4 position and bringing in DeLu? Although DeLu has average overall ability, at least he can shoot spot-up threes and stay with his man on defense. But the moment Deji steps onto the court, doesn't he become a sieve on defense? Ultimately, for Malone to become a championship coach, he really has to thank Coach Yao. The overall tactical style of the Nuggets is built upon Jokic's top-notch playmaking ability. Popovich once said it wasn't Kerr who made Curry excel, nor was it me who made Duncan exceptional. This statement also applies to Malone. It wasn't Malone who made Jokic excel. Malone was simply very fortunate to encounter Jokic and successfully assist him to the top. In fact, Yang Li brought Malone in to assist him. The overall style and tactics of the Rockets are determined by what Yang Li needs is Malone's ability to support, uniting the team's locker room, enhancing team cohesion, and boosting player morale. These are what Yang Li wants Malone to focus on. As for SBO, he belongs to the type that gradually improves to the maximum level. Currently, he has done an excellent job in training players. However, his capability to coach a team has not yet reached the level he would later achieve when leading the depleted Heat to the finals. Since both of them come from a background in video analysis, their overall coaching style leans toward strategy. SPO excels at post-game reviews and adjustments for the next match, while Malone is adept at pre-game analysis of both foes and allies, planning a complete set of combos in advance. These skills are exactly what Yang Li needs the most. I'm sure that after today's scrimmage, these two will gain some insight. The game continued. Although the assistant coach's defense worsened after Deji entered the game, the offensive issues improved. This time, Paul used Deji's screen to cleverly squeeze between 2 defenders. Facing Scola under the basket, Paul threw the ball high. Brown, leaping from behind Scola, caught the basketball in midair with both hands and forcefully slammed it into the basket. The assistant coach's team finished this attack with a beautiful alley-oop. After all, this is Chris Paul, one of the league's masters at delivering alley-oops. After Brown landed, he pointed at Paul, considering this dunk a release of pent-up frustration. But Paul immediately sensed something was off and shouted, "Get back on defense." However, at this moment, Scola had already grabbed the ball with one hand, standing just outside the baseline. Whoosh. With the quarterback's long pass, the basketball landed perfectly in the hands of Dio, who had sprinted to the opposing free throw line. After receiving the ball, Dio dribbled once and took off for a one-handed dunk. From the pass to the score, the entire fast break process took less than 3 seconds. Yang Li looked at the spry Dio, feeling a mix of emotions as he chuckled dryly. Who would have thought that this coffee-loving guy would later balloon to 249 pounds, 113 kilograms? It seems necessary to add a rule: no coffee consumption during games and training. Back and forth, the first half ended with the coaching team leading by 6 points at 3-4-8. This scrimmage only consists of 2 halves, each lasting 15 minutes. During halftime, the assistant coach's side, whether coach or players, wore solemn expressions. Accepting penalties is one thing, but losing the game would be too embarrassing. How can they be outplayed by either rookies or veterans? Yang Li naturally noticed their thoughts, so he decided to increase the intensity and give them a stronger challenge. Matt, take a break, let David come in. Yang Li began to outline the second half. Luis, in the second half you'll operate from the high post. Everyone looked at Yang Li in confusion. Scola had performed well in the low post during the first half. Why suddenly move him to the high post? The rest of you remember 3 points. Run, cover, and cut to the open. Yang Li said this, and then looked at West. David, make good use of your physical advantages to help your teammates with screens. If you have the chance, go straight to the basket. Yes, coach. West had been sitting and watching for so long, eager to try out. Once everyone was on the court, Yang Li asked Yao to sit down on the nearby chair. Yao, do you remember the high position play style I told you about? Yang Li pointed to Scola on the court. This guy Scola is very good at it. Pay close attention and learn well. As soon as he finished speaking, Raja Bell slipped to the corner on the other side with West's screen. Meanwhile, Scola at the free throw line had already passed the ball to the corner. At the moment Raja Bell stopped and turned, he received Scola's pass perfectly. However, his defender Tony Allen quickly navigated around the screen to rush at him, but unfortunately, he still couldn't stop Raja Bell's shot. With a swift shot, Raja Bell hit a three-pointer. This shot was not only due to Scola's good pass, but also the high quality of West's screen that was crucial. Turning around, Paul took a three-pointer with Brown's screen. Answer ball. The young Paul was indeed tough, and Yang Li felt increasingly satisfied with his choice. It was time for the head coach's team to attack again. This time Calderon dribbled to the front court and passed the ball to Scola at the high position, then ran towards the corner. West quickly moved up to set a screen for Calderon. Dodgy decisively filled in at the corner, blocking Scola's passing route. However, this created a problem. Scola had already pulled Brown out from under the basket and Dodgy went to cover the corner position. Now the defender under the basket was only 183 centimeters tall Paul. Without any hesitation, West directly went for the bigger opponent. In desperation, Paul had no choice but to commit a foul early. After the ball was reset, it was handed to Calderon to handle. This time Calderon didn't pass the ball to Scola, but directly drove towards the basket, using Scola's screen at the high position. However, Brown reacted quickly and blocked Calderon's path immediately. What he didn't expect was that Calderon directly tossed the basketball high over his head. At the same time, West made a quick spin move to shake off Dodgy. Then he jumped high, catching Calderon's pass in midair and slammed it down hard. After landing, West clenched his fists and let out a roar. This roar was also to release the pent-up frustration and dissatisfaction within him. For the past 2 years, he had played as a role player on the team. He had even been treated as a trade piece sent to the Houston Rockets. In his first intra-team practice with the Rockets, he was still a substitute. Finally getting a chance to play, he just wanted to shout out the breath he had been holding. Yao, how about it? Do you like this partner I found for you? Yang Li asked proudly to Yao beside him. Coach, are you talking about David West? Yao inquired. Who? Yang Li retorted, and continued. Scola is indeed excellent, but his capability is not enough to be the starting power forward for the Rockets. This is not Yang Li looking down on Scola. In fact, Scola could be a starter on more than half of the teams in the league, but it doesn't work with the Rockets because they are certainly aiming for the championship. The combination of Yao and Scola has no issues offensively, but presents significant problems defensively, especially when facing teams with top interior players like Duncan Nowitzki and Garnett. Scola can act as the tactical core of the second unit for the Rockets. This would allow Scola's strength to be maximized, contributing the most to the team's victories. Yao. Yang Li continued, I know your idol is Sabonis, so I want you to learn his playing style. Coach, are you serious? Before Yang Li could finish, Yao stood up excitedly. Can I really play like Sabonis? Can you not shout so loudly? Yang Li pulled at his pants and pressed him down. I watched the game footage from your rookie season. I believe you can absolutely play like Sabonis. It's just a pity about that year. Yao certainly knew what Yang Li was lamenting. Rudy Tomjanovich was the first mentor Yao encountered in the NBA. Unfortunately, Yao's rookie season was not over when Coach Tomjanovich resigned due to bladder cancer. The Houston Rockets, who had hopes of making the playoffs, finished 9th in the West and missed the postseason. Coach Tomjanovich's coaching style was to provide a stage for superstars to fully showcase their talents. In between Jordan's 2 three-peats, it was Olajuwon who led the Rockets to 2 consecutive championships. Yang Li believed that the most crucial factor in the Rockets' back-to-back titles was the team adjustment made by Coach Tomjanovich in the summer of 1992. At that time, the primary point guard for the Rockets was our old friend Kenny Smith, who was the main initiator of the offense for that Rockets team. Coach Tomjanovich's adjustment was to deliberately reduce Kenny's ball-handling duties and increase Dream's playmaking responsibilities. The result of this adjustment was that in the 92-93 season, Dream not only reached a record high of 3.5 assists per game, but also set a new scoring record of 26.1 points per game. The Rockets' record also jumped from 9th in the West last season to 2nd in the West. Of course, last season's 9th place in the West was due to Dream's injury, but looking back one more season, the Rockets' record was only 6th in the West. In short, this adjustment completely activated the strongest Dream. Ultimately, in the 93-94 season, the Houston Rockets successfully reached the top and claimed the championship. In contrast, during the time Coach Tomjanovich was at the helm, Yao had many spectacular passes. What backhand assists to Mobley, and what 45-degree waist passes straight to the basket. However, these spectacular passes vanished almost overnight with the arrival of the new coach Jeff Van Gundy. Then we witnessed a Yao whose play became increasingly rigid and whose movement slowed down. Jeff Van Gundy's dismissal was certainly not unjust. His coaching philosophy was far too rigid, making it impossible for him to become an excellent team head coach. Coach, don't worry. Yao looked at Yang Li with determination. I will definitely work hard to become the new towering figure of the world. Yang Li awkwardly smiled, thinking that this young Yao was still a bit naive. By the way, Yao, there's one thing you must not forget. Sabonis has the ability to shoot three-pointers. Sabonis possesses a reliable three-point shot. NDA. Yao furrowed his brows slightly, then nodded firmly. And he had grasped Yang Li's intent. He was to refine his own three-point shooting. What is the purpose of high-post screening? Yang Li asked, and immediately answered himself in, to stretch the floor sufficiently, creating space for teammates to cut backdoor and relocate dynamically. Beside him, Yao listened with the earnest attention of a diligent student. The farther the screener spaces out, the more room teammates gain. Yang Li gestured toward the court as he spoke in. If your shooting range extends only to mid-range or beyond, but stops short of three-point territory, you cede the paint entirely to teammates' movement. Yet if you command the three-point shot, you surrender the entire area within the arc. freeing teammates to find optimal positioning and generate higher quality scoring chances. Yang Li, having studied Nikola Jokic's game, closely understood this principle with crystalline clarity. And had Jokic lacked three-point range, opposing centers could sag off confidently. They could contest his mid-range jumpers and rotate swiftly to protect the rim. In such a scenario, Jokic's impact would diminish dramatically. But Jokic does shoot threes, so the calculus shifts entirely. And even the league's most elite rim protectors must honor him at the three-point line. Otherwise, Professor Jokic lifts and fires, teaching an unforgettable lesson. NDA Yao nodded in agreement. Sabonis had tormented international opponents with precisely this weapon. Your ankle hasn't fully healed yet. No need to join team drills, Yang Li continued. Use this time to build upper body strength and master the three-point shot. Indeed, Yao's ankle recovery presented an unexpected opportunity for holistic development. Lower body training remained off limits. Not that it was strictly necessary. As a rookie, the leaner Yao had already isolated against Ben Wallace, driving past him like Allen Iverson before dunking emphatically. Wallace, already the league's premier interior defender, possessed elite strength. Further lower body gains would yield negligible on-court benefits, while compromising speed and agility, resulting in pure diminishing returns. Conversely, upper body development enhanced both physicality and ball protection. Pairing strength work with intensive shooting repetition allowed touch to evolve organically alongside growing power. Next, Yang Li outlined a concise verbal plan for Yao's upcoming regimen. As they conversed, the intra-squad scrimmage concluded. Predictably, the head coach's squad claimed victory. Ni's players celebrated exuberantly. The assistant coach's team slumped in dejection. They struggled to comprehend it. On paper, their roster held clear advantages, yet they'd been dominated throughout. Brown felt especially aggrieved. He'd started at center for the Hornets, yet here a rookie had overwhelmed him. Malone and Spoelstra fared even worse. While other players finished their sprints, the two assistants still lagged by 7 or 8 laps. Under collective scrutiny, they finally completed their grueling shuttle run session. Yang Li reconvened the group for another address. This time no one stood lazily or glanced away. All stood upright, eyes fixed intently on Yang Li. Nearly your indifference stemmed from perceiving him as little more than a novelty head coach, a dilettante. But facts outweigh rhetoric. Despite selecting last, Yang Li had assembled a cohesive unit that decisively bested the assistant squad. Ni's capability required no further validation, like Tim Duncan arriving in San Antonio. In his very first Spurs training session, Duncan dismantled David Robinson, the Admiral, and instantly cemented his status as the franchise's cornerstone for 2 decades. Yang Li embodied the same ethos. The NBA honors competence above all. Power speaks loud. When Jianlian failed to secure consistent NBA minutes and returned home, pundits blamed his personality, claiming he couldn't assimilate into American team culture. Yet truthfully, had he possessed Yao's caliber, his temperament, even if abrasive, would have drawn competitive offers from every contender. Still, persuasion demands both reason and virtue. After practice, Yang Li ushered everyone onto the team bus, bound for Houston's most acclaimed Chinese restaurant, the Yao Restaurant. Tonight's entire bill is on Coach Yang. Yao greeted the group with a warm smile as they entered. That afternoon, Yang Li had reserved the restaurant's largest private dining room, anticipating this post-practice celebration. Players, assistants, and trainers alike attended. May I say a few words? Yang Li raised his glass. First, to celebrate our inaugural preseason team gathering. Second, to share a taste of our nation's culinary heritage. Aside from Yao, Ji, and Lu, everyone else wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Yang Li's distinctly Chinese toast left them utterly perplexed. No formalities tonight. I'll drink first as a gesture of respect. With that, Yang Li drained his glass in one smooth motion, then proudly displayed the empty bottom. Glances flickered among the group, hesitant, uncertain. Kong Mang Zhu and Ko. Yao echoed, raising his glass and downing it instantly. Ji followed suit without hesitation. Brother, we're drinking red wine, not beer, Lu murmured softly beside him, before lifting his own glass and finishing it. Seeing this, others followed suit, raising glasses and drinking deeply in unison. After swallowing, Malone pulled out his ever-present notebook and jotted down several lines, whispering, "Brilliant. Today I've absorbed yet another layer of red wine culture." The next morning, as dawn broke, everyone stirred awake, finding themselves resting comfortably in individual rooms. Those separated, their gazes converged instinctively upon the breathtaking view beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Wow, Coach Yang truly thinks big," Lu exclaimed, standing before the window, eyes alight. "I've never stayed in such a magnificent hotel, not even once. And it's nestled right inside a scenic reserve." Moments later, a blonde woman in a maid's uniform knocked gently and escorted Lu to breakfast. Yang Li was already seated there, greeting Lu warmly. "Lu, Please take a seat. In Coach Yang. Lu beamed as he settled beside Yang Li and took a sip of soy milk. This hotel is extraordinary. The garden outside dwarfs any public park back home. Must have cost a fortune for one night, right? Yang Li sipped his stomach-soothing congee calmly and replied, "It's my home." Cough, 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 cough. Lu spat out a mouthful of sour soy milk. Just moments earlier, standing by the second-floor window in his room, he had leisurely admired the surrounding scenery. As far as his eyes could see stretched a seamless classical garden, boundless, serene, and uninterrupted. He had assumed it was some scenic resort, yet this was astonishingly Yang Li's private residence. Lu was still wiping soy milk from his lips when Dio suddenly barged in. Dio approached Yang Li and asked, "Coach, are you acquainted with the owner of this hotel? What's wrong? Is something unsatisfactory here?" Yang Li replied, "No, no, no." Dio hastily waved his hands, then leaned in conspiratorially toward Yang Li's ear, whispering, "That waitress just now. She's absolutely stunning. I believe I've fallen head over heels in love." Yang Li shot Dio an exasperated glance. So much for the legendary French charm. Apparently it manifests as instant infatuation at first sight. "Then what do you intend to do?" Yang Li asked, a playful glint in his eye. "I'd simply like to know her name." Dio replied, his face radiant with romantic fervor. "Ah, I see. Her name is Daisy. Though she isn't a hotel staff member, she's a maid in my household." Before Yang Li could finish speaking, the dining room door swung open once more, and in swept a procession of over a dozen elegant young women, each dressed in immaculate maid uniforms bearing ornate trays laden with exquisite delicacies. Dio's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth was happening? How could there be so many Daisies? Wait, maid. He froze, then broke into sudden realization. So this place is actually... "Welcome to my home, Boris," Yang Li said with a gentle smile, gesturing for him to be seated. Dio stood utterly stunned, then collapsed onto his chair with a heavy thud. After that day, every member of the Rockets organization came to understand the true meaning of ruling through virtue and wealth. Only a top-tier tycoon from Texas could possibly own an estate of such staggering scale. In the days that followed, the Rockets immersed themselves in tactical refinement and team cohesion. On October 10th, the NBA preseason officially commenced. The Rockets were scheduled to play 8 preseason games, and Yang Li used all of them exclusively for tactical experimentation. After all, real game conditions remained the ultimate crucible for testing strategy. Training drills alone could never expose deeper flaws. In every game, Yang Li deployed all 14 players, not counting Yao Ming, rotating them evenly, ensuring balanced minutes across the roster. Fans erupted in outrage. How dare a preseason squad rotate 5 players in and out so relentlessly? Everyone else uses preseason to hone tactics. Only the Rockets use it to train players. Now I get it. Coach Yang's system is simple. Whomever has stamina stays on the floor. It's pure attrition warfare. A stroke of genius. If only games lasted longer than 48 minutes, this might actually work. Good grief. So the NBA isn't about skill anymore. It's about who outlives whom. The preseason finale pitted the Rockets against the New Orleans Hornets. That summer, Yang Li had orchestrated Tracy McGrady's trade to New Orleans, making this matchup a highly anticipated clash of legacy and rivalry. Yet the famed Yao-McGrady duo appeared fractured. Only McGrady took the court. Yao Ming watched from the bench in a crisp suit, an emblematic image of a star-led team stripped of its anchor. The game unfolded fiercely. McGrady, a master at dismantling weaker opponents, unleashed a blistering 58-point performance, leading the Hornets to victory over his former team. It seemed he played with extra fire, perhaps to settle old scores from his trade. Chris Paul, fresh out of college, experienced firsthand the sheer terror of facing 58 points. Still, the Hornets edged out the win narrowly, 105-101. Beyond McGrady, their supporting cast faltered. Only J.R. Smith surpassed 10 points. Conversely, though, the Rockets lost, 6 players scored in double figures, and all 14 active players registered at least 1 point. Even Lu contributed 2 perfect field goals, 4 points, and dished out 2 assists. After this game, Yang Li finally dropped the pretense. He was ready. He had meticulously prepared for the new season. The Rockets were primed for liftoff. Yet before launch, one monumental event awaited them in Houston. Half a year earlier, Yang Li had quietly initiated negotiations to acquire the Houston Rockets. Simultaneously, another ambitious project had taken shape, the construction of a brand new arena in downtown Houston. Yes, this would become the Rockets' own home arena. The reason was straightforward. The previous venue bore the name of a Japanese corporate brand. Yang Li simply disliked the name. Nothing more, nothing less. Following the preseason, the Rockets officially relocated to their new home, the Huali Center Arena. This wasn't mere petulance. Building the arena also served as a powerful branding platform for the Huali Group, prestige, visibility, and strategic impact, all in one. On November 2, 2005, the Houston Rockets hosted the Sacramento Kings at the Huali Center Arena. Opening night of the regular season and unquestionably the most-watched game of the day. 14 regular season games tipped off that day, meaning only 2 of the league's 30 teams sat idle. To stand out amid such density spoke volumes about Yang Lee's commanding influence during the offseason, a force both audacious and undeniable. No one cared which team would win. Everyone waited to see whether the Rockets would lose. And their opponent? A perfect choice, the Sacramento Kings, who had just fallen to the New Orleans Hornets the previous night. The Rockets, too, had lost to those same Hornets in their preseason finale. Thus tonight promised a perfectly balanced contest, 2 wounded titans circling each other. Yet if truth be told, the Rockets held the edge. The Kings had just endured a grueling road loss, and now faced back-to-back games flying into Houston for an immediate rematch. The Rockets enjoyed both home court advantage and superior physical readiness. Should they lose under these circumstances, it would unequivocally signal the total collapse of Yang Lee's entire summer overhaul. Across the Pacific, CCTV5's studio broadcast featured commentators Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping. During player warm-ups, they delved into the Rockets' enigmatic off-season maneuvers. Coach Zhang, I know you've long been a steadfast supporter of both the Rockets and Yao Ming. Yu Jia's opening line placed Zhang firmly on the spot. What are your thoughts on the team's sweeping roster changes and the coaching transition this summer? The implication was unmistakable. You've championed this franchise for years. Now you must weigh in. No evasions, no deflections. Has Zhang Weiping chuckled softly. On the surface, these moves seem utterly irrational. Yet beneath that surface, they're profoundly logical. This matter appears highly unreasonable, yet paradoxically entirely reasonable. Let's hear it from Coach Zhang. Yu Jia pressed further, digging deeper. Just how is it unreasonable? And how precisely is it reasonable? First, consider this, began Coach Zhang, a familiar opening line. The Yao McGrady duo was arguably the strongest inside-outside pairing in the league following the dissolution of OKC's super team. Yu Jia nodded in agreement. This required no debate. Among current NBA tandems, only Miami's Wade O'Neal and Phoenix's Nash Stoudemire could credibly rival them. You already possess one of the league's elite pairings, yet you suddenly trade away one half without warning. Coach Zhang raised his right index finger and wagged it gently. Such a move defies all logic. I believe most fans share Coach Zhang's view on this point. Yu Jia turned toward Zhang, Weiping, eyes alight with eager curiosity. Then, Coach Zhang, would you kindly explain how it is in fact reasonable? Isn't it obvious? Zhang Weiping broke into laughter. This new Rockets owner, Yang Lee, he knows nothing about basketball. Whatever he does should come as no surprise. Yu Jia was utterly astounded. He'd expected Coach Zhang to feign bewilderment. Instead, he launched a direct, unflinching critique of Yang Lee. Domestic fans watching at home burst into laughter and applauded Zhang Weiping enthusiastically. He's our broadcast voice, the one who says exactly what we're all thinking. Coach Zhang, who do you predict will win tonight's game? Yu Jia asked. Last season, Houston posted 51 wins, Sacramento 50. On paper, the teams appear evenly matched. Zhang Weiping offered a perfectly balanced assessment, an unexpected neutrality. Yet Houston traded away McGrady in the offseason, and Yao Ming remained sidelined by injury. At that, everyone relaxed. There was the inevitable but. However, Sacramento also traded away its franchise cornerstone Chris Webber last season. 3 dramatic pauses, enough to leave listeners breathless. Of course, these are merely player-level comparisons. The decisive factor lies with the head coaches. Coach Zhang finally unfurled his strategic map. Edelman's coaching career spans over 2 decades, and his Princeton system achieved legendary success in Sacramento. Having laid every foundation, Zhang delivered his final pointed thrust. By contrast, Yang Lee, Rockets' new head coach, isn't even as old as Edelman's coaching career. Domestic fans erupted in delighted amusement. So Coach Zhang had simply bypassed roster strength altogether and gone straight for a head-to-head coaching comparison. How could Yang Lee possibly win? A rookie coach, no prior experience in professional basketball whatsoever. Victory was unthinkable. As the saying goes, a beardless youth lacks the steadiness to handle serious affairs. Coach Zhang continued his barrage. Can a 25-year-old possibly command an NBA team? Not in the slightest. He simply lacks the capacity. So, Coach Zhang, you're saying the Rockets are certain to lose tonight? Yu Jia interjected, gleefully fanning the flames. Not just us. It's obvious even to a 3-year-old that Sacramento will win outright. In this era untouched by online vitriol, Coach Zhang spoke with rare candor, though even he tempered his remarks, offering only measured truth. Where Yu Jia framed the question as Rockets doomed to lose, Zhang reframed it as Kings destined to win. Since Coach Zhang has spoken, we shall wait and see. If domestic analysts spoke so freely, American media went further still. Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith deliberately selected tonight's Rockets-Kings matchup among 14 games scheduled for broadcast. And this was the only nationally televised game tonight featuring no marquee stars, a decision whose rationale was self-evident: the Rockets' sheer undeniable draw. After this summer's upheaval, who else in the league commands more attention than the Rockets and Yao Ming? Even infamy is a form of fame. Charles, I've always called you a loudmouth, Kenny remarked, but this time, I stand firmly beside you. This Rockets squad is a historically weak team, not a single win guaranteed this season. Oh, spare me, Kenny, Charles retorted with a dismissive gesture. Your skepticism stems solely from being a Yao loyalist. If Yao played, you'd never doubt Houston. No, Kenny shook his head emphatically. Even if Yao were fully healthy this season, I'd still deem the Rockets a playoff non-contender. Then what's your take on tonight's game? Barkley asked. What take? Kenny spread his hands wide. I'll watch it purely as comedy. Logically, after Yao Ming's chaotic summer maneuvers, Rockets home tickets should have languished unsold. Yet sometimes, some things simply defy logic. Houston's 2005-06 season opener sold out completely. Recall the new Toyota Center seats over 20,000, on par with New York's Madison Square Garden. Most in attendance came not to support, but to witness spectacle, to watch the Rockets collapse, to watch Yao Ming falter and fail. Upon seeing the astonishing sellout at Houston's arena, Adam Silver, sitting in his New York office, seemed to grasp something anew. I see. So tickets can sell out this way. Yao Ming had no idea he'd once again triggered one of Silver's epiphanies. Nor did he have time to ponder it. Tonight marked his first official NBA game as head coach. As a Chinese man, Yao Ming believed deeply in auspicious beginnings. His priority was a triumphant debut. I know you've all waited long for this day. He gathered his players close. We've trained rigorously for 2 full months. Now, it's time to reveal true mastery. Yes, coach, they responded in unison. At tip-off, let Chris lead the offense. Brown and David execute pick-and-rolls. This system had been Chris Paul's signature weapon in New Orleans, its potency amplified dramatically after acquiring Tyson Chandler. Warm-ups concluded. Both teams' players arrived at the center circle preparing to start the jump ball. Today's starting lineups for both teams are P.J. Brown versus Brad Miller, P.F. David West versus Sharif Abdurrahim, S.F. Sean Battier versus Peja Stojakovic, S.G. Raja Bell versus Bonzi Wells, P.G. Chris Paul versus Mike Bibby. As the jump ball commenced, Brown leaped higher, swiftly tapping the ball to the waiting Paul behind him. Paul did not rush into an attack, but slowly brought the ball to the front court, signaling his teammates to position themselves quickly. Just as the Rockets settled into position, Adelman on the sidelines suddenly frowned. It seemed that the opposing Rockets had something up their sleeves with their positioning. Brown approached near the free throw line, while the other 4 players remained beyond the three-point line. Battier and Rajabel were stationed in the corners, ready to receive and shoot at any moment. Paul held the ball at the top of the arc, and West moved up to execute a handoff pass with Paul. Bibby closely followed Paul, while Raheem defended West. After Paul and West completed the handoff, the two decisively switched their defensive assignments. However, Paul merely faked the handoff. Seeing the Kings switch defense, he accelerated straight into the paint. Raheem couldn't keep up with Paul and could only delay him symbolically, leaving the subsequent defense to center Miller. Meanwhile, Brown stepped forward to set a screen for West. Bibby, who was tracking West, bumped straight into Brown's embrace. Meanwhile, an unguarded West cut directly to the basket, leaping high just a step past the free throw line. Paul's pass flew over Miller's head, landing perfectly in West's hands midair. Bam! The basketball was slammed down into the hoop by West. Raheem had just reached the basket and could only watch helplessly as West executed a spectacular dunk. No one could have anticipated that the Houston Rockets would score their first points of the new season with a stunning alley-oop. Well done, David, Yao Ming shouted. No one could have anticipated that the Houston Rockets would score their first points of the new season with a stunning alley-oop. Well done, David, Yao Ming. This is the point guard and power forward I have always dreamed of. What were those before? Compared to the excitement of the Rockets players, the fans in the stands were surprisingly calm. It wasn't that they were calm, they were just taken aback by how explosively the Rockets had started the game. The home team had made an incredible basket, yet not a single fan cheered. One might think this was the Kings' home court. Fans watching on television at home also looked on in disbelief. Is it true? Did the Rockets just run a play? This Yao Ming seems to have some skill. Impossible, absolute. Yao Ming is just an ordinary guy. Where did he get such audacity to devise such a strategy? This strategy was essentially exploiting the gaps that appeared during the defensive switch after a high screen. Just like this possession, Raheem switched to defend Paul, thinking the ball was going to West. Therefore, he did not anticipate that Paul would drive to the basket, which led to him being easily bypassed. After that, Paul faced only the Kings center Miller. At this point, Brown had 2 options: either cut straight to the unguarded basket or set a screen for West. No matter which choice he made, there would be an unguarded opportunity to attack the basket. However, Brown noticed Raheem's movements in advance and realized that after being beaten by Paul, he was already moving to help defend the basket. Brown knew that if he rashly decided to cut, he might be caught and thwarted by the already activated Raheem. At the same time, West had also already started even a step ahead of Raheem. Thus, helping to block off Bibby from pursuing was the best choice. A seemingly complex three-man cooperation was simply a matter of each person making the right decision. Paul chose to drive after faking the handoff. West opted for a direct cut to the basket. Brown chose to set an off-ball screen for his teammate. With all three players demonstrating high basketball IQ, executing plays became much simpler. This was something Yang Li learned from Popovich. As long as everyone on the court made the right decisions, victory would be attained. The simplest way to gauge a player's basketball IQ is to observe how they perform without the ball. For ordinary players, it's manageable. Lacking off-ball skills allows them to comfortably play a role without needing to take center stage on offense. However, if a star player can only play with the ball and not without it, then they are essentially a liability. You must find them a star teammate who can play off the ball to achieve success. If a star player cannot play without the ball and lacks shooting ability, then not only do you need a star who can play off the ball, but you also need another star who can create spacing. However, that said, having a star who can both play on and off the ball alongside a star who can create spacing is the standard configuration for a championship team. Having you play alongside someone who cannot play off the ball and lacks shooting ability is simply pointless, unless you've been PU'd into foolishness. The game continued. It was the Kings' turn to attack with the ball handed to Bibby to handle. I must say this current Kings team is no longer the flashy Kings of yesteryear. Once upon a time, the Kings were a team where everyone could handle the ball. You never knew when a beautiful pass would slice through to the basket. Now the Kings can only rely on Bibby's outside playmaking and Miller's high post facilitation. Bonzi Wells a swingman lacking both a jump shot and playmaking attributes. Peja has a precise three-point shot, but lacks ball handling skills and has terrible defense. Raheem can shoot threes, but inconsistently lacks the speed of a small forward, toughness of a power forward, and has no passing ability. With such a group, Adelman really must be feeling the pressure. It's no wonder the original Adelman left the Kings after the 05-06 season. On the other hand, the Rockets have a clearly defined roster. Paul is responsible for orchestrating the offense while Brown and West handle high post facilitation. Battier and Raja Bell, the two wing players, are tasked with shooting spot-up threes on offense, while on defense they serve as two solid barriers on the perimeter. Although the Rockets may not showcase the flashy offense of the peak Kings, their well-defined roles make them a team that excels in both offense and defense. Faced with the Rockets' tight perimeter defense, Bibby had no choice but to run a high screen with Miller. After the screen, Bibby passed the ball to Miller, while Wells used his strong body to push aside Raja Bell. The referee did not blow the whistle, and Wells drove straight to the basket. Miller was quick, stuffing the ball into the paint. Receiving the ball, Wells jumped off both feet, right hand holding the ball, swinging it round to slam into the hoop. Just as Wells was about to slam the ball into the basket, a shadow suddenly emerged from the side. West charged in, jumping high to meet Wells. Bang! West precisely intercepted Wells' dunk in midair, forcefully slamming him and the ball down to the ground. Though Wells was indeed robust, he was merely a heavyweight swingman. West stood tall at 6 feet 9 inches, a sturdy power forward. How could Wells possibly match up against him? Moreover, at this moment, West was not yet the veteran player known to younger fans. While West's athleticism wasn't top tier in the league, he was still capable of running and jumping. When Wells' dunk was blocked, time on the court seemed to come to a standstill. The players on the Rockets bench were momentarily stunned, then all jumped up, wildly waving their towels. Uncle Moose stood up, extending his right index finger and shaking it with a smug expression. Hearing the thunderous cheers from the crowd, the players finally snapped back to reality. Quickly, they rushed to grab the rebound. Brown, closest to the basketball, dashed in first to secure the ball, while Paul appeared in front of him, signaling for it. Without hesitation, Brown handed the ball over to Paul. Once Paul received it, he didn't even dribble. He immediately launched a long pass down the court. The Kings players hurried back on defense, but Battier had already made his move to the front court. After receiving the ball, Battier leaped high like Batman, slamming the ball into the basket. This seemed quite different from the Battier we remembered. The Battier in our minds was only known for his three-point shooting on offense. We had never seen him dunk. However, this was all real. Battier was not the Battier everyone thought he was. During the draft training camp, Battier's stamina and lateral speed were the best among that year's rookies. While trying out for the Atlanta Hawks, an assistant coach had him and Jason Richardson start a game called Superman training. While running back and forth, they were to dunk at each end of the court. After Richardson lay down exhausted, Battier continued to perform for a while before finally stopping. Ultimately, Battier defeated the future two-time All-Star dunk champion in 2002 and 2003 Richardson with a score of 70-63. After running 70 court sprints, Battier could still dunk. Just like that one simple fast break, was it really that easy for Battier to dunk? After the Rockets executed a cut play, Adelman decisively called a timeout during a defensive counterattack. These veteran coaches might not be spectacular, but at least they knew when to call a timeout. Yang Li noticed that Adelman was about to rearrange the defensive strategy, so he quickly took out the tactical board to sketch out the plan. When the timeout ended, both teams returned to the court. The Kings executed a misdirection play after a screen. Miller received the ball near the free throw line with Paul, who hadn't even reached his shoulder height, behind him. Having practiced this situation countless times, Battier immediately charged in, teaming up with Paul to double. Miller had good vision and passing awareness. The moment Battier rushed in, he passed the ball to Stojakovic, who had been left open. However, this play was entirely predictable. The instant Miller passed the ball, Raja Bell was already positioned in the passing lane. After a beautiful steal, Bell swiftly dribbled towards the opposing basket. Luckily, Bibby was quick enough, pivoting and sprinting to catch up with Bell. Before Bell could lay it up, Bibby slapped his arm. This was a very smart tactical foul, preventing the Rockets' fast break and simultaneously keeping them off the free throw line. As the Rockets threw the ball in from out of bounds, Brown set a screen for Paul, allowing him to easily receive the ball. Facing Bibby's defense, Paul remained exceptionally calm. Dribbling with one hand, he used the other to direct his teammates' movements. When he saw Miller step up to defend again, Battier and Raja Bell quickly slipped along the baseline to execute a cross screen. The difference was that after Battier set a screen under the basket, he immediately moved to the opposite corner. Meanwhile, Bell ran towards a 45-degree spot beyond the three-point line. Wells, chasing behind him, blindly followed, colliding into West, who was setting the screen for Bell. Paul instantly tossed the ball to Bell. Once Bell received it, he took a wide-open three-point shot. Swish! The ball went through the net. The Rockets led the Kings 70. The fans in attendance seemed to finally awaken, loudly applauding the Rockets for their spectacular play. This was no longer the previous Houston Rockets, who had a severe lack of tactics. The Rockets lost their stars, yet they can play ball now. Oh, it turns out it wasn't the role players that held back Yao and McGrady, but rather Yao and McGrady who held back the role players. Cut it out, none of the 5 players on the court are from last season's Rockets. Oh no, does this mean the Rockets' transformation is all because of Yang Li's moves? No, I can't accept that. Saying that is slandering Yang Li. Meanwhile, the 2 commentators watching all of this on the broadcast were momentarily at a loss for words. Director Zhang, what do you think of the Rockets' performance at the start today? Yu Jia followed his old routine, tossing the question to Zhang Weiping. Today the Rockets are what we often call everybody is a soldier. Zhang Weiping, of course, was a seasoned commentator. Without McGrady and Yao Ming, every player on the Rockets can play in their familiar way, which makes perfect sense. Well, it seems the reasonable critique has finally made its appearance. Regardless of how others react, the game must go on. Yang Li, coaching for the first time on the sidelines, couldn't help but feel the adrenaline rush. In such an atmosphere, it was truly difficult for Yang Li to remain calm. Ever since West's alley-oop at the start, he hadn't sat down again. He stood by the sidelines, carefully observing everything happening on the court. Yang Li could even hear the sound of muscles colliding during the players' confrontations. This feeling was more exhilarating than playing with his female partners. So this is the charm of sports competition. The Kings were not only frequently thwarted on the offensive end, but their defense was utterly helpless against the Rockets. Had the Rockets not substituted their bench players in the latter half of the first quarter, they would have easily surpassed 30 points in that quarter. In the second quarter, the Kings also brought in their bench players, only to be thoroughly dominated by the Rockets' second unit. Even when the Kings returned their starters in the final minutes, they still could not halt the Rockets' relentless offense. Ultimately, the Kings managed a mere 12 points in the second quarter, ending the first half with only 30 points. In stark contrast, the Rockets surged ahead, scoring 58 points by halftime. Leading by 28 points at halftime, it was almost safe to declare the Kings' defeat. Before the game began, aside from those within the Rockets, no one should have believed this would be the outcome. After all, this was a Rockets team that had lost its 2 star players. Yet to Yang Li, this result was nothing short. After the Kings traded away their star player Chris Webber, they fell into a predicament. The Kings could still put on a spectacular performance against teams with average wing defenders. But once they faced teams with strong wing defenders, they would simply falter. In the past, with Webber on the team, they could rely on his individual prowess to break through tough defenses. However, after Webber's departure, Peja Stojakovic, the strongest wing player on the team, was merely a spot-up shooter. He couldn't effectively tear through the opponent's defense, making it difficult for the team to achieve victory. On the other hand, the Rockets' wing defenders were among the best in the league. Shane Battier, Raja Bell, Tony Allen. Each was a renowned name on the all-defensive team. Even if Paul was forced to switch to the wing, his exceptional defensive awareness could disrupt the opponent's offense. At the start of the third quarter, Yang Li substituted in the main lineup and urged them to play aggressively, leaving nothing in reserve. This wasn't because Yang Li enjoyed beating a downed opponent. He simply wanted to give the bench players a chance to play. By the end of the third quarter, Edelman's face had turned ashen. With a score of 85-47, the Rockets led by a whopping 38 points after 3 quarters. Thus, the fourth quarter was entirely relegated to garbage time. Deji Allen and Liu were also sent onto the court. Unactivated players like Uncle Moo and Bonner on the sidelines weren't idle either, as they fervently waved towels for their teammates. It's no wonder that Tony Allen made the all-defensive team 5 times. Even when playing in garbage time, his tenacity was akin to that of a finals game. Deji and Liu, relying on the foundation built by their teammates in the first 3 quarters, also played the entire final quarter. None of the fans in attendance left early. They all cheered loudly. They were either cheering for the bench players or cursing Yang Li. This was because the Rockets' home games had a long-standing tradition. As long as the Rockets won the game and scored over 100 points, every fan in attendance would receive a free. After Yang Li became the owner, he further upgraded this tradition. It was no longer just a simple hamburger, but a whole hamburger meal. Therefore, Yang Li's decision to send in the bench players in the fourth quarter was seen by the fans as a display of stinginess. He was aiming for a score below 100 so he wouldn't have to give out the hamburger meals. With just 2 minutes left in the game, Liu and Deji executed a brilliant pick-and-roll. After the screen, Deji caught Liu's pass beyond the three-point line and immediately took a shot. All the fans held their breath, collectively watching the basketball soar towards the hoop. Swish! The basketball went through the net, scoring a three-pointer. The scoreboard changed from 98 points for the Houston Rockets to 101. The Toyota Center erupted in cheers, and the DJ promptly played celebratory music. To Deji, "Good shot. It's in. It's in." Zhang Weiping couldn't help but laugh heartily in the broadcast booth, amusing Yu Jia beside him. Today the Rockets really played as Coach Zhang described. Yu Jia remarked, "The team is united, and our Deji and Liu are playing very rationally." In the last 2 minutes, the Kings lost all desire to compete. However, the Rockets remained vigilant, as they clearly remembered Yang Li's words. As role players, they must cherish every opportunity to play out. Every hustle and every shot they take is visible to others. Of course, when Yang Li said this, he couldn't help but think of a young Oriental boy named Chi Chi, who was only 12 years old this year. Ultimately, the game concluded. The Houston Rockets defeated the Sacramento Kings at home with a resounding score of 105-66. This victory margin wasn't even exaggerated. Originally in the timeline, the Kings suffered a 67-93 defeat against the Hornets in their season. The Hornets' main players included Paul Brown and West. The only difference was that the other 2 starters were J.R. Smith and Nakber. This reinforced lineup only managed to win by 13 points more than the Hornets, and in Coach Zhang's words, this outcome was, well, quite reasonable. After this game, Yang Li thought he could finally clear his name. However, the result proved he was still naive. The Rockets won against the Kings on their home court with ease. There's nothing to brag about. The Kings lost to the Hornets by over 20 points yesterday, and then lost to the Rockets by over 30 points today, which shows that it's not the Rockets being strong, but the Kings being too weak. Trading away your star player can only lead to disastrous outcomes. The Kings are a bloody example. And what about the Rockets? What can be said about the Rockets trading away McGrady? Just wait and see if the next one will be the Rockets. Yang Li had seen many such remarks. Even when the Warriors won the championship in 2015, there were still many saying the Warriors had numerous issues. You can never satisfy everyone, but you can achieve results that satisfy yourself. 2 days later, on November 5th, the Rockets welcomed their second opponent of the season, the New Orleans Hornets, to the Toyota Center in Houston. I truly don't know how this schedule was arranged. It feels like it was specially set up for the Rockets. At the start of the season, both the Hornets and the Rockets faced the Kings to warm up before clashing with each other. After all, as the parties involved in the biggest trade of the summer, the result of the Rockets versus Hornets game would directly determine one question: who benefited more from this trade, the Hornets or the Rockets? Before the game, the press conference erupted with palpable tension. Since the preseason ended, I've been looking forward. McGrady still appeared groggy, but a hint of killer instinct could be sensed. Neither of us were fully prepared during the preseason, but today we are ready. I will secure the victory for the New Orleans Hornets for everyone in New Orleans. This summer, New Orleans was struck by a hurricane, displacing tens of thousands and causing severe losses. Fortunately, the Hornets acquired McGrady this summer, bringing hope to their people. I deeply regret the disaster that befell the people of New Orleans this summer. Yang Li didn't immediately dive into discussing the game. Instead, he began with words a businessman should say. Earlier, our Huali group donated $5 million in supplies to the disaster-stricken populace, and I once promised one thing: Huali Group will continue to donate $5 million in supplies for the reconstruction of New Orleans. After these words, the camera flashes went off incessantly. Although Yang Li might not be a qualified team manager or head coach, he certainly excelled as a businessman. Of course, Yang Li suddenly smiled. If today the Hornets can defeat our Rockets at home, this figure will change too. Yang Li said as he held up a finger. 10 million. 10 million. Upon hearing this, all the media present were stunned. You could say this was a gamble, but Yang Li was doing it for donations. You could say this isn't a gamble. The outcome of a single game could determine whether to donate 5 million or 10 million, which is far more significant than a bet. Of course, no one would naively believe that Yang Li is donating such a large amount of kindness. New Orleans is located on the southern side of the Great Plains and is an important grain export center on the Mississippi River. It is also home to many wealthy farmers and businessmen engaged in agriculture. Thus, New Orleans is one of the key markets for Guicuay machinery. Donating to disaster-stricken areas is merely a means to expand their client base. This money doesn't come from Yang Li himself, it's funded by Guicuay machinery. Huali simply acts as a sales channel for Guicuay machinery, managing the entire affair. The ultimate goal of the two grandfather and grandson is to have Huali gradually replace Guicuay and eventually complete the transfer of assets. Speaking of which, the reason Yang Li has been acting recklessly is that he hasn't been forced by the league to sell the team. A significant reason is that he genuinely donated 5 million to New Orleans. This amount is considerable even among NBA team owners. As for the players, they are merely workers, not capital. How much can they donate? As the biggest star in the NBA at that time, Kobe Bryant donated only 150,000. In contrast, the big-ticket Kevin Garnett generously donated 1.5 million, making him the NBA player with the highest donation. Although LeBron James did not donate, he participated in a charity game initiated by Kenny Smith along with Kobe, Tracy McGrady, Garnett, Dwayne Wade, and 29 others. Ultimately, the charity game raised over $1 million, all of which was used for the reconstruction of New Orleans. A grand charity game managed to raise over $1 million. And today, if the Rockets lose, Yang Li will donate an additional $5 million. It's evident how valuable the outcome of today's game is. Thus, Yang Li's bet successfully ignited the fighting spirit of the entire New Orleans Hornets team. Each player was eager to give Yang Li a lesson. Before the game began, while both teams were warming up on the court, Yang Li felt countless fiery gazes directed. Every time the opposing players warmed up for a dunk, they glanced at him. Even when head coach Byron Scott was looking at the strategy board, he occasionally cast a glance at Yang Li. Yang Li remained calm and collected. As for him, this 5 million was just a drop in the bucket. As long as he secured a few large orders during the post-disaster reconstruction, he would recoup all that money. In the end, the wool will always come from the sheep. Compared to the Hornets' explosive warm-up, the Rockets' warm-up seemed much calmer. Eventually, in a strangely tense atmosphere, the pre-game warm-up came to an end. Both teams gathered near the center circle ready to begin the jump ball. The starting lineup for today's game is C.P.J. Brown vs. Jamal Magloire P.F. David West vs. Boris Diaw S.F. Sean Battier vs. Rasul Butler S.G. Rajabell vs. Tracy McGrady P.G. Chris Paul vs. Speedy Claxton. Due to McGrady's arrival, J.R. Smith was forced to become the team's sixth man. However, the forced effect of the Hornets turned out to be quite exceptional. J.R. as the sixth man became the team's second scoring option. But this Hornets lineup is actually slightly stronger than McGrady's former teammates on the Magic, although not by much. The ceiling is merely a team that can struggle at the edge of the playoffs. However, people's expectations for the Rockets are that they have the worst record in the league. In that case, the Hornets actually have the advantage. At least in the shooting guard position, the Hornets definitely hold the advantage. After all, that's Tracy McGrady. The matchup at the center position is interesting. Last season, due to Magloire's injury, Brown took over his starting position with the Hornets. Before that, for 2 seasons, Magloire was the undisputed starting center for the New Orleans Hornets. Today, we will see who is the true Guicuay and who is the fake. As soon as the game started, both sides entered a shootout. To be precise, it was a shootout between McGrady and the entire Rockets team. The Rockets scored with a mid-range shot after a high pick and roll. McGrady hit a pull-up jumper. The Rockets executed a cross screen and took a three-pointer. McGrady used a screen for a pull-up three. The Rockets cut to the basket for a layup. McGrady broke through for a two-handed dunk. If you say there's no grudge between McGrady and the Rockets, no one would believe it. However, McGrady's style of play has a serious issue. His stamina is insufficient to sustain such intensity for the entire game. This isn't the kind of defensive intensity seen in the preseason. Almost all the Rockets players are defensive specialists, especially the wing defenders Battier and Rajabell. These two not only defend against McGrady, but could also effectively guard against Kobe. At the end of the first quarter, the Hornets temporarily led the Rockets by 2 points, 28-26. But McGrady was already gasping for air when he sat down to rest. As soon as the second quarter began, Yang Li understood why McGrady dared to play this way. No other personnel changes were made. J.R. was simply substituted in for McGrady. J.R. Smith was selected 18th overall in the first round by the New Orleans Pelicans in 04. In his rookie season, he averaged 10 points, 2 rebounds, and 9 assists. Although he wasn't selected for the all-rookie team, his performance as a high school rookie was quite impressive. Originally this season, J.R. was expected to have conflicts with Scott, leading to his gradual marginalization within the team. Unexpectedly, due to McGrady's arrival, this issue was inadvertently resolved. JR was confident that he could secure the starting shooting guard position, which is why he had conflicts with Scott. However, with McGrady coming in, no matter how overconfident he was, he wouldn't think he could replace McGrady as the team's starting shooting guard, right? Thus, JR willingly took on the role of the team's sixth man. In the preseason and the first 2 games of the regular season, he performed exceptionally well. He became the second highest scorer on the New Orleans Hornets, just behind McGrady. Dealing with an explosive McGrady in the first quarter was indeed a challenge for the Rockets. But against a second-year rookie like J.R. Young, Lee had no trouble handling him. As soon as JR received the ball, he had Paul come up for a double team. Though JR has strong individual scoring ability, his ball handling skills are just average. Especially when double-teamed, he almost couldn't pass the ball. There was one forced three-pointer that hit nothing, one turnover due to a steal, and another 24-second violation. JR was left utterly frustrated. Moreover, Magloire was overwhelmed by Brown, who hit several mid-range shots right over him. Scott, feeling helpless, had no choice but to call a timeout. Then he used his trump card, putting the star back in. After the timeout, McGrady returned to the court. Again. Seeing McGrady endure the back pain, Yang Lee felt somewhat helpless. However, to win the game, he decided to increase McGrady's intensity. In addition to continuing to let Rajon Bell and Battier take turns exhausting McGrady on the defensive end, Yang Lee also instructed West to post up McGrady in the low post after switching defenses. McGrady was already severely exhausted, and the risk of his back injury was always present. With Yang Lee's approach, McGrady simply could not bear it. In this quarter, the Rockets reversed and won the Hornets by 6 points. At halftime, the Rockets led 54-50. As expected by Yang Lee, McGrady returned directly to the locker room during halftime. The Hornets team doctor was already waiting for him in the locker room. "Tracy, I have to tell you some bad news." After examining McGrady's injury, the team doctor said with a grave expression, "You should not be able to continue playing in this game, and when we return to Oklahoma, I will need to conduct further checks on your back." The situation may not be optimistic. After Hurricane Katrina destroyed New Orleans, the Hornets temporarily moved to Oklahoma. McGrady frowned and decisively refused the doctor's suggestion. "Please give me a painkiller injection. I must bring victory to New Orleans today." "Tracy, I advise you not to do this." Yang Lee suddenly appeared at the door of the Hornets' locker room. "It's just a regular season game. Don't ruin your career over this one match." Yang Lee smiled. "So it's not surprising that I show up wherever I do. Please leave our locker room immediately." McGrady said, somewhat dissatisfied. "What you're doing is very impolite. Home team personnel are not allowed in the visiting team's locker room. This is an unwritten rule in the NBA. I'm just standing outside the door. I haven't gone in." Yang Lee said, pointing to the door frame above his head, indicating that he had not crossed the line. "And I came to remind you out of goodwill." "No need." McGrady said resolutely. "I don't need you to act like a cat crying over a mouse. If it's for that $10 million donation." Yang Lee did not take offense at McGrady's words. "Then I promise you, regardless of the outcome of the game, I will donate $10 million. McGrady's small eyes suddenly lit up, and he turned his head in surprise to look at Yang Lee. "The outcome of the game, you already have the answer in your heart." Yang Lee smiled lightly, feeling somewhat helpless. "So if it's just because I traded you this summer, and you are putting your career on the line to take this out on me, then feel free." After saying this, Yang Lee shook his head, turned, and left, leaving McGrady alone in the locker room to contemplate. This book will not have a situation where a single game takes 10 or 20 chapters, similar to 2 Burmese Chats Manager mode. After conveying the main information, the game will be simulated. I apologize to those who enjoy reading tens of thousands of words for a single game. There won't be any here. Post-game press conference. "Coach Yang Lee, you had a bet before the game." A curious reporter asked first. "If the Rockets win today, you would continue donating $5 million to assist in the rebuilding of New Orleans. If you lose, you would donate $10 million. Yang Lee nodded upon hearing this, confirming the authenticity of the bet. Today, the Rockets defeated the New Orleans Hornets, who were missing their star McGrady in the second half, with a score of 105-84. Are you happy to have saved that $5 million? First, I want to tell everyone." Yang Lee brought the microphone to his mouth. "I am indeed very happy to have won." The media present immediately erupted in boos. This Yang Lee really doesn't even pretend to act. Saving $5 million is worth him being so happy. "However, I am only happy because of the victory in the game." Yang Lee continued to look seriously at everyone and said, "Regarding the disaster that occurred in New Orleans this summer, I can never be truly happy." The media present were almost stunned by Yang Lee's sudden shift in tone. "So I decided," Yang Lee said emphatically into the microphone, "to donate another $10 million in supplies, all of which will be used for the rebuilding efforts in New Orleans." Well, after the sudden turn, it was like a powerful dunk. This stunned the reporters present. After all, Yang Lee had originally planned to donate another $10 million. The mention of a bet of $5 million or $10 million was merely a gimmick to hype this game. The goal was to amplify the influence of Yang Li's donation. Sure enough, the next day the headlines of major media outlets were filled with news praising Houston Rockets owner Yang Li for donating $10 million. News also came from the company that the order volume from all over North America skyrocketed several times overnight. For the next 2 days, the Rockets had no games. Yang Li took this opportunity to give himself a break. Due to the fallout from the donation, Yang Li's name suddenly gained widespread recognition in North America. Yang Li became a household name in America. So what does this have to do with taking a break? Of course it has something to do because Yang Li's ex-girlfriend came to find him. Previously, she had chosen to break up due to Yang Li's unruly character. But now, seeing Yang Li's reputation making a complete turnaround, she decisively chose to reconcile. Yang Li had very deep feelings for this ex-girlfriend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set her song as his ringtone. Yang Li, do you know? The ex-girlfriend said while lying on Yang Li's chest, I recently wrote a song about us, and I really want to sing. Yang Li frowned, realizing that things were not simple. The song she mentioned couldn't possibly be that one, could it? Wait a moment. The ex-girlfriend got up from bed and took the guitar she had previously given Yang Li from the wall of the bedroom. After she came to find Yang Li yesterday, she discovered that he had been hanging the guitar on the wall of his bedroom. This deeply moved her, and she immediately engaged in an intense performance with Yang Li. However, what she didn't know was that Yang Li had taken it out in advance from the storage room, knowing she was coming. Moreover, there was not just this guitar in the storage room. There were also necklaces, watches, tennis caps, and a room full of other items. To avoid mixing them up, Yang Li had even tagged each item and made notes. Of course, this was just basic operation for a top-notch time management master. After tuning the guitar, the ex-girlfriend turned around and smiled sweetly at Yang Li. Girlfriend. Indeed. Yang Li immediately guessed it would be this song. The legendary nature of Girlfriend was too strong. It catapulted Avril to the position of pop queen. In an era when mobile phone functionalities were still rudimentary, the first song in Yang Li's MP3 was this one. No wonder his first act upon being reborn was to find Avril and start dating her. Who wouldn't want to turn dreams into reality? The reason for their breakup was rather simple. It was discovered by Avril that Yang Li was flirting with other girls. This might be a big deal in China, but in the United States, what does it matter? After all, Yang Li had never gone to Liberty Island, which is quite a mark of self-discipline. During the 2 days of rest, Yang Li and Avril stayed at home, refining their basketball skills. They were old rivals, so they quickly regained their previous synergy. Having trained externally for so long, Yang Li's skills had become increasingly refined. This made Avril more and more dependent on this old basketball friend. Even though she had a performance the next day, she was reluctant to stop playing. In the end, it was Yang Li who explained that he had an important match the next day, and playing too hard on the street court would impact his performance. Only then did they part reluctantly, allowing the driver to take Avril to the airport. On November 8th, the Houston Rockets faced their third opponent of the season, the Orlando Magic, at the Toyota Center. You have to wonder, is this schedule arranged to create issues? The Rockets just finished a game against their former player Tracy McGrady, and now they have to face their previous player Steve Francis. However, both of these former players shared a common trait: their teams were incapable of making it to the playoffs. Prior to visiting Houston, the Orlando Magic had lost all 3 of their games, sitting at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. On paper, the roster looked decent, but the results were far from satisfactory. Against such an opponent, Yang Li shouldn't need to take them seriously. He could just play casually. Yet Yang Li insisted that this game was very important. The reason wasn't about winning or losing. Rather, he wanted to help Diop build confidence and increase his value. He had his uses. Today's game lineups were C. Desagana Diop versus Dwight Howard, PF David West versus Tony Batty, SF Sean Battier vs Hito, Turkoglu, SG Rajabel versus Deshaun Stevenson, PG Chris Paul versus Steve Francis. Fans must be very familiar with the center Howard of the Magic. As the star of the 1-star and 4-shooters era, he was the most crucial part of the Magic. However, that was the later Magic. The current version lacked a key player, Rashard Lewis. Before Lewis arrived, the Magic had always hovered on the brink of the playoffs. As the first overall pick in 2004, Howard played all 82 games last season. He averaged 12 points, 10 rebounds, and 1.9 blocks per game. Achieving double digits in his rookie season, he maintained that average for the first 14 seasons of his career. However, today Howard was about to face some hardships. Standing at 6 feet 10 inches and weighing 120 kilograms, while Diop, who matched up against him, stood 7 feet tall and weighed 136 kilograms. In terms of both height and weight, Diop had a clear advantage. Howard was known for his explosive physicality and had long been regarded as one of the most athletic centers in the league. But Diop was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, how could such a rough player be selected 8th overall in the first round of the 2001 draft? The reason Diop remained without a team was simply that for the past 4 years he had explosive physicality but no offensive skills developed. Yet others overlooked one point: although Diop lacked skills, it was not due to laziness. On the contrary, this summer Diop was the hardest-working player in the Rockets. This suited Coach Spoelstra's training regimen perfectly. He trained with him until the very end every day. Since offensive skills couldn't be developed, they focused on maximizing defensive capabilities. This was the path Yao Ming set for Diop, entirely fitting his situation. It could be said that in terms of rim protection, Diop was already among the top 5, if not the top 3 centers in the league. On the Magic side, Howard couldn't shoot batty, didn't shoot threes. Stevenson lacked shooting precision from the perimeter, and Francis had merely a 25.7 three-point shooting rate. The only players in the team with shooting ability were starting small forward Turkoglu and backup guard Jameer. How could the Magic play under these circumstances? They could only charge inside one by one like carrying a bomb. Did this not play right into Diop's area of expertise? In this game, Diop played a full 37 minutes and grabbed a whopping 16 rebounds. Additionally, he feasted on 5 assists from Paul and West, scoring 10 points. While achieving a double-double, he also delivered 6 blocks to the Magic. All 3 statistics set new career highs. Ultimately, Diop helped the Rockets comfortably defeat the Orlando Magic 96-82. After this night, all major media reports were about Howard. The 2004 draft's #1 pick was dominated by a player who was nearly on the fringes of the league. Diop's value also skyrocketed overnight. Many teams lacking a good center began contacting Yao Ming. After all, the center position for the Rockets was overly crowded. Diop was merely the third-string center, and his asking price shouldn't be high. But Yao Ming had his own plans, so he decisively rejected all trade requests from teams. After this game, the Houston Rockets stood undefeated with 3 victories, sitting atop the Western Conference. In the TNT studio, Kenny Smith provocatively asked, "Charles, are you nervous?" After introducing the Rockets' recent performance, Kenny Smith, not one to miss an opportunity, remarked, "The Rockets have won 3 games. If they win 16 more, you'll have to kiss my butt." Honestly, the Rockets achieving a 3-game winning streak was indeed unexpected. Charles Barkley was not a mindless critic. He acknowledged the Rockets' performance to some extent, stating, however, all 3 opponents the Rockets faced were teams that wouldn't make it to the playoffs. "So are you saying that the Rockets got lucky in these 3 games?" Kenny asked, enjoying stirring the pot. "Perhaps or perhaps not. Either way, it's too early to draw conclusions." Barkley flipped through his notepad and continued, "The Rockets' next opponent is last season's Eastern Conference champions, the Miami Heat. Although Shaq is absent, the Rockets also lack Yao Ming. This game will provide us the answers we seek." On November 10th, the Houston Rockets visited Miami to challenge the Eastern powerhouse led by Dwayne Wade. Last season, the Miami Heat achieved an impressive record of 59 wins and 23 losses. They entered the playoffs as the first seed in the Eastern Conference, sweeping the Nets in the first round and the Wizards in the second. The star player Dwayne Wade was undoubtedly the team's most critical contributor, showcasing performance that far outstripped others. In 8 games, Wade averaged 28, 6.6, 6 rebounds and 8.4 assists. Meanwhile, the team's second star, the renowned Shaquille O'Neal, averaged only 17, 9 points and 7.9 rebounds, his dominance having significantly diminished. Even in the Eastern Conference Finals, facing the league's top perimeter defensive team, the Detroit Pistons, the 2 teams went to a decisive Game 7, where the Heat narrowly lost. Wade averaged 25, 8 points, 4.5 rebounds and 4.3 assists, making him the highest scorer among all players. O'Neal's stats improved slightly compared to the first 2 rounds, but he still only averaged 26 points and 7.6 rebounds. It is not an exaggeration to say that by 2005, Wade had already become a significant player capable of leading his team to victory in the playoffs. Thus, after dominating 3 easy games, the Rockets finally faced their first strong opponent of the season, a team that was originally poised to win the championship. Even if one of the Twin Towers O'Neal were absent, Wade still had tough teammates like Alonzo Mourning, White Chocolate Jason Williams, the Glove Gary Payton, Big Baby Antoine Walker, and the familiar Haslam Udonis Haslam. One cannot help but notice that the nicknames of players from this era were uniquely distinctive, unlike later times, when players were often referred to simply as the God or the Bro. Anyone who doesn't know might think it was a gathering of speedy old friends at an NBA annual meeting. Each player in the Heat's rotation was a notable figure in the league. In contrast, the Rockets had only one recognizable name left, the 39-year-old Dikembe Mutombo. The fame of the other players paled in comparison to Mourning and Payton. Moreover, this was still the home court of the Miami Heat at the American Airlines Arena. Comparing the starting lineups of both teams, the Rockets clearly had the disadvantage. See P.J. Brown versus Alonzo Mourning, P.F. David West versus Udonis Haslam, S.F. Sean Battier versus Antoine Walker, S.G. Raja Bell versus Dwayne Wade, P.G. Chris Paul versus Jason Williams. As soon as the players took the court, nearly everyone believed the Rockets were doomed to lose. However, Young Lee on the sidelines was brimming with confidence, convinced that this game could definitely be won. Mourning was indeed a formidable inside defender, but he only had one kidney. Born in 1970, he was already 35 this year, and his physical condition had significantly declined. On the Rockets side, Brown was only 3 months older than Mourning. However, Brown's physical condition had always been excellent. Aside from the 98-99 season, he had played more than 70 games in every other season. In the previous 04-05 season, he even played all 82 games. On the defensive end, a fully fit Brown was approximately equal to a battered Mourning. This should not pose a problem. On offense, both primarily scored through second-chance opportunities near the basket supplemented by mid-range shots. However, unlike Mourning, Brown also possessed playmaking abilities. Therefore, at the center position, the Rockets held a slight advantage. As for the power forward position, there was no contest. West was a first-round draft pick in 2003, while Haslam went undrafted in 2002 and joined the Heat as a free agent in 2003. West had previously been overlooked by the Hornets, but this season under Yang Lee's trust, he had unleashed his. Compared to Haslam, who could only perform dirty work, West's mid-range shooting was more consistent, and he also had playmaking skills. Therefore, Haslam had no chance of gaining an advantage over West. At the small forward position, Battier from the Rockets stood out for his stability and efficiency, while Walker, in stark contrast, was known for his inefficiency. In the entire history of the NBA, Walker's efficiency rating during seasons where he averaged over 20 points per game placed him at the bottom. Otherwise, he would not have been discarded by the Celtics, and not just once. At shooting guard, Wade was undoubtedly stronger, but Raja Bell was more balanced in both offense and defense. The two had only faced each other once in the original 05-06 season, with Bell scoring 22 points and 4 rebounds, while Wade had 25 points and 2 rebounds, making their performances hard to separate. Finally, we come to the comparison between the most reliable point guard and the flashiest point guard. It may sound boastful, but even Chris Paul in his rookie season surpassed White Chocolate at his peak. Just like on the other side of the ocean, there was a player with a style strikingly similar to White Chocolate, nicknamed Yellow Chocolate. His play was characterized by a tendency to annoy. In fact, for an ordinary person watching Yellow Chocolate play, it was much like how a head coach would view White Chocolate. One player has the ball and 9 others are in a panic, with everyone in the room wanting to give him a slap. As previously mentioned, Paul's career assist-to-turnover ratio is an astonishing 4-1, while White Chocolate's career ratio is 8-1. At first glance, that seems decent, right? But anyone who has seen White Chocolate play knows that his 8 assists often come with a turnover that is far more brain-bleeding than others. White Chocolate's flashy passes are indeed highly entertaining, but often they deceive not only the opponents, but also his teammates. The result is that teammates are caught off guard and opponents directly take the ball for a fast break. How can this not give the coach a headache? During his time with the Kings, White Chocolate reached the second round of the playoffs in his third year, only to be swept by the Los Angeles Lakers. The following year, the Kings traded him for White Devil Mike Bibby, and the Kings made a deep run to the Western Conference Finals, ultimately battling the reigning champions Los Angeles Lakers to a Game 7. In the Game 7 showdown, Bibby scored 29 points, leading the Kings to a fierce battle against the Lakers until the very end, but ultimately fell short. Compared to White Chocolate, Bibby's style of play was much more pragmatic and efficient, and his impact on the team was worlds apart. As for Paul, he not only has a steadier playing style compared to Mike Bibby, but his efficiency is also higher. Therefore, truly capable point guards represent a significant dimensional shift when compared to those who rely on flashy plays. The warm-up is over and the game officially begins. In the center circle, the jump ball is contested and Mourning secures the ball. Wade receives the ball but chooses to take it up the court himself instead of passing to Williams. It seems Wade is quite aware of White Chocolate's tendencies, opting to handle the ball himself, which is the safest approach. He genuinely fears that White Chocolate might reward him with a no-look pass as soon as he steps on the court. Wade plays this possession simply. After Mourning sets a screen, he takes a step and shoots. Wade particularly enjoys starting off this way to test his shooting feel, and once he finds his rhythm, he becomes a nightmare for the opposing team. Bang! The basketball hits the rim and bounces down. The ball goes in. Yang Lee slightly furrows his brow, realizing this game might require some extra effort. Once Wade hits a mid-range shot to start the game, the opposing team begins to experience nightmares. The nickname Flash is not given lightly. Before his injury in the 2001-2013 season, Wade's ability to drive was definitely among the best in the league. Just like on the first shot with the center setting a screen, Wade could easily use it to blow past his defender and directly attack the basket. However, Wade usually does not take that route. He prefers to test his mid-range shooting first. If he misses, he holds off on entering flash mode and instead plays it safe and steady. But if he makes it, things become straightforward. After the screen, do you defend my mid-range shot or my drive? As long as the defender hesitates for half a second, Wade will either shoot or blow past him. It can be said that Wade has perfected the combination of his bald head and skills. It's practically impossible to stop him. The only way is to limit his shot opportunities. Before the game, Yang Li had reminded West once Wade hits his first mid-range shot, shift the defensive focus onto Wade. Whenever Wade has the ball, move towards him to provide help defense. As for Haslam, he can be given a little space since his mid-range shot isn't deadly. If he decides to drive, there's still Brown there, and others can quickly rotate to help. With Haslam's efficiency near the basket, even if Paul rotates over, he can significantly affect him. But what if Haslam passes the ball out? That's clearly overthinking. If he really had that skill, why would Wade have recruited Bosch in the first place? As expected, this defensive strategy proved to be effective. After all, Wade is only 193 meters tall, and when facing defenders with help, not only is his driving restricted, but his mid-range shooting is also heavily impacted. The 5 centimeters shorter Jordan is both a compliment to Wade and a regret. If Wade were 198 meters tall, he could truly reach the level of peak Jordan. Yet with his height limitations, when the team needs a hard solution, he can only repeatedly throw himself into the air for layups. If he could take more mid-range shots, perhaps his battered knees could hold up for a few more years. By the end of the first half, Wade had only taken 9 shots, hitting 4, and thanks to free throws, his score reached 10. However, Haslam had a good day, obtaining the second most shooting opportunities on the team with 8 attempts. He also successfully made 4 shots, scoring 8 points. Mourning and Walker scored 7 and 6 points respectively. Only Williams had a poor performance, hitting only 1 out of 4 shots for 2 points. On the Rockets side, the situation is quite interesting. The best performer on the team turns out to be Raja Bell, who was matched up against Wade. Perhaps it was due to West alleviating some of the defensive pressure, but Bell had an impressive offensive display in the first half. He had 10 attempts from long range, hitting 6. It's not that Wade can't defend against Bell, but the quality of screens from the Rockets is simply too high. This summer, Yang Li had all the Rockets players practice pick and rolls for a solid half month. Starting from positioning, they meticulously focused on the details of pick and rolls. The reason is simple: he didn't want to see the Rockets getting penalized for moving screens and getting robbed by the referees. Wade constantly faces double teams on offense while having to chase the indefatigable Bell from one end of the three-point line to the other on defense. How can his stamina hold up? Ideally, this situation should allow Williams and Walker to help share the defensive. But what level are these two guys' defenses at? White Chocolate is notoriously known as a defensive black hole from the perimeter, and many teams target him as a weak point on offense. Walker's unknown defense is passable, but his awareness for switching is almost non-existent. Yang Li has precisely capitalized on this, allowing the Rockets to constantly use off-ball movement to tear apart their defense. The result is a fragmented defense. The most outrageous moment was during an offensive play in the second quarter when Bell and Battier executed a cross screen at the baseline. After setting the screen, one ran to the left corner, while the other cut back to the left 45-degree angle to set a screen for Paul. Then the adorably clumsy, fat Buddha, Walker, directly appeared at the right corner to guard the air. The result was Wade chasing Battier, while Bell received a pass from Paul in the corner, hitting a three-pointer. Thanks to the Heat's poor defense, Paul scored only 5 points in the first half with just a mid-range shot and a three-pointer. However, he dished out 8 assists in the half, activating the entire Rockets offense. Ultimately, the Rockets led the Heat 47-39 at halftime. As the Heat's head coach Stan Van Gundy noticed the team's issues and made adjustments during the break, he benched White Chocolate and brought in Payton, who had performed well in the latter half of the second quarter. The glove. Payton is not called that for nothing. His defense sticks to the opponent like a glove. The only reason he isn't a starter is simply due to his age of 37. But he can still handle half a game with. At the small forward position, Walker was also substituted out in favor of James Posey. Both of these players joined the Miami Heat this summer in a blockbuster trade involving 5 teams. Later, the media regarded this operation by Riley in the summer of 2005 as one of the most significant trades in Heat history. After all, this trade directly brought the Miami Heat the championship in 2006. Posey had previously been mentioned as a top-tier 3D player, just like Battier. His defensive awareness is significantly stronger compared to the offensively strong but defensively weak Walker. After switching in these two defensive powerhouses in the second half, the Heat's defense improved dramatically. Moreover, Payton's playmaking ability is also exceptional. With him organizing the offense in the second half, Wade was liberated to some extent, allowing him to focus on off-ball movement and execute isolation plays. Of course, Yang Li wouldn't passively take the hits. When the soldiers come, he builds walls against water. Since you Heat made adjustments, the Rockets surely have countermeasures. Payton and Paul, both historical level point guards in the league, have faced off in a battle of offense and defense. However, Paul has only played 4 official games so far. In terms of both experience and skills, he has yet to reach the heights of the future. Currently, apart from his youth and strength, Paul is overshadowed by Payton in every aspect. Even in terms of physical attributes, Payton stands a full 10 centimeters taller than Paul. For a seasoned veteran, isn't it easy to handle a rookie like him? As for Calderon, there's no need to mention him. Although he is slightly taller than Paul, he is completely outmatched by Peyton in every regard. Given this, why not consider broadening our perspective? Why must we confine ourselves to traditional point guards facing off against each other? The Rockets have the French wizard Boris Diaw. Diaw is a man who can play from the point guard position all the way to the center. During the 2005-2006 season, he stepped into the starting lineup of the Phoenix Suns while Stoudemire was injured. Moreover, when Nash is off the court, Diaw often fills in at the point guard position. This isn't just throwing a duck onto a perch. Diaw performs remarkably well as a point guard. If one doesn't possess exceptional skills, can they really treat the French magician as a mere nickname? Standing at 2.03 meters tall, Diaw creates a mismatch against any active point guard. This often leads to Diaw pulling the opposing point guard to the weak side for unknown confrontations whenever Nash is not on the court. With his towering height and long arms, Diaw can attack both facing the basket and with his back to it. Against shorter point guards, he either shoots directly or backs down to score easily near the restricted area. At first, the players on the Heat were unaware of Diaw's prowess, opting to double-team him. Little did they expect that Diaw also possessed remarkable passing abilities. As soon as the opposing players double-teamed, Diaw would swiftly deliver the ball to an unguarded teammate. After a few rounds, no one dared to approach him anymore. Meanwhile, while deploying Diaw against Peyton, Yang Lee substituted Scola in for West. Besides Yao Ming, Scola is the strongest player for back-to-the-basket moves in the Rockets' current lineup. The purpose of bringing in Scola was straightforward: to have him and Diaw continuously attack Peyton Onion on the offensive end, primarily to wear him down and torment him. In today's terms, Yang Lee's strategy could be described as the wear-down-Thielman tactic. Back in the day, the Cleveland Cavaliers used this approach, having LeBron James and Kyrie Irving take turns attacking Curry, constantly exhausting him on the defensive end. Although the success rate of their Onion plays was not high, it genuinely drained Kyrie's energy. As his stamina waned, his offensive threat diminished, making it increasingly difficult for him to defend against Irving. If this was how a peak Curry fared, how could the 37-year-old veteran Peyton withstand it? In less than a quarter, Peyton was already drenched in sweat. Once Peyton's stamina was depleted, it was the Rockets' showtime. Players on the perimeter were constantly moving around the half-court using screens to create space. As soon as they got open, Scola, who was orchestrating from the top, would deliver the ball straight to them. If Haslam focused too much on cutting off Scola's passing lane, Scola would simply rise up for a mid-range shot to finish the offensive play. Fortunately, the Heat still had Wade. During this time, with Peyton's assistance, he managed to score 12 points with both drives and jump shots in a single quarter. However, this was merely a drop in the bucket and could not prevent the team's collapse. By the end of the third quarter, the Rockets exploded for 32 points in that period, leading the Heat by 16 points with a score of 79-63. At this moment, Van Gundy was left with few options. The only hope he had was for Wade to temporarily transform into a 193-meter version of Jordan to save the team from peril. Meanwhile, Yang Lee, holding a 16-point lead, aimed to maintain stability and avoid any reckless plays. Raja Bell had played too long in the first three quarters, so he was taken out for a breather. The team still had another mad dog who could play the shooting guard position. Tony Allen, almost fully recharged after replacing Bell, stuck to Wade like a piece of chewing gum. As Allen gave his all to defend every possession, Yang Lee's PUA talk echoed in his ears. Tony, remember, your current ability to drive isn't outstanding enough, and your shooting isn't stable enough. If you want to make a name for yourself in the NBA, you need to defend like a mad dog, clinging to your opponent. You have to keep your focus on him, bite him, and torment him. Even if you score nothing, if you can limit your opponent's points by 10, your contribution to the team is equal to scoring 10 points. This innate defensive powerhouse met the innate PUA master, resulting in remarkable effectiveness. Wade had only rested for 5 minutes in the first three quarters, and by the final quarter, his stamina was already trailing. Once pinned down by Tony Allen, Wade's performance plummeted. After all, he wasn't the real Jordan. In the final quarter, Wade played only 6 minutes before sitting out, scoring just 2 points from free throws. With only half a quarter left, there was no need to continue playing, as it was garbage time. The Heat fans began to leave early, unable to hide their disappointment in the home team's performance. On the other hand, Dejita Liu and others were beaming with joy as they received valuable 6 minutes of playing time. As the final buzzer sounded, the Rockets triumphed over the Miami Heat with a score of 97-81. Wade scored 24 points with 5 rebounds and 5 assists, making him the best performer for the Heat. Conversely, his counterpart Raja Bell also set a personal career high with 8 three-pointers totaling 24 points, making him the biggest contributor to the Rockets' victory. Following this battle, the Rockets' regular season record improved to 4 wins and 0 losses, standing tall above the entire league. In the TNT studio, Kenny, with a mischievous smile, said, "I'm going home today to pick out styles for my swim trunks." "Come on, Kenny." Charles couldn't help but laugh, saying, even though this Heat team lacks Shaq, the Rockets' performance has been unexpectedly impressive. "I have a vague feeling," Kenny suddenly exclaimed, While looking at Yang Li on camera, if Yao Ming can return this season, the Rockets will be strong contenders for the championship. If Dayo can return this season, the Rockets will be formidable contenders for the championship. Kenny murmured softly, perhaps this is all truly because of Yang Li. No, Kenny, I think it's too early to discuss the Rockets' championship chances. Barkley interrupted Kenny Smith, maintaining a relatively cautious attitude towards the Rockets. It's not that he has any issues with Yang Li or the Rockets. He just wants to maintain an objective perspective in the discussion. Have you noticed a critical issue? Barkley began to analyze this current Rockets team consists either of rookies or those who were previously underutilized in their teams. I understand what you mean, Charles. Kenny immediately grasped the point. This team relies on sheer determination to maintain their current state, but halfway through the season these players will either hit the rookie wall or face a bottleneck. Exactly. Barkley nodded. I am quite certain of your perspective, but the true nature of this year's Rockets will only reveal itself after Christmas. Their dialogue proved to be prophetic. The Rockets' style of play was quickly adapted by other teams, making their games increasingly challenging. Currently, none of the players on the court for the Rockets are true star players. Paul and West are still in the process of improving and are some distance from becoming all-stars. Relying on a bunch of rookies and role players is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. In the following month, the Rockets played 15 games, achieving victory in only 5 of them. It's not just the Rockets' performance that is problematic. The teams they faced were generally quite strong. Besides the Hawks and the Kings, the Rockets haven't encountered any other weak opponents. The Mavericks, featuring a strong driver, the Spurs led by Duncan, the Nets with Carter and Kidd, and the Pistons with their 5 Tigers are all formidable foes. As a result, after a strong start with 4 consecutive victories, the Rockets gradually fell back, currently holding a record of 9 wins and 10 losses, ranking 9th in the West. The team finds itself in an awkward position right at the threshold of the playoffs. Initially, after their 4-game winning streak, the Rockets and Yang Li's reputation had somewhat improved. But just a few days later, the Rockets again became the target of public criticism. You see, I told you the Rockets only excelled against weak teams, and now their true form has been exposed. If McGrady were here, the current Rockets would at least be a playoff team. Fun fact, the New Orleans Hornets have won 1 more game than the Rockets and are currently 8th in the West. If both Yao and McGrady were present, the Rockets might even be in the upper half of the playoff bracket. With such an ambiguous record, the Rockets might as well just go for a full rebuild. In light of the current situation, Yang Li certainly would not sit idly by. After a long period of inactivity, he decided to take action again. Just a few days ago, Ron Artest unexpectedly expressed to the media that he hoped the club would trade him, citing that his playing style was restricted with the Pacers. Of course, the real reason is that the conflict between Artest and head coach Carlisle had escalated to an irreconcilable level. Artest's public request for a trade undoubtedly touched the team's bottom line. Thus, the Indiana Pacers placed Artest on the injury list and began searching for a new home for him. Interestingly, Artest even named his preferred destinations. One was the New York Knicks, and the other was the Cleveland Cavaliers. As a result, he was met with rejection from both teams, who stated they were not interested in Artest. Initially, many believed that Artest's agent was behind the scenes stirring things up and encouraging him to act this way. However, Artest's agent Steven stated that Artest had not consulted him before expressing his desire to leave the Pacers, and he did not agree with Artest's decision to leave. Goodness, it turns out this entire farce was entirely Artest's own self-directed performance. Such a person is just insane. Other teams understandably kept their distance from such a problematic youth. Yet Yang Li went against the tide. He proactively contacted Larry Bird, the general manager of the Indiana Pacers. Unlike the outright refusal during the offseason, this time the Bird was notably more enthusiastic. He had a clear understanding of Artest's trade value, but it wasn't that high. In terms of ability and performance, Artest is undoubtedly an all-star caliber player. However, from a mental standpoint and other factors, Artest is practically a locker room bomb. Playoff contenders would certainly not want such a player. The potential uplift to the team is uncertain, but it could very well disrupt the previously good team chemistry. Teams that would shy away from Artest include those without playoff hopes. Generally speaking, such teams prefer to tank and seek high draft picks for the following year. Only those teams on the playoff bubble looking to bolster their roster to make a playoff push might consider acquiring Artest. Coincidentally, the Houston Rockets are exactly such a team. Yang Li, I know you've always wanted to acquire this problem child. Let's discuss your sincerity, Bird stated straight. Desagana Diop and our first-round pick next year. Yang Li openly stated his offer. Sounds good. Bird smiled and replied, but you know we in Indiana are not lacking in the center position. So I have already discussed with the Supersonics. Yang Li also smiled slightly and said they will send next year's second-round pick and Ronald Murray to the Pacers. You just need to send Eddie Gill to Seattle. The Seattle Supersonics had previously offered for Diop, but Yang Li had not agreed. This time during the trade of Artest, he could finally bring them in as a third party. Bird considered it for a moment. Although it hurt to give up Artist, Yang Li's terms were acceptable. After all, Artist is an all-star player who has won the DPOY award. A single first-round pick, a second-round pick, and a role player averaging 10 points this season would normally not suffice. However, the fact is that Artist has truly become a headache for the management. Originally, the Pacers had hoped to make another championship push upon Artist's return. Little did they expect Artist to stir up trouble again, directly extinguishing the Pacers' hopes for a championship. At this point, the Pacers management had completely lost patience with him. If they could trade him for some decent assets, the outcome would still be acceptable. The specific operation would involve the Rockets using the trade exception from dealing McGrady to acquire Artist. Then they would send a first-round pick to the Pacers and Diop to the Supersonics. After the Supersonics acquired Diop, they would send next year's second-round pick and Ronald Murray to the Pacers, who would then balance the contracts by trading Eddie Gill for Murray and also receive a second-round pick from the Supersonics. Once this three-team trade was completed, Ron Artest officially joined the Houston Rockets. After acquiring Ron Artest, Yang Li's reputation evidently worsened. Desperate times call for desperate measures. That's Yang Li. Artest is a troublemaker. Even Carl had trouble managing. How could a Chinese guy handle him? I bet in less than half a month Artest will tear the roof off the Huali Center. With the best defensive center gone, the Rockets are surely going to be overwhelmed. What's there to fear? Just let the best defensive player Ron Artest guard the rim. This strategy of picking up unwanted players really feels beneath them. But there's a saying, one man's poison is another man's nectar. To others, Artest might be a problem, but to Yang Li, he's a treasure. Originally, Artest joined the Houston Rockets in the summer of 2008. During the 2008-09 season, the Rockets star player Tracy McGrady played only 35 regular season games due to injury and didn't participate in the playoffs at all. In this context, Yao Ming, Artest, and Scola teamed up to lead the Rockets into the playoffs. In the first round, they defeated the Blazers, led by Roy and Aldridge, with a score of 42. Then faced the defending champions, the Los Angeles Lakers, in the second round. Yao only played 3 games due to injury, yet the Rockets still fought the Lakers for 7 games in the Western Conference semifinals. Although they ultimately lost, the Rockets did so with dignity. After all, that year only the Rockets could push the Lakers to a 7th game, i.e. other opponents posed no threat at all. In this series, the standout performer was Ron Artest, who made significant contributions on both ends of the court. The Rockets' playoff starting lineup that year was Yao Ming, Scola, Battier, Artest, and the little black bean Brooks. Now in Yang Li's Rockets lineup, besides Brooks, the other 4 players remain. And compared to Brooks, the 183-meter tall point guard Paul is far more capable. Moreover, the Rockets now have West Rajabel, Dia Calderon, and other strong players. The lineup Yang Li has built is already showing championship potential. The reason it's only potential is that the players still need to develop chemistry, and Paul, Scola, and others need to grow. Naturally, the core of the team cannot be absent during this process. At the press conference for Artest's arrival, Yang Li dropped a bombshell: Yao Ming will return after Christmas. This news sent shockwaves through the media present. Initially, many thought Yao might be out for the entire season, and some media even questioned whether he could return to his previous form. Yang Li can answer that question for Yao. He will not return, because the Yao who comes back will be even stronger. By that time, Yao will become the opponent that the other 29 teams in the league least want to face. The current Houston Rockets lineup has finally become the team Yang Li desires. After Yao returns, the starting lineup will be C. Yao Ming, P.F. David West, S.F. Ron Artest, S.G. Rajabel, P.G. Chris Paul. This lineup can attack and defend, has organization and playmaking, can dominate in the low post, and possesses outside shooting power. I wouldn't say it's flawless, but it is at least a highly reasonable top-tier configuration. Even when facing the Lakers with Kobe and Gasol, the Celtics' Big Three, the Spurs' GDP, or even the Warriors, the Rockets fear no one. One could say that as long as they don't encounter a super team aided by referees, the Rockets are unafraid of any opponent. Moreover, the Rockets not only have a perfect starting lineup, but their bench is also formidable. This second unit can even hold its own against the starting lineups of most teams. C.P.J. Brown, P.F. Luis Scola, S.F. Sean Battier, F.G. Boris Diaw, P.G. Jose Calderon. All 5 players have been starters in their careers and have played over 5 seasons. Using this lineup against the second units of other teams is almost like using starters against backups. The remaining 5 players form the third unit for the team, or what one might call the water cooler unit. C. Dikembe Mutombo, CPF Yao Ming, PF Matt Bonner, SG Tony Allen, PG Big Lou. This lineup somewhat resembles a mascot. In an NBA game, the active roster consists of 121, meaning that in most of the Rockets games, at least 2 of these 5 players will be inactivated. This means that even during garbage time, the 2 inactivated players cannot enter the game. Most of the time, both Big Lou and the other player are activated. After all, Yang Li wants them to be ready to step on the court and gain experience anytime. Of course, the final decision on who to activate or deactivate is made through discussions between Yang Li Malone and SPO. For example, if a game requires countering a sharpshooter, then defensive specialist Tony Allen will be activated. If the opposing team has a strong power forward, then the three-point shooting for Matt Bonner will be activated. One can say that the current Rockets lineup has no shortcomings except that most players are relatively young and lack technical experience. Before Christmas, the Rockets have 6 more games to play. During this time, Yang Li did not rush to let Arteas take the court, instead keeping him inactivated. The purpose is simple: to temper his character and let him learn how the Rockets play. However, the first half of the Rockets season has indeed felt like a grueling schedule. In the last 6 games before the holiday, the only soft opponent is the Toronto Raptors. The other 5 teams include the Clippers, Warriors, Nuggets, and Lakers, ranked 4th to 7th in the West, and the Supersonic team that has the same number of wins as the Rockets. Although the Rockets lost to the Clippers, Warriors, and Nuggets, they fortunately defeated the Lakers and the Supersonics. Ultimately, before Christmas, the Rockets managed to hold onto the 9th spot in the West with a record of 12 wins and 13 losses. Since the Rockets do not need to participate in the Christmas battle, they have 3 days of rest. However, just as everyone finished their last game and prepared to return home to celebrate Christmas with their families, Yang Li suddenly issued a directive that sent the Rockets players into an uproar. On Christmas Eve, the Rockets will hold an intensive training session and all players must be present. The original Christmas Eve was meant to be spent with family. Just like our New Year's Eve, have you ever heard of anyone making employees work overtime on New Year's Eve? Even the NBA Christmas battles kick off the night after Christmas Eve. So is it because the Chinese do not have a tradition of celebrating Christmas Eve and Christmas that we are being exploited? I originally thought Yang Li was different from other team owners, but it turns out he is an even more ruthless capitalist. The little authority Yang Li had just established with the Rockets vanished overnight. On the morning of December 24, 2005, all members of the Houston Rockets gathered at the team training facility. Except for Yao Ming and a few other Chinese players, everyone else looked lethargic. Most of them had just arrived in Houston this year and had not yet settled down. After today's practice, even if they were to fly home to reunite with their families, they wouldn't arrive until midnight. Although the training schedule was extremely inhumane, no one from the Rockets was absent. Yang Li strolled into the training facility with his assistant Ivanka. Seeing everyone in their training gear, standing on the court, Yang Li was quite pleased. Toot! Yang Li blew his whistle. Everyone quickly looked up, their eyes filled with resentment after seeing Yang Li. "What are you all doing?" Yang Li shouted. "Why aren't you changed yet? What are you all standing around for?" Hearing Yang Li's words, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. "How can you ask us what's going on when you don't even— Besides, we've already put on our training gear. What else do we need to change?" Before anyone could respond, several staff members suddenly came over carrying large bags. With a rustle, a pile of bags suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "Coach, what is this?" Dio, who was bolder, stepped forward and picked up one of the bags. "Christmas hats and Santa Claus costumes. Everyone find the bag with your name on it right away," Yang Li said as he took his Santa Claus costume from Ivanka. "Change into your costumes within 10 minutes and gather at the team bus." 10 minutes later, the Houston Rockets team bus drove off with a bunch of Santa Clauses. Following the team bus was a medium-sized cargo truck. The 2 vehicles drove into a community welfare center in Houston. Upon arrival, everyone finally realized what was happening. It turned out that Yang Li was not taking them for training today, but instead to participate in a community service activity. This welfare center housed children with various mental illnesses such as autism and loneliness. After getting off the bus, everyone quickly ran to the back of the truck to unload the gifts Yang Li had prepared in advance. Even the usually unenthusiastic Arteas lifted twice as much as anyone else. No one noticed that Arteas, hidden behind the gifts, was looking at Yang Li with a changed expression. Arteas had a family history of mental illness and had been troubled by it for many years. After winning the championship with the Los Angeles Lakers in 2010, he specifically thanked his psychologist for years of companionship. He even auctioned off that championship ring, donating all the proceeds to the cause of treating children's mental illness. Later, he changed his name to Meta World Peace, which is how people came to know him. Seeing Yang Li care so much for the cause he had been concerned about, Arteas was completely conquered by him. All of this was, of course, within Yang Li's calculations. However, this was just part of Yang Li's plan. If it were just to help Arteas quickly integrate into the Rockets, then this community service activity would be a bit of overkill. Yang Li wasn't just bringing the entire Rockets team, he had also called in media friends. Did anyone really think these so-called entrepreneurs like to do good deeds in secret? Doing charity work without leaving a name is like wearing fine clothes in the dark. In the prearranged room, the Rockets players presented Christmas gifts to the children in front of the cameras. They then enjoyed a delicious lunch together and warmly played games with them all afternoon. Of course, these children were all relatively mildly ill, and a few were even hired by Yang Li. Of course, who would dare to play games with seriously ill children? If something went wrong and their condition flared up, it would cause quite a bit of trouble. Just give the welfare institution some money and let them cooperate, and that's all. After the media finished taking group photos, everyone left the welfare center feeling quite satisfied. Oh, what a day full of goodwill. Just when everyone thought the day's work was over, Yang Li suddenly stood up again. Next, we are heading to the next stop. Next stop. It was already evening. If we went to the next stop, would we even make it home for Christmas Eve? Yang Li really had no intention of letting them reunite with their families. The bus moved slowly, gradually exiting downtown Houston. Yang Li's destination was unexpectedly the outskirts of Houston. At this time, it was completely dark, especially with the short days in December. Just as everyone's mood grew worse, the road ahead suddenly became brightly lit. The bus actually drove into a small town. Welcome to Rocket Town. Upon entering the town, a huge neon sign was hung in the air above. Oh my God, this is insane. Uncle Moo, sitting in the front row, suddenly exclaimed. How could a town appear out? Uncle Moo had played in Houston for a year and often liked to drive around. He had taken this route before, and this place certainly didn't have this town. It didn't appear out of nowhere. I built it, Yang Li said as he gently patted Uncle Moo's shoulder. Uncle Moo was instantly dumbfounded. Yang Li was simply extravagantly wealthy. A whole town just built like that. The bus slowly drove into the town and finally stopped at the town's central square. West was the first to get off the bus, unable to contain his excitement. While on the bus, he had already seen the 2 rows of Christmas trees neatly arranged along the road. The Christmas trees were adorned with colorful lights and decorations like Christmas socks. He loved this festive atmosphere. As soon as West got off the bus, he suddenly sank into the ground. Wait, there was snow on the ground. This was Houston at latitude 29 degrees. Geographically, it was equivalent to Fujian province across the ocean. How could there be this much snow in Houston, which hadn't seen snow in years? A flurry of snowflakes slowly fell onto West's head, soaking his little bald spot. When West looked up, he was once again astonished. On the rooftops of the houses on either side, dozens of snow machines were actively working. Goodness, Yang Li has created a snowy little town in the southern part of America. One by one, people squeezed from confusion to utter bewilderment, then to a state of total perplexity. Before they could finish processing, a sudden chorus of singing erupted from above the town hall. Jingle bells, jingle bells. As the music of jingle bells played, the festive Christmas atmosphere surged. As the doors of the hall swung open, countless people rushed out, converging towards the Rockets group. Dad, how could you be here? Adis, the league's best defensive player, immediately sprang into action to control his rushing parents. CJ, Paul exclaimed in surprise upon seeing his brother. I thought you had already returned to Winston. I did go back. CJ, Paul said as he made space for his parents behind him. But I came back to pick someone up. Oh my God, Paul excitedly covered his mouth. This is simply amazing. So amazing. Chris. West suddenly patted Paul's shoulder from behind. I must introduce you to my father Amos and my mother Harry. As Paul turned around, his vision was momentarily obscured. Not due to skin color, but because West's entire family was truly tall. Amos West's father stood at 1.96 meters tall and was once an amateur basketball player. His mother Harriet was of the same height as Paul at 1.83 meters, but wearing snow boots made her appear even taller. Hello, Mr. West. Mrs. West, it's a pleasure to meet you. Paul, regaining his composure, enthusiastically greeted West's family before introducing his own parents and brother. This snowy little town instantly became a large social gathering for all the members of the Houston Rockets. However, the West family was not the tallest family combination. Among the crowd, the most eye-catching was definitely the Yao family. Yao stood at 2.26 meters, his father Lao Yao at 2.08 meters, and his mother Fong Yi at 1.88 meters. Standing amidst the crowd, they resembled the Colorado Plateau in North America. As the Rockets' biggest star, Yao naturally became the focal point. People eagerly introduced their relatives to Yao, excitedly pressing their faces against Yao's parents. Lu and Ji's parents were also invited by Yang Li. After all, they hadn't seen their sons in months. Ji was better off as it wasn't his first year abroad, so seeing his parents brought him joy. However, this was Liu's first time fighting abroad, and upon seeing his parents, he let out a loud wail. Of course, Yang Li didn't just invite the players' families, the families of 2 assistant coaches were also invited. Brandon Malone, a well-known NBA coach, had always admired Yang Li's coaching philosophy. On this visit, he took the initiative to greet Yang Li. The two chatted for a while until Mike Malone came over to take his father to introduce him to the players, prompting old Malone to reluctantly pause his conversation with Yang Li. Most of these family members of players or coaches were contacted directly by Yang Li. Upon meeting him, they all warmly approached Yang Li to greet him. After meeting everyone one by one, Yang Li quietly watched, unable to suppress a smile. A successful NBA team relies heavily on strong team cohesion. The way Yang Li thought of enhancing team cohesion was to organize an unforgettable team-building event. Christmas Eve was a special day, and Yang Li had intentionally suppressed the idea of everyone reuniting with their families. When night fell and the longing for reunion reached its peak, the doors that had momentarily blocked their gathering swung open, allowing their emotions to spill forth. At this moment, everyone must certainly be grateful to Yang Li. I just wanted everyone to have a wonderful memory. Yang Li spoke superficially, but inside, he was already laughing with joy. These guys are really amusing. Without me, they should have reunited with their families today. Yet I first obstructed your reunion and then facilitated it. In a sense, I did nothing at all. But in the end, I became your great benefactor. What does it mean to be an international PUA master? Tactical leaned back. Yang Li glanced at Ivanka beside him, noticing she was secretly wiping her tears. Don't be sad, Ivanka, Yang Li said as he pulled her into his embrace. I am your family. Inviting the players' families to celebrate Christmas Eve together was just Yang Li's first step. Next, Yang Li would continue to take strong actions. Everyone. Yang Li suddenly took out a loudspeaker and exclaimed, please allow me as your guide to show you around our Rockets town. Everyone turned to look at Yang Li, then happily followed their guide on their journey. Everyone, look, this is our town's. Yang Li pointed at a classic little house by the road. Next, let's invite our chief barista of the Houston Rockets, Mr. Boris Dio, to brew a cup of coffee for everyone. Dio was momentarily stunned, but once he realized, his eyes lit up. Coach Yang Li actually knows that The cafe was equipped with all sorts of facilities, and Dio eagerly showcased his coffee-making skills before everyone. Boris. Yang Li approached Dio and whispered, from now on you will be the owner of this cafe. Dio's hand trembled involuntarily while brewing coffee, and he turned to Yang Li in surprise, seemingly seeking confirmation that Yang Li was joking. Of course there is a premise. Yang Li grinned and patted Dio's shoulder. Before the season ends, you must not drink coffee with additives within the team. Do you accept? Of course. Dio nodded without hesitation. Yang Li only mentioned not being able to drink coffee within the team, so drinking at home or in hotels was fine. Of course, Yang Li never intended to make Dio completely quit coffee. He only required him to drink it in moderation. After enjoying the coffee made by Dio, everyone set off again for the next stop. Here is our town's library. Yang Li pointed to a European-style building and declared, I hereby appoint Mr. David West as the librarian of our town's library starting today. Wei Site, momentarily stunned within the crowd, quickly brightened and strode forward. Dawei, I know you have a profound love of books. Yang Li spoke as he placed the library key into Wei Site's hand. From this day forward, you are the steward of this library. Wei Site took the key, feeling a swell of mixed emotions. Whenever he wanted to read, he would often go to the Because of his skin color, he was routinely met with disdainful glances from the Yangsa people. Are black people born not to cherish books? Do black people merely hold books for show? Are they doomed to read only the title pages? Wei Site had long been deeply interested in politics, history, and culture. Moreover, his curiosity was not confined to Western culture. He widened his gaze to encompass the entire world. Otherwise, why would Yang Li regard Wei Site as such a fine comrade? Wei Site's research into certain lingering historical issues of our country was exceptionally thorough. Especially during that major incident in 19, he was the only member within the NBA who stood firmly and spoke out from the standpoint of fairness and justice. For such a lovable person, was it excessive for Yang Li to reward him with a library? This is simply too much. Wei Site could not help but cry out when he opened the library doors. Coach, did you move an entire library here? From the outside, the building looked unassuming, yet inside it revealed an entirely different world. The entire library was designed as a sunken structure resembling a convex form. The 3 floors above ground served merely as reading spaces. The underground portion was filled with hundreds of towering solid wood bookshelves. This design not only saved surface land area, more importantly, the books would be spared direct sunlight and so avoided damage. Yang Li had also arranged clear zones. Books from different countries, regions, and genres were all plainly labeled. All the library walls were treated against moisture. A central air conditioning system ran 24 hours a day to ensure the books would not suffer dampness or mold. Coach, I'd like to request a coffee machine for the library. Dio, struck by a sudden inspiration upon entering, added, that way I can brew coffee for everyone while they read. No problem. Yang Li waved his hand. You file the request, and I'll sign it. After leaving the library, the group continued onward. Not 2 steps later, Bao Luo suddenly stopped. What's the matter, Kuli Si? CJ asked, seeing his younger brother staring blankly ahead. CJ looked. Bao Luo pointed to the roadside. What am I supposed to look at? There. Oh my goodness. CJ gaped at the scene before him, his mouth agape and his eyes beginning to redden. Kuli Si, CJ, what are you two standing there for? Yang Li appeared behind them and gently nudged them. Go and see your gas station. The brothers turned and tears streamed unrestrained down their faces. I truly do not know how to thank you, coach. Bao Luo sobbed, hugged Yang Li, and then ran into the gas station. CJ followed closely, entering the station, and excited picked up a fuel nozzle. Fans familiar with Bao Luo surely knew the story of his 61-point outburst in high school. Bao Luo's grandfather was Nasa and Chiong Si, who owned his own gas station. He was the first black person in Bei Ka Luo Lai Na Zhou to own such a station. Chiong Si served his customers diligently every day and was deeply beloved by the local people who affectionately called him Cool Old Dad. Bao Luo loved to cling to his grandfather. After school each day, he would run to Chiong Si's gas station. But when Bao Luo was 17, a sudden calamity struck. Chiong Si was robbed at his own station and tragically passed away at the age of 61. That very day was also the day Bao Luo received his Wei Ku Sun Lin scholarship. The joy turned to sorrow when he received the dreadful news. His grandfather had been not only his closest relative, but also his greatest supporter on the basketball court. Therefore, Bao Luo decided to pay tribute to him in a special way. In the subsequent game against Pa Kolanda High School, Bao Luo on the court was no longer merely an unselfish playmaker. He repeatedly drove through and relentlessly assaulted the opponent's defense. By halftime, he had already scored 32 points. With 2 minutes remaining and at 59 points, Bao Luo attacked the basket once again. He scored and earned a free throw. After the basket, Bao Luo lay on the floor and did not rise for a long time. When it came time for the free throw, he deliberately airballed, and the head coach immediately substituted him out. He did so to keep his scoring total at 61, a tribute to his grandfather's age at passing. After being taken out, Bao Luo hid in his father's arms and wept. Thus, the most important numbers in his life, besides 58, included 61. The gas station in town had been faithfully recreated by Yang Li after he visited Bao Luo's hometown and conducted a field survey. From inside out, it was almost identical to Chiong Si's station. Yang Li's gesture moved Bao Luo's whole family deeply. Bao Luo's mother repeatedly poured out her gratitude to Yang Li. With this station, even while in Houston, Bao Luo could still feel at home. After touring the gas station, Yang Li led them to the back of the town. Rounding the corner, their eyes were suddenly opened to a breathtaking sight. There lay an artificial lake stretching as far as the eye could see. The entire shoreline was studded with lights, and several exquisite fishing boats were moored at a small pier. La Jia, without a word, sprinted straight for the pier. Arriving there, he did not even slow down, but leapt onto one of the boats. Once aboard, Bayer's eyes glittered like a wolf in a rabbit warren. The boat's fishing gear was the most advanced and durable. "Coach, how did you know to buy this brand?" Bayer asked, picking up a rod and waving it at Yang Li with excitement. Actually, I didn't know." Yang Li spread his hands. His greatest virtue was honesty. "I simply bought the most expensive ones." Not only were the fishing gear the most expensive, but the few fishing boats docked here were also quite special. Some were suitable for fishing in lakes, others for rivers, and even some for the ocean. The artificial lake dug by Yang Li connects to the river flowing eastward to Houston, ultimately merging into the ocean. Everything at this dock perfectly fulfills the ultimate fantasy of fishing enthusiasts. As a seasoned fishing enthusiast, Bayer even thought about living on the boat for the rest of his life. Of course, digging this artificial lake was not solely for fishing. This also serves as a beautiful landscape for Rocket Town. From the small garden by the lake, one can reach the island in the center of the lake via a floating bridge adorned with lights. Although the island is not large, it has everything for eating, drinking, and entertainment. In the future, if all the Rocket personnel want to hold a gathering, this will be the most suitable place. On the other side of the lake facing the town, there is a large golf course. Among NBA players, many enjoy playing golf, and after his rebirth, Yang Li also successfully picked up this bad habit. If it weren't for the darkness that had descended today, Yang Li would have truly wanted to play around with these guys. Continuing along the lakeside, they would reach the residential area of the town. Everyone in the Rockets can claim a house of their own here. During their time in Houston, they can fully consider this place. As for the costs of everything related to the houses, the team covers it all. In simple terms, this town is essentially the employee dormitory for the Houston Rockets. However, this employee dormitory is of a higher standard and larger in scale, that's all. After passing through the residential area, everyone finally arrived at the entertainment district of the town. The most eye-catching building in the entertainment district is actually a state-of-the-art recording studio. Although this guy artist has a voice akin to a broken gong, he loves to sing. He believes he possesses great singing talent and has even held a personal concert tour. Yang Li felt somewhat gratified about this. After all, if artist were to wreak havoc, it wouldn't be confined to just one place. Yang Li merely hopes that this recording studio can contain artist, preventing him from causing trouble for others. In addition, the entertainment district features bars, a cinema, a bowling alley, and so on, with a full array of entertainment facilities. Of course, the basketball court and gym cannot be absent as well. However, the most popular place here must be the esports venue. "Ligu, I really love you." Big Lou couldn't help but hug Yang Li and gave him a kiss, rushing straight to the esports venue. The others followed closely. After all, what boy doesn't enjoy playing games? In the esports venue, it's not just about gaming. At the bar, you can order anything you want to eat. If you get tired of gaming, there are also billiards, foosball, and other entertainment facilities to relax. All of the dozens of computers here are equipped with the latest specifications. There are also the best esports desks and shares the strongest peripherals armed to the teeth. In Big Liu's words, he has never set foot in such a good internet cafe in his life. In the time that followed, everyone went to their favorite places and began to enjoy life in the town. As midnight approached, Yang Li gathered everyone in the central square of the town. He wanted to welcome the arrival of Christmas together. Yang Li's way of welcoming Christmas was the simplest and most straightforward method, setting off fireworks. Whoosh! A firework slowly ascended, then unfolded into a dazzling golden flower. The Christmas celebration officially began. All members of the Rocket family looked up together, admiring the splendid fireworks display. This spectacular fireworks show lasted for a full 30 minutes. The key was that this fireworks display not only lasted a long time, but was also very dense. Usually one would see 3 to 5 fireworks launching at the same time. However, the fireworks show in this town showcased a 360-degree display with no blind spots. Simultaneously, fireworks around the town shot up and blossomed. There was even no time to fully appreciate it, as the eyes could only see the fireworks in one direction. After this grand fireworks show, everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe. What was being set off wasn't just fireworks, it was clearly a stack of money. Finally, the fireworks display came. After exchanging Merry Christmas with each other, everyone returned to their claimed houses. The Rockets' first team-building event came to a perfect conclusion. Yang Li could clearly feel that after this day the team's cohesion had reached an absurd level. To put it simply, if Yang Li were to urinate to the left, no one would dare to drop their pants to the right. The 3-day holiday quickly came to an end, and the regular season continued. On December 27, 2005, the Rockets finally faced their first opponent after Yao's return, the Utah Jazz. Regarding the feud between the Rockets and the Jazz, I believe all old fans in the country can recount it in detail. The Rockets were eliminated in the first round by the Jazz in both the 2007 and 2008 playoffs. After that, the Utah Jazz earned a resounding title, the Rockets' nemesis. And Jazz's all-star players Carlos Boozer and Mehmet Okur became notoriously known as Yao's tormentors. Although Yao Ming was slow in movement, he was not completely incapable of defending against Jazz center Okur at the three-point line. However, the Rockets heavily relied on Yao's rim protection, and with the struggles of their power forward Uncle Ho to contain Boozer, what could they do? They could only let Uncle Ho guard Okur's three-point shots, while Yao defended Boozer in the paint. Boozer was 20 centimeters shorter than Yao and was far more agile. Not only was Boozer strong in the low post, but he also had a precise mid-range shot. Most importantly, the Jazz were particularly adept at pick-and-rolls, making it nearly impossible for Yao to keep up. Of course, on the offensive end, the Jazz could not defend against Yao either. Therefore, the true scenario at that time should have been Yao and Boozer mutually exploded. But if it was merely a mutual explosion, then the Rockets would undoubtedly be at a loss. After all, the Jazz had Okur in the paint as well. Of course, such a situation would not occur again. In these 6 months, Yao successfully lost weight, improving his speed, while also developing his three-point shooting ability a bit. Moreover, the Rockets' power forward was no longer the clumsy Uncle Ho, but David West. Whether in unknown or help defense, West excelled. As the roadblock of the Heat back in the day, the Indiana Pacers had pushed the Big Three Heat to a Game 7 in the Eastern Conference Finals in 2013. West as the starting power forward for that Pacers team, though merely the second option, was the most challenging point for their opponents to defend against. More agile than a power forward and stronger than a small forward. Just how strong was West's power? Strong enough to single-handedly defend peak Dwight Howard. Unfortunately, that year's Pacers eventually suffered a regrettable defeat against the Heat. The reason for the loss was because the Pacers lost a key player, Danny Granger. Granger suffered a malicious ankle injury in the 2012 playoffs, almost costing him the entire 2012-2013 season. Having played only 5 regular season games, he averaged 15 minutes on the court, and he didn't play a single playoff game. In the absence of their star player, the Pacers still managed to battle the Heat for 7 games, which is enough to prove the strength of the second option West. With such a capable backup in the paint, Yao could completely disregard the Jazz's inside combination. The players from both sides took to the court for pre-game warm-ups. A major showdown is imminent. I want to write a new book, and the title will be Rebirth. My readers give gifts or not, they are all handsome, but they all send. The starting lineups for the Rockets and the Jazz are as follows. C. Yao Ming vs. Jalen Collins PF, David West vs. Mehmet Okur SF, Ron Artest vs. Andrei Kirilenko SG, Raja Bell vs. Gordon Jirasek, PG, Chris Paul vs. Keith McLeod. From the starting lineup, it is evident that the Jazz have no chance today. After all, the Jazz have just acquired Darren, and they have yet to confirm the starting point guard position for the chubby player. Currently, the most prominent player on the team is still AK-47 Kirilenko. Meanwhile, the team's second star Carlos Boozer is currently injured and unable to participate in today's game. The substitute Collins, who has come in at the last minute, is even less capable than the 39-year-old Uncle Moo. As the game began, Collins jumped merely for show. After gaining possession, the Rockets immediately let Yao Ming try his hand at scoring from the low post. Once Yao Ming received the ball, he only nudged it lightly twice and Collins was already under the basket. Before Oker could double-team, Yao Ming gently hooked the ball into the hoop. Indeed, Yao Ming truly put the ball in. Collins didn't even manage to interfere with him at all. Yao Ming, expressionless, glanced at Collins before turning to retreat back to his half of the court. This indifferent gaze filled Collins with a deep sense of despair. It was as if Yao Ming was saying to him, "What level are you at to dare defend me unknown?" Consider who accompanied Yao Ming during his rehabilitation training. It was P.J. Brown and Uncle Moo. Both have made multiple all-defensive teams, and Uncle Moo has even won the Defensive Player of the Year award 4 times. The key is that both are taller and stronger than Collins. If they couldn't stop Yao Ming, how could Collins, standing at 2.26 meters, not be like a toy in front of him? When it was the Jazz's turn to attack, Collins decisively moved to the baseline. He knew that if the team wanted to win, he couldn't rely on himself too much. They needed Oker, the team's top scorer this season, to find his rhythm. Oker understood this logic as well. In the current Jazz, Kirilenko is the core of the defense while he is the core of the offense. The Jazz's offense is structured around Oker. He noticed that the Rockets' power forward West was shorter than him and quickly positioned himself beyond the three-point line ready to receive the ball. But unexpectedly, the one who followed him out was Yao Ming. McLeod, seeing this, quickly passed the ball to Collins. At this point, Collins had West behind him and successfully received the ball, creating an opportunity for a unknown. Collins secretly rejoiced, thinking, "If I can't deal with Yao Ming, can I not handle you?" However, reality taught him a harsh lesson. Facing the shorter West, Collins backed him down 3 times. The scene was as comical as Towns backing down Cousins. West remained completely unmoved. In despair, Collins had to pass the ball back to McLeod. Meanwhile, Oker also took advantage of Kirilenko's screen to break free. After receiving the ball, McLeod didn't hesitate and quickly passed it to Oker. Upon receiving the ball, Oker went straight up for the shot. Suddenly, a red flash appeared before him. Just as he released the ball, Yao Ming swatted it away. The Rockets bench erupted in excitement with towels flying everywhere. Uncle Moo laughed heartily, shaking his finger and shouting Yao Ming. The home crowd was ignited by this spectacular block, cheering loudly. However, the players on the court remained highly focused. Paul was quick to react, rushing to grab the ball and swiftly advancing forward. Meanwhile, McLeod, seeing Yao Ming closing in, quickly retreated to his half of the court. Although Paul was very fast, his small stature prevented him from attempting a layup. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a large figure in a Rockets jersey following closely behind. Paul performed a behind-the-back bounce pass to the oncoming Yao Ming, who received the ball, took 3 steps, and emphatically dunked it into the basket. After the dunk, Yao Ming silently returned to his half of the court, preparing for defense. "Yao, what the hell are you doing?" Yang Li yelled angrily. "Did I not tell you what to do after a dunk? Are you deaf?" It was only then that Yao Ming realized, suddenly clenching his fists at the center circle and shouting towards the sky. "Are you experiencing network lag?" Yang Li was truly exasperated with Yao Ming. To become the core of a dynasty team, one must possess leadership qualities. These qualities cannot be easily explained and must be cultivated from various aspects. For instance, look at which superstar doesn't enjoy a triumphant roar or a thumping chest after a dunk. The humble and reserved mentality of the Chinese is simply not practical on the NBA court. Others will think you're weak, afraid to let out a single boast. You can silently score 5 or 8 points over your opponent, but it won't be as impactful as saying your wife looks like a donut. In the next offensive possession, the Jazz clearly became wary of Yao Ming. This time, they decisively chose to attack from the weak side. Kirilenko stands at 2.06 meters tall, while his defender Arteist is only 2.01 meters tall, clearly at a disadvantage. However, Arteist is a former DPOY and currently in his prime. So what if he's 5 centimeters taller? "If you have the ability, shoot me dead." Kirilenko seemed to hear Arteist's thoughts and took the shot. Arteist certainly couldn't block him, but could only leap to interfere. Unfortunately, Kirilenko's shot, with his height and wingspan, faced little impact and flew straight towards the hoop. The ball went in. After making the shot, Kirilenko smirked at Arteist. "I heard you're the DPOY." Arteist looked frustrated, realizing he should have pressured him. As they stood, one smug and the other regretful, Yao Ming, positioning himself to grab the rebound, secured the ball. Yao Ming quickly stepped out from the baseline, then grabbed the ball with one hand and threw it in a motion resembling a shot put. The basketball sailed over the court and landed in the Jazz's paint. Raja Bell caught the ball under the Jazz's basket and leaped for a thunderous dunk. "Well done, Yao." Yang Li jumped up, clapping his hands excitedly. This money was well spent. To the fathers reading this, please give a 5-star rating. Thanks a lot. Fans who often watch games surely know that many interior players in the NBA have a remarkable ability for precise quarterback-like long passes, such as Kevin Love and Marc Gasol. However, Yao Ming has never acquired this skill set. Yang Li is uncertain about where the problem lies. While Yao's arms may be short, that doesn't seem to be the main reason. Yang Li thought to himself, why must we find out what the problem is? Let's simply resolve the issue directly. Thus Yang Li waved his hand dramatically and spent a fortune to invite world champions from baseball, shot put, softball, and even javelin and discus to come and teach Yao how to throw accurately. They focused on one task, teaching Yao Ming how to throw with precision. Ultimately, it was the softball technique that gained Yao's favor. When using the softball throwing technique, Yao Ming achieved the highest accuracy in his throws. Soon he began a rigorous practice schedule of 500 throws every day. Now Yao Ming can control the accuracy of long passes within half a meter. That's why Yang Li exclaimed this money was well spent. For Yang Li, as long as it's a problem that can be solved with money, it isn't a problem. After this round, Jerry Sloan immediately called a timeout. He could only feel his heart bleeding. All the meticulous preparations he had made for the game seemed completely. After undergoing surgery, how did Yao Ming become a completely different person? The original, Yao could only set screens for teammates and play down low. But what Yao accomplished just now was remarkable. Not only could he fast break, but he could also initiate one himself. Returning to the court, the Jazz replaced Mike Lee with Darren Williams. However, in terms of offensive choices, they still relied heavily on the wing player Kirilenko. This time, Artest directly confronted him, making it uncomfortable for Kirilenko to play his isolation game. Darren noticed Artest's intentions and quickly came up to set a screen for Kirilenko. Before Paul could recover, Kirilenko bent down and charged towards the basket. West quickly moved up to block Kirilenko. However, Kirilenko's greatest strength is his versatility. He is not only capable of scoring himself, but also adept at assisting teammates. Leveraging his height and long arms, Kirilenko passed the ball over West to Collins beneath the basket. Without hesitation, Collins received the ball and was ready to score. Just as he was about to dunk the ball into the basket, Yao Ming suddenly charged in from the side, forcefully pressing his hands down on the basketball. Boom! Collins, along with the ball, was knocked to the ground. Coach Sloan immediately felt a headache coming on. Not only had Yao Ming developed a new skill, but his shot-blocking ability remained top tier in the league. If I had another Yao Ming back then, I could have easily led Malone and Stockton to defeat Jordan. While Collins was blocked, West also turned around. He quickly bent down, snatched the basketball from Collins, and passed it to Paul to initiate a fast break. All 9 players on the court raced towards the Jazz's half, leaving only Collins lying beneath the Rockets' basket. The Jazz's defensive response was swift. 4 players quickly positioned themselves. But here's the problem: Collins hasn't returned yet. Who will guard Yao Ming? Oker retreated to the waist of the restricted area, capable of blocking West while also guarding against Yao's cuts. However, Yao Ming didn't move inside. Instead, he stood at the top of the arc beyond the three-point line. Seeing that Yao was unguarded, Paul immediately passed the ball to him. After receiving the ball, the 4 Jazz players had no reaction whatsoever. Everyone in the league knows that Yao Ming lacks the ability to shoot three-pointers. Anyone who attempts to guard him now would be falling into a trap, wouldn't they? Then, under the gaze of 9 players on the court and over 20,000 spectators, Yao Ming lifted his hand and shot a three-pointer. Swish! The basketball went straight through the net. Once that shot went in, Coach Sloan felt utterly defeated. Oh dear, how are we supposed to play now? Yao Ming has truly evolved into a prehistoric behemoth. If Boozer were here, there might still be a chance to try and match up against Yao. But given the current situation, what chance does the Jazz have of winning? Throughout the game, the Rockets kept pressing the Jazz. By the end of the third quarter, the Rockets had already established a 25-point lead over the Jazz. The entire fourth quarter became a time of joy for DeGi and DeLu. That day, the fans at the Rockets Toyota Center once again indulged in a feast of hamburgers. Thanks to Yao Ming, the Rockets finally turned their domestic reputation around with a complete 180-degree shift. Yang Li reminisced about the past when the Rockets with Yao and McGrady were praised in the media beyond any normal measure. Those unwanted players from other teams who couldn't even make it onto the court as soon as they arrived at the Rockets were either strong players or tough fighters, either championship pieces or the perfect helpers for Yao and McGrady. But everyone knows their true capabilities. After leaving the Rockets, they couldn't even make it onto the court. They could only go to the CBA to bully weaker teams with some not even understanding how to dominate. After all, at that time, the CBA was not as weak as it would later become. Now Yang Li's Rockets find themselves in a similar situation. Just look at how the domestic media praises Yao Ming's teammates, the ultimate answer from the Rockets perimeter, the future strongest point guard in the NBA, Chris Paul. Yao Ming's strongest inside partner, a top power forward comparable to Chris Webber, David West. The strongest defensive player in the league, a two-way wing defender, Ron Artest. A shooter no less than McGrady, a defender unafraid of Kobe. The league's top shooting guard, Raja Bell. The heir of the Dream Shake, Argentina's dream, Luis Scola. I won't elaborate on the others, just use your imagination based on how the domestic media praised them 20 years ago. However, unlike in the past, all these players on the Rockets now are truly deserving of their accolades. Which of the descriptions above could possibly be incorrect? None, not a single one. However, the Rockets only gained temporary recognition from domestic fans because of Yao Ming's light. Fans here in America don't have any filters for Yao Ming. In fact, they even started to say that because Yao began shooting threes, he was like a softie, just like Nowitzki. With Yao Ming's return and the Rockets winning, they still fail to gain the fans' recognition. If there's anyone to blame, it can only be the Jazz for being too weak. After all, their record places them 11th in the West. The next day, the Rockets faced off against the Hornets back-to-back. Unsurprisingly, the Rockets won easily again. Both the Jazz and the Hornets were teams with almost no hope of making the playoffs, so winning didn't mean much. However, the upcoming game against the Warriors is crucial. At this point, the Rockets have reached 14 wins and 13 losses, yet they still sit 9th in the West. They are just one win away from surpassing the Lakers, who occupy the 8th spot in the West. To all my godfathers, a small gift is on its way. Oh, my little brother, thanks you here. December 31st, 2005. The Houston Rockets welcomed their last opponent of the year, the Golden State Warriors, at the Toyota Center. The Golden State Warriors currently ranked 7th in the Western Conference with a record of 16 wins and 14 losses. Following them are the Los Angeles Lakers with 15 wins and 14 losses, and the Houston Rockets with 14 wins and 13 losses. It can be said that this game is a positioning battle for the top 8 in the West. The Warriors' ability to break into the top 8 in the Wild West is certainly not to be underestimated. Their core player is Big Beard Baron Davis. He can also be referred to as the original Big Beard, while the second generation is the well-known James Harden. As the third overall pick in 1999, Davis is averaging an impressive 9 points, 4 rebounds, and 9 assists this year. His average assists are second only to this year's MVP Steve Nash. Partnering with Davis in the backcourt is the dunk champion Jason Richardson. Young fans may not be too familiar with him, but at that time the name of this dunk champion was well known. The dunk champion is not just someone who can dunk, he also possesses a precise long-range shot. Richardson has a career three-point shooting percentage of 37, which soared to 38. For in the 05-06 season. A player who can dunk and shoot, he averages 23, 2 points, 5, 8 rebounds, and 1 assist this season. As the team's top scorer, Richardson and Davis form the Warriors' backcourt duo. Thus, the dual shooter combination in the Warriors' backcourt can be considered a long-standing tradition of the team. A decade later, the Splash Brothers will surpass these two, emerging as even greater talents. While the Warriors boast ample firepower in the backcourt, their inside presence is equally formidable. Troy Murphy is 611-inch 2'11" white center. He averages a double-double of 14 points and 10 rebounds this season. Moreover, he can shoot three-pointers. Murphy's career three-point shooting percentage is even higher than Richardson's, reaching an astonishing 38.8. Later, as the small ball era arrived, many began to nostalgically recall this tall white center. He was often criticized for being not strong enough and playing too soft. However, if he were placed in today's NBA, although his physique might not be imposing, it would still be sufficient to handle the majority of interior players. But a player who can rebound and shoot three-pointers is simply a top center for the small ball era. Additionally, the Warriors' small forward position features the very familiar Mike Dunleavy. He currently serves as the general manager of the Golden State Warriors, tasked with managing the aftermath of the post-Splash Brothers era. While playing, Dunleavy was also responsible for cleaning up the mess. Whenever conflicts arose among the players, it was Dunleavy who mediated and resolved the issues. This experience has richly prepared him for his future management role since his playing days. After both teams completed their warm-ups, the game officially began. The starting lineups for this game are Yao Ming vs. Troy Murphy, PF, David West vs. Ekbuto, SF, Ron Artest vs. Mike Dunleavy, SG, Raja Bell vs. Jason Richardson, PG, Chris Paul vs. Baron Davis. Right from the start, Davis applied immense pressure on Paul. Known for his steady ball handling, Paul appeared somewhat unsteady in front of Davis. Everyone knows Paul has a counterpart from the same draft class, Darren Williams. As one of the duo, Darren's career has been relatively less successful compared to Paul's. However, in their matchups, he has certainly dominated. Darren once stated that he only does 3 things in his life while playing in the NBA: eat, sleep, and play against Paul. As a big guard, Darren is not intimidated by Paul's speed. Stronger and not slower, how could he compete with me? Thus, in every encounter, Darren has made Paul suffer great. Both Davis and Darren are heavy guards, and Davis is even stronger than Darren. Now in his prime, Davis facing the rookie Paul is truly a spectacle. On the court, Paul can only pass the ball to his teammates and watch them play. However, while Paul is being pressed by Davis, Murphy is also getting pummeled by Yao Ming. Before the game, during an interview, Murphy stated, matching up against a great center like Yao Ming is extremely challenging. I can only try to cause him some trouble. Upon hearing this, Yang Li immediately called over the reporter and nicknamed Murphy the Cowering Lizard. The game hasn't even started, and he's already conceded. While that may be the reality, couldn't he at least show a bit of grit? However, Yang Li quickly understood the reason behind Murphy's conceding attitude. The fully recovered Yao Ming showcased such dominance in just 2 games. There's no denying that his performance in these matches was simply spectacular. In the first match against the Jazz, although Yao only played 3 quarters, he efficiently scored 28 points with 10 out of 16 shots. At the same time, Yao grabbed 12 rebounds and delivered 5 assists. Finally, he also blocked 6 shots from the Jazz team. This was also the first time this season that a player recorded 251,055 stats. In the second match against the Hornets, Yao showed no mercy against his former teammate Tracy McGrady. Hornets center McGloire is known for his defensive skills and rebounding. However, in front of Yao, this former all-star player was utterly overwhelmed. Yao scored a staggering 32 points and grabbed 15 rebounds, completely dominating McGloire. Throughout the game, Yao only took 12 shots in the low post efficiently, making 11 of them, missing only once. McGloire simply could not withstand Yao's backing moves, ultimately sending Yao to the free throw line 5 times, where he was perfect, making all 10 attempts. This style of play was specifically arranged by Yang Li. The reason was simple: to prove a point. You media and fans love to say Yao is soft, right? Well, this time I'll show you just how tough Yao can be. Indeed, after finishing the game against the Hornets, those who called Yao soft fell silent. If anyone still claims Yao is soft, then their mouth must be tougher than Yao's back-to-the-basket game. Therefore, it is entirely understandable that Murphy would be intimidated. Simply put, Yao is just too strong. Yang Li as well as Yao himself are fully aware of this. The truth is not that Yao suddenly became incredibly strong. Yao has indeed made significant progress this summer, but he didn't suddenly transform from a little giant into a big shark. The real reason lies in the fact that Yao's teammates have improved. In the past, whenever Yao received the ball in the low post, he would invariably face double teams from opponents. But now, whenever Yao receives the ball in the low post, opponents certainly do not dare to double team him easily. If you dare to double team, Yao will find an open 3-pointer for the outside or a layup for David West. Think back to the past when Yao only had McGrady as a reliable teammate. The others were either inconsistent or cold shooters. How could the game be played effectively? In any team, if even one person improves, the others will benefit positively. Unless that person's improvement comes at the expense of his teammates rather than through maximizing his own contributions. In the Rockets game against the Warriors, the beginning was not smooth. Because Paul, the core point guard, was being suppressed by the opponents, the Rockets' offensive flow was significantly affected. However, after Yao and West executed several brilliant inside plays, the Warriors' entire team was thrown into disarray. Especially Davis, as the team's star had to step up and do something. Thus, he began attempting to cut off Yao's passing lanes, making it harder for Yao to receive the ball. The result was that this actually freed Paul up. Although Yao was affected offensively, as a result, Paul took over the offensive duties for the Rockets, successfully energizing the entire team. Moreover, Davis had to pay a higher price for playing this way. After all, he is a heavy defender, and his energy consumption is undoubtedly much greater than that of a nimble point guard like Paul. As Paul forcefully passed Davis with his speed and delivered a spectacular alley-oop to West, coach Montgomery decisively substituted Davis out of the game. Davis now needs a rest. If he continues to endure, he will be completely overwhelmed by Paul's attacks in the second half. Yang Li also promptly substituted Brown and Calderon in, allowing Yao and Paul to take a break. The game continued. Yang Li sat beside Paul, glancing at the court while whispering to him, "Chris, did you notice any issues in the first half of the game?" "Yes, coach." Hearing Yang Li speaking to him, Paul quickly removed the towel covering his head. "I still have quite a gap compared to the league's top point guards. I need to work harder to catch up to them." No. Yang Li smiled and waved his hand at Paul. "That's not what I meant." "Then what do you mean?" Paul was somewhat puzzled. "If all 5 positions on our Rockets team had the strongest players in the league," Yang Li said, with a thought-provoking expression, "then what suspense would there be in the outcome of the game?" Paul remained silent, merely nodding slightly. "Of course, such a thing is impossible." Yang Li suddenly laughed and patted Paul's shoulder. "However, as long as we have one position that is the strongest in the league, we can leverage his advantages and choose to build our offense and defense around him." Paul lightly grasped the towel, seeming to understand Yang Li's words. In this way, others can utilize the advantages he has established, playing more comfortably and effectively. As Yang Li said this, he suddenly turned to look at Paul. "The one who establishes this advantage is our team's. The one who establishes an advantage is the core of our team." As Yang Li finished speaking, Paul was suddenly enlightened. Indeed, wasn't that exactly how the previous game went? As the absolute strength of the Rockets, Yao has a definite advantage against anyone he faces. It was precisely because Yao dominated Murphy that Paul was able to break free from Davis' grip. Then Paul began to find his familiar rhythm, and the team's offense became increasingly smooth. "Chris, remember that," Yang Li said, pointing with his thumb to the focused Yao on the court. The core of the Houston Rockets is Yao. Yes, coach. Paul nodded vigorously. And you, Chris Paul, are the second in command of our team. Yang Li, half consoled and half encouraged, grasped Paul's arm. I hope you can be the strongest teammate beside Yao, of course I mean, during your time with the Rockets. Coach. Paul suddenly found this statement somewhat confusing. What did Yang Li mean by this? Was he planning? I know you are a fiercely competitive player. Yang Li noticed Paul's confusion and smiled as he explained. One day in the future, perhaps you will want to prove yourself and can become an absolute core of a team like Yao. Seeing Yang Li's expression, Paul felt somewhat complicated. But in the next moment, Yang Li's gaze suddenly became exceptionally sharp. As long as you play for the Rockets, you must consider yourself as Pippen and treat Yao as Jordan. That look seemed to remind Paul, leaving the Rockets, leaving Yao, especially leaving Yang Li, would not be a good thing. Yes, coach, I will remember, Paul said as he suddenly stood up. The people on the Rockets bench all looked towards. Paul felt embarrassed and quickly covered his head with a towel, swiftly sitting back down. Seeing Paul being so obedient, Yang Li smiled with satisfaction and patted his shoulder. And so the young teacher-student duo of Yang Li and Paul sat side by side watching the game. Yang Li knew that his PUA had already taken effect. Of course, this effect would definitely not last until the end of Paul's career. But at least during Yao's absolute peak period, Paul should not cause any trouble within the Rockets. Thinking about the timeline where Paul originally was, he first partnered with Harden on the Rockets, then with Booker on the Suns. He had partnered with two of the league's top shooting guards, yet failed to grasp the championship. Ultimately, it was because Paul could not accept being the second fiddle. It was obvious to anyone that during the Western Conference Finals with the Rockets and the Finals with the Suns, it was Paul wanting to prove his status as the leader. As a result, the entire team's tactics changed, ultimately missing out on the championship. Yang Li was also somewhat worried that Paul would want to usurp Yao's leader position in his team. Yao is not strong-willed enough as a person. No, to be precise, he has a typical compliant personality. So compliant that it borders on a submissive tendency. After becoming the Blue Shoes coach, he once watched a national team game with his wife Yuli. As a result, Yuli directly scolded Yao in front of the camera in a public setting. Although what was said is unknown, Yao's helpless expression still felt both pitiful and amusing. You would think that a grown man has no status or voice at home. How could he have a voice in the team or in the political arena? Yang Li has been working hard to help Yao solve his personality, but this is clearly not enough to solidify Yao's core position. In addition to enhancing Yao's strength and confidence, external thorns must also be removed. This conversation with Paul is Yang Li helping Yao remove those thorns. Aside from Paul, the other players in the Rockets should willingly support Yao, especially the famous Yao fans, Battier and Artest. It was previously mentioned that when asked by the media who their best teammates were, they would immediately say Yao. It's really hard to imagine that even a thorn like Artest would be subdued by Yao. But Paul, on the other hand, is really hard to say. After all, Harden back then was an MVP, yet Paul still wouldn't accept it. You see, with such a tough and sharp thorn, how could Yang Li not remove it? In the end, the Rockets won against the Warriors 103-92. Yao once again achieved an impressive stat line of 27 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 assists. At the same time, Paul also had a splendid performance with 18 points and 10 assists. With the thorn removal operation completed, the game was also won. Yang Li successfully achieved both of today's small goals. After tonight, it will be January 1st, 2006. And on the first day of the new year, Yang Li will face a severe test. On the morning of New Year's Day, Yang Li received invitations from 3 friends simultaneously. Widow Gal Gadot and Avril all texted Yang Li inviting him to celebrate the new year together. Fortunately, Ivanka decided not to return home for Christmas and planned to go back to her home in New York for New Year's, thus avoiding this commotion. However, the simultaneous invitations from the 3 friends left Yang Li feeling a bit troubled. After all, he had already made plans with Jessica to spend New Year's together. Jessica Alba, born in California, was someone Yang Li met about half a month ago when he went to Los Angeles for an away game. During the breaks between the back-to-back games against the Clippers and the Lakers, Yang Li took the opportunity to go out on a simple date with her. At that time, Jessica was in a cold war with her boyfriend Cash Warren, so Yang Li did not take any direct action. Before parting, he gave Jessica a ticket to a Rockets vs. Lakers game. The seat for this ticket was right next to the Rockets bench. So when the Rockets played against the Lakers, Jessica was right there beside Yang Li watching how he coached the team. In the end, Yang Li showcased his prowess in front of Jessica, leading the team to a hard-fought victory against the Lakers. Jessica, who already loved basketball, was completely captivated by Yang Li after this match. As a Californian, she had originally been a Lakers fan. However, after the game that day, she couldn't wait to return home and turn on her computer. She boldly announced on her social media that she was now a fan of the Houston Rockets. After posting this update, Jessica immediately rushed towards Yang Li, who had just come out of the shower. Since then, Yang Li gained yet another new basketball friend. The two had only been partnered for less than half a month and were still in the honeymoon phase. So when Jessica proposed spending New Year's together, he agreed without a second thought. However, now that the other three friends had also requested to join Yang, Li found himself in a dilemma. He had to juggle between positions 1 through 4, which greatly increased his pressure. Determined, Yang Li took out his small notebook and started managing his schedule. The first problem to solve was the venue for the games. First, he ruled out Los Angeles. Widow Jessica and Avril were all in Los Angeles, but the paparazzi there were just too numerous. Next, he ruled out New York. It wasn't particularly safe there, especially in Manhattan, where it was too easy to be recognized. The fact that Ivanka was also in New York increased the risk of exposure. The best choice was Las Vegas. People who come here are quite discreet and won't casually gossip. Even if Yang Li were recognized, it would merely give the impression that he was here with a companion for some gambling. The second issue was the distribution of time slots. Yang Li had arranged with Jessica to have dinner at her house. Avril wanted to return to her hometown in Canada that evening, so she scheduled lunch with Yang Li. Perfect, the two schedules didn't conflict at all. Widow was attending the opening ceremony for her new film during the day. I've heard the male lead is Wolverine Hugh Jackman. After the ceremony, she would first attend a dinner before being able to meet up with Yang Li. That works out perfectly. He only had the afternoon left to spend with Gal Gadot. Yang Li decided to accompany Gal Gadot to the casino for a few rounds. After writing down a detailed plan, he put away his pen and let out a long sigh. Phew, I'm so busy every day. Location Las Vegas. Yang Li, I'm over here. After Yang Li walked out, Avril took off her sunglasses and happily waved at him. She didn't have to manage her time, so she arrived in Las Vegas early to wait for Yang Li. Speaking of which, Avril is really bold. Isn't she afraid of being recognized? As Yang Li approached her, he instantly understood. Well, she really isn't afraid. Avril had changed to a playful short hairstyle today and didn't wear her semi-permanent smoky makeup. Honestly, if it weren't for someone very familiar with her, one would never guess that she is the pop diva Avril Lavigne. Although she appeared less glamorous than usual, she had a more charming and delicate demeanor. Yang Li found himself attracted to Avril once more. A girl could have two modes to switch between. Isn't that a bit too delightful? I've already booked a restaurant, let's go. Avril linked her arm with Yang Li and pulled him towards the exit of the airport. The place Avril chose was a very famous Chinese restaurant in Las Vegas. Yang Li was growing increasing. When it comes to choosing a restaurant, she prioritized her taste. Truly an outstanding girlfriend. After they were seated, the waiter presented the menu. This is my first time at this restaurant. You should order. Avril smiled sweetly at Yang Li. He instantly blushed. How did this feel like first love? Alright, I'll order. Yang Li said as he opened the menu. Let's start with a roast duck and then. Yang Li, what are you doing here? Before Yang Li could mention the second dish, he suddenly heard Gal Gadot's voice. Yang Li awkwardly raised his head. At that moment, Gal Gadot was looking at Avril with a face full of hostility. Who is this? Who is this? Both girlfriends pointed at each other and looked at Yang Li. What should I say at this time? How about just being honest? Gal, this is my girlfriend Avril. Yang Li introduced Avril to Gal Gadot first, then said to Avril, Avril, this is also my girlfriend Gal. After the introductions, both girlfriends looked at each other with complex expressions. Yang Li, I'm so disappointed in you. Gal suddenly said angrily to Yang Li. Gal, I'm sorry, you need to let me explain. Before Yang Li could finish his sentence, Gal continued, you actually introduced her first instead of me. Yang Li was instantly confused. So this was what made Gal angry. Hello, Avril Lavigne. Avril took the initiative to extend her hand to greet Gal Gadot. This result was somewhat unexpected for Yang Li. He had thought they would scold him and then leave. Hello, Gal Gadot. Gal also smiled and shook Avril's hand. Then the two surprisingly started chatting and laughing together. Yang Li was left scratching his head. Yang Li, the three of us are having lunch together. You should order some more. Oh. Yang Li was taken aback, then happily nodded. Then the waiter, whose mouth had formed an O shape, was called over again. He probably didn't recognize Gal, but he definitely recognized Avril. Initially seeing the pure and innocent version of Avril, the waiter thought she was a different person with the same name. But hearing Avril discussing music creation with Gal confirmed it. Yang Li could clearly tell that the waiter recognized Avril. After ordering, he took out a wad of cash and slipped. Remember, you saw nothing and heard nothing today, Yang Li said with a slightly threatening tone, locking eyes with the waiter. God bless you, sir, I swear I only served 3 ordinary customers today. The waiter immediately swore, seeing how generous Yang Li was. Very well. Yang Li nodded in satisfaction. After breaking the ice, the three of them quickly started enjoying their meal together. However, Yang Li, sitting opposite, didn't find the scene particularly peaceful. Avril constantly boasted to Gal about her music awards. Gal, not to be outdone, shared how she defeated many young and beautiful girls in beauty pageants. Yang Li could tell at a glance that they were subtly competing. To be honest, Yang Li really didn't expect that both of them could accept him being a playboy. Of course, it was understandable. After all, he had a natural charm. It was only natural for girls to like Yang Li, right? The dishes were quickly served, and the three enjoyed lunch together. Other diners passing by couldn't help but cast envious glances at Yang Li, sitting across from two beautiful Yang Li ignored them. He had grown accustomed to this situation as it wasn't the first time. After finishing lunch, the three left the restaurant together. Avril originally intended to fly back to her hometown in Canada directly, but she was having a great conversation with Gao. Of course it was because she didn't want to give Yang Li's time to Gao. So she decided to play a few rounds with Yang Li and Gao before heading to the airport. Once they entered the casino, someone quickly approached offering to serve Yang Li. Yang Li decisively declined. He was just there to enjoy the ambience and watch Gao and Avril play a bit. After all, Yang Li was a man of principle. He would never touch gambling or drugs. While the two female companions went to exchange chips, Yang Li casually wandered around enjoying the excitement. Awesome, I won again. A familiar voice suddenly called out behind Yang Li. Yang Li's body stiffened for a moment as he slowly turned around. Jessica was happily pushing the chips on the table towards herself. Yang Li hurriedly tried to slip away, but before he could take a step, Gao's voice suddenly called out. Yang Li, we're over here. Yang Li. Jessica, who had just been gathering chips, instantly raised her head and spotted Yang Li, Yang Li was caught red-handed by Jessica. At that moment, he truly wished he had the ability of Invisible Woman. Unfortunately, he didn't. I want to escape, but I can't. Upon seeing Yang Li, Jessica abandoned her chips and directly lunged at him. Gao, on the other hand, was the kind of girl with grace and poise. She loved to laugh, and her laughter was particularly bright and cheerful. Avril, meanwhile, was a fiercely independent girl even without her smoky makeup. As for Jessica, she seemed more like a child. Interacting with her felt like experiencing a high school romance. Jessica was always full of energy, and every word she spoke and every expression she made was filled. Even though she had just broken up with her ex-boyfriend due to their Cold War, that didn't affect her enthusiasm for a new. Yang Li naturally didn't want to disappoint someone like Jessica, so he opened his arms and lifted her up right in front of Avril and Gao. Since things had come to this, he didn't mind if Jessica was added to the mix. Yang Li planned to introduce the three. He initially thought that given Jessica's personality, she would cry and run away. But miraculously, she accepted this reality. Yang Li couldn't believe it. Was this world still the same as before? Probably not. However, the version of me in this world was no longer the same as the one from the previous world. The answer Yang Li sought was right in front of him. It was a magazine hanging on the casino bookshelf. The cover featured Yang Li's damned handsome face. 2005's youngest billionaire selected for the Forbes list, Yang Li. Oh, now it all makes sense. Yang Li instantly felt relieved. No wonder everyone was looking at me wherever I went today. I initially thought it was because of my charming companions, but it turned out it was my own allure. From Jessica, he learned that this place was very close to her home. She happened to be visiting friends in Las Vegas this year and decided to play a few rounds. She initially planned to hurry back before dinner started, but unexpectedly ran into Yang Li at the casino. Yang Li felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed like it wasn't just him making plans, it was as if they all had coordinated to come and catch him. While chatting, the four of them reached a gambling table. The three female companions sat down together while Yang Li stood by and watched. Did you think Yang Li was watching the game? No, Yang Li was witnessing a large-scale battlefield. Just moments ago, the three were laughing and chatting, but now they were fiercely competing. It felt as if whoever won today would claim Yang Li. Yang Li really wanted to say, what do you all take me for? A trophy. I refuse to be your bet. It wasn't until the three had lost all their chips that they finally called. The odds of losing are 9 out of 10, and that's not just a saying. Although the three were winning and losing among themselves, the chips were dwindling. In the end, another player at the table won everything from them. What does this story teach us? Don't gamble to win. Yang Li was grateful that he had been honest today and hadn't bet on their gullibility. Indeed, honesty is the ultimate weapon. Just then, Jessica's stomach suddenly growled. Yang Li, I'm hungry. Jessica looked at Yang Li with a pitiful grr. Avril and Gao's stomachs also growled beside her. What time is it? Are you all? Wait, has it already reached 6 p.m.? Oh. Jessica suddenly frowned. It's already so late. I guess I won't be going home today. What about you? Yang Li looked at Avril, who was supposed to fly back to Canada. It's too late to catch a flight now. Avril said, I'll call home later and say I can't come back. I'm flexible. Gao, seeing Yang Li looking at her, made a nonchalant gesture. All right then, let's have dinner together tonight. After leaving the casino, the four of them took a car to a high-end hotel in Las Vegas. The driver mentioned that the presidential suite here offers the best view of the beautiful night scenery of Las Vegas. Many cars were parked in front of the hotel with people getting out. As they stood at the hotel entrance, the doorman informed Yang Li that a celebration was about to be held here. Just as the four were about to enter the hotel, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind Yang Li. Goodness, Widow is also here. After attending the opening ceremony, Widow came to this hotel for the cruise dinner. What a coincidence that she ran into Yang Li. Upon seeing the three beautiful companions beside Yang Li, Widow instantly understood. She had long known about Yang Li's playboy ways, but she didn't expect him to bring three out at once. After everyone introduced themselves, they all entered the hotel chatting and laughing together. Widow's crew was also present, and director Woody Allen and lead actor Hugh Jackman approached them. Yang Li thought they were going to talk to Widow, so he stepped aside. But to his surprise, they came over to chat with Yang Li instead, leaving Widow aside. Seeing Widow's aggrieved expression, Yang Li felt both amused and helpless. Oh dear, fame brings attention, and pigs fear growing fat. I'm merely on a small Forbes billionaire list, yet suddenly, I'm so popular. Once they exchanged contact information and left, Yang Li was about to head off to dinner with the others when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Yang Li. I swear this is the last time. Ivanka was standing in the hotel lobby, her expression a mix of surprise and joy upon seeing Yang Li. Yang Li had no choice but to brave it once more. This is how it is. He laid everything out again and quietly looked at Ivanka. It's okay, this is quite normal. Ivanka smiled and said, at least you haven't gone to the island, that's good. I'm glad you're not. Yang Li sighed in relief and then asked in confusion, by the way, how did you end up here? This hotel is owned by my father. Everyone enjoyed dinner together, with each person having a bit of red wine, resulting in a pleasantly tipsy state. In this state, a highly competitive game unfolded in the presidential suite of the hotel tonight. Due to the exhausting nature of the game, Yang Li didn't step out until the following evening. After resting, he flew back to Houston overnight. He was to fly with the team the next day to Washington to challenge the Wizards. In fact, Yang Li could have flown there by himself, but he chose not to. Although he was the team owner, accompanying the players undoubtedly would enhance the team's cohesion. The current Wizards were led by the Washington Three Musketeers, a formidable three-point team. The General Gilbert Arenas was the core of the team. Antoine Jameson and Karen Butler were the other two Musketeers. All three of them possessed excellent shooting abilities, making it difficult for opponents to restrict their shots during matches against the Wizards. With so many points to defend, it was inevitable that they would be given suitable shooting opportunities. The Rockets were also a team particularly skilled at shooting. Normally, the contest would be about which side had the greater firepower. However, Yang Li took a contrary approach. His strategy for today was to focus on Yao Ming's low post. This truly left people perplexed. This was because the Wizards' starting center Brendan Haywood was known for his defensive prowess. Currently, Haywood was considered one of the best low-post defenders in the league. Yang Li's approach was akin to wielding the strongest spear against the toughest shield of the Wizards. There was no other reason, he simply wanted to test the sharpness of this spear. Yao did not disappoint Yang Li's expectations, taking 15 shots against Haywood's tough defense and hitting 10 of them. This was already among the top-level low-post defenders in the league, and finding someone stronger than Haywood was a rare occurrence. And today, Yao's back-to-basket game surprisingly had a success rate of 2/3. This was enough to indicate that losing weight would not affect Yao's low-post effectiveness. However, in this game, General Arenas also performed magnificently. In the first 3 quarters, the General shot 10 out of 16, with 5 out of 8 from three-point range and 7 out of 10 from the free throw line, racking up 32 points. With 32 points in 3 quarters, how could he not score at least 34 points for the entire game? Indeed, in the fourth quarter, Yang Li sent in Tony Allen. Allen, who hadn't played a single minute in the first 3 quarters, was bursting with energy. Upon entering the game, he activated his suffocating defense mode, leaving the fatigued General completely bewildered. Although Allen's defense was fierce, he did not commit a single foul. Ultimately, the General managed to score just a mid-range shot in the fourth quarter, totaling 2 points. The other 2 Musketeers could not step up against the Rockets' tight defense. In the end, the Washington Wizards lost to the Houston Rockets by a score of 101-113. After this game, there were already calls for Yao to be recognized as the best center in the league. 2 days later, the Rockets finally faced their strongest opponent on the Eastern Conference road trip, the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Rockets currently hold a record of 16 wins and 13 losses, surpassing the Los Angeles Lakers to claim the 8th position in the Western Conference. Under the leadership of King LeBron James, the Cavaliers stand tall at second place in the Eastern Conference with a record of 19 wins and 10 losses, outperforming the Heat, led by Wade and O'Neal, as well as the Nets, led by Carter, Kidd, and Jefferson. Only the Detroit Pistons, last season's Eastern Conference champions with a record of 25 wins and 4 losses, rank above them, showcasing the Cavaliers' clear advantage in terms of performance. However, the Cavaliers just defeated the Bucks in Milwaukee yesterday and have immediately traveled back to Cleveland to face the Rockets. Such back-to-back travel is bound to affect the team's condition. Nonetheless, LeBron James is currently in excellent form. He has scored over 30 points in 4 consecutive games, averaging impressive statistics of 31 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists over these outings. His best performance came in the recent game against the Bucks, where he played for 46 minutes, nearly the entire match. Ultimately, James made 12 of 29 shots, scoring 32 points, while also grabbing 11 rebounds and providing 11 assists for his teammates. With an impressive triple-double, he led his team to victory despite all 5 of the Bucks starters scoring in double figures. They could not prevent James from bringing home the win from Milwaukee. The media has been lavish with praise for LeBron's recent performances, and today's game has naturally become a focal point. Firstly, Yao Ming was the first overall pick in 2002, while LeBron was the first overall pick in 2003, marking a direct confrontation between two top picks leading their respective teams. Secondly, the Rockets currently boast the strongest wing defense team in the league, while LeBron is now regarded as the best wing ball handler by the media. The clash between the strongest spear and the strongest shield is undoubtedly a major highlight. Additionally, both teams are led by a superstar supported by four strong starters. Every player on the court is formidable, ensuring that this match will be incredibly thrilling. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. See Yao Ming vs. Zydrunas Ilgauskas PF, David West vs. Drew Gooden SF, Ron Artest vs. LeBron James SG Raja Bell vs. Damon Jones PG Chris Paul vs. Eric Snow. The Rockets side needs no introduction as they are all our old friends. The Cavaliers lineup, besides their core LeBron, features several other strong characters. Zydrunas Ilgauskas, standing at 2.21 meters, is among the tallest star centers in the league, closely matching Yao. As the Cavaliers' interior defender, he has averaged 15.8 rebounds and 2 blocks over the past 2 seasons. He has been the most loyal Royal Guard in the first half of King James' career. Drew Gooden, the 4th overall pick in 2002, entered the NBA in the same year as Yao. Last season, he averaged 14 points and 9.2 rebounds, making him the Cavaliers' top rebounder. He possesses a solid mid-range shooting ability just inside the three-point line, which effectively opens up space for his teammates in the paint. Damon Jones was a significant addition to the Cavaliers in the summer of 2005. Claiming to be the best shooter in the universe, he played for the Miami Heat last season and is primarily a dual-threat guard focused on perimeter shooting. That season with the Heat marked the highlight of his career, boasting a three-point shooting percentage of 43.2 and averaging 11.6 points, 2.8 rebounds, and 4.3 assists, making him Wade's best backcourt partner. After becoming a free agent in the summer of 2005, he signed with the Cleveland Cavaliers for a 4-year contract worth $16 million. In comparison, Raja Bell originally joined the Suns with a 5-year, $23 million contract averaging $4.6 million per year, which is only $6,000 more than Jones' average of $4 million. Thus, while Jones may be slightly less powerful than Bell, he is certainly not far behind. This season, after joining the Cavaliers, his average stats have dropped to 6.7 points, 1.6 rebounds, and 2.7 assists due to various reasons. However, his impact on the court far exceeds what the stats can reflect. Even though he doesn't take many shots this season, opposing teams still dare not leave him open for three-pointers when facing the Cavaliers. Lastly, there's Eric Snow, who was Allen Iverson's best backcourt partner throughout his career. As a traditional point guard during his time with the 76ers, he was able to produce impressive averages of 10 points and 6 assists in his last 3 seasons. While Iverson focused on scoring, Snow took care of defense and organization, with both players having clearly defined roles resulting in high efficiency. He was selected to the All-Defensive Second Team in 2003 and received the highly esteemed Kobe Bryant Recognition Award. Kobe once remarked, "No one in the NBA defends me better than Eric Snow." However, in the summer of 2004, he decided to return to his hometown to fight for the Cavaliers. In his first season with the Cavaliers, he became the team's backup point guard, averaging only 4 points and 3.9 assists. Yet in the 2005-06 season, as the starting point guard for the Cavaliers, he played all 82 games. His average stats improved from 4 points and 3.9 assists to 4.8 points and 4.2 assists. However, his main contribution was on the defensive end. In the Cavaliers games, his primary task was to defend the opposing team's key perimeter players. Whether it's a point guard, shooting guard, or small forward, whenever facing the toughest perimeter adversary, Snow would confidently say, "Let me take care of him." The Knights' 1-0 lineup is definitely not the situation described by some as team members relying, especially with Big Z. It's surprising that some can still say that the West is strong while the East is weak, claiming that an all-star center from the East is inferior to an ordinary center from the West. This match is being broadcast nationwide, with Barkley and Kenny providing commentary from the TNT studio. Charles, the Rockets have already won 15 games. If they win 4 more, you'll have to kiss my butt. Kenny looked at Barkley, teasingly mocking him. No. Barkley held on to his last bit of stubbornness. They have to win at least 20 games to surpass 19 wins. Oh man. Kenny laughed heartily and waved his hand at Barkley. The Rockets still have over 50 games to play this year. They only need to win 1 out of every 10 games to reach 20 wins. In any case, before the Rockets reach 20 wins, Barkley said, "I won't take any action, but I will." As Kenny spoke, he directly pulled out a pair of swimming trunks printed with a donkey's face. "Look, I've brought the swimming trunks." The moment Charles saw the swimming trunks, he couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing, filling the entire TNT studio with a joyful atmosphere. Let's talk about today's game. After laughing, Barkley quickly changed the topic. Kenny, you've always been a supporter of Yao Ming. Do you think the Rockets will win today? Of course I think the Rockets will win, Kenny said without hesitation. Firstly, I mean no disrespect to Zaza Pachulia, he is still one of the best centers in the league. Barkley nodded, agreeing with Kenny's words, noting that there are indeed very few centers stronger than Big Z in the league. But this is Yao Ming we're talking about. Unless the Cavaliers center is Shaq, but Big Z really cannot defend against Yao Ming. Alright, since you say that. Barkley smirked, and then burst out laughing. Actually, I think the same. In this current version, where centers haven't been diminished, a strong center can truly dictate the outcome of a game. Of course, Cleveland also has LeBron James. Kenny suddenly became serious again. He is currently the strongest ball handler on the wing in the league. He will cause significant problems for the Rockets' perimeter defense. LeBron is certainly outstanding. Barkley acknowledged James' strength, however, I believe he is not invincible. Before he could finish his sentence, Kenny quickly gave Barkley a look. Barkley immediately caught on, and then changed his words. I believe LeBron can lead the team to defeat the Rockets. After all, he has scored over 30 points in 4 consecutive games. Yes. The game begins. Yang Lee's intention behind this arrangement is quite clear: to force the Cavaliers' defense to contract. The primary goal is not to provide the shooters with room to shoot three-pointers, but rather to allow Paul to play more comfortably. After all, Paul has only played less than half a season and is still in the stage of growth. Facing a top-tier perimeter defender in the league puts an immense amount of pressure on him. However, by pressuring the Cavaliers' defense to contract through Yao Ming, the area in which Paul can operate on the perimeter also expands accordingly. The pressure from Snow is significantly reduced. As the Rockets' perimeter mastermind, if Paul is restricted by Snow, the team's performance will become exceedingly. There was a famous ad from a well-known junk brand that stated, "You've been played. Every time I dunk and score 30 or 40 points, you really think it's all me. But let's be honest, the game is about 5 people. Believe it or not." This line from the ad makes a lot of sense. The current Yao Ming is fully capable of scoring 30 or 40 points in a single game. But the prerequisite is that the Rockets' teammates also need to step up. If Paul is restricted, it's as if the Rockets, while having Yao Ming or West for high-level playmaking is beneficial, one engine alone cannot make the plane take off. Both wings must soar together. Yao Ming himself senses this. When Paul plays well and provides more assists, he also finds it easier to. It's as if Yao Ming uses his inside presence to help Paul play better, and in turn this allows Yao Ming to play more comfortably himself. This is the essence of proper team basketball. On the contrary, forget it, no need to reflect. I must say what needs to be said. Looking at the Cavaliers, Snow as a traditional point guard is an excellent backcourt organizer. However, after joining the Cavaliers in 2004, he had to hand over the ball handling duties to LeBron. However, Snow's shooting ability is quite concerning, with a career three-point shooting percentage of a mere 20, making him completely incapable of fulfilling the role of a spot-up shooter. Moreover, to allow James to handle the ball on the weak side, he must stay away from the basket to create space for James. Consequently, Snow contributes almost nothing on the offensive end. When both he and James are on the court, the Cavaliers are essentially playing 4 against 5 on offense. How can their offensive efficiency possibly be high? The Cavaliers management, including James, recognized this issue during the $200,405 season. Thus, they signed Steel King Larry Hughes at a high price in the summer of 2005. This decision would later be deemed one of the worst moves of the Cavaliers' 1-0 era. Yet from that perspective, it seemed incredibly correct. During the 2004-05 season, Hughes was the league's leader in steals and was selected to the all-defensive first team. Moreover, compared to Snow, Hughes is not only an outstanding perimeter defender, but also an excellent scorer. While playing for the Washington Wizards, Hughes was known as part of the Wizards' twin guns alongside Arenas. During the 2004-05 season, he averaged 22 points per game. In addition, he averaged 4.7 assists per game, making him the best offensive organizer on the Wizards aside from Arenas. However, no one anticipated that in his first season with the Cavaliers, Hughes would be plagued by injuries. Thus, he is absent from today's game. Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown had no choice but to let Snow fill in. Consequently, the Cavaliers' offense became increasingly tense. In such situations, the team's star player must step up to resolve the offensive issues. This is what we commonly refer to as a hard solution. However, James faced a tough opponent today. Against the league's strongest wing defender, Arteas, James couldn't make an unknown play. In fact, when he forced his way past Arteas, the ball even bounced off his foot. Helpless James had to call. Just as the pick was set, the defender in front of James switched to West. After trying to isolate West, he couldn't. James, feeling helpless, had to once again bring Snow up for a pick. However, after the pick was set, it was actually Raja Bell who switched onto him. James knew Bell's capabilities and decided to pull up for a mid-range jumper. Clang. The basketball bounced off the rim. Yao Ming, protecting the rebound, made a long pass to the frontcourt to Paul. Upon receiving the ball, Paul dribbled once and leapt for a two-handed dunk. The Houston Rockets were once one of James' toughest opponents during his 0 era with the Cavaliers. James once had a rare game with 21 points, 1 rebound, and 0 assists. In that game, he faced Yao Ming's Houston Rockets. On December 23, 2008, the Rockets visited Cleveland for a back-to-back challenge against the Cavaliers. The Rockets had just secured their 4th consecutive victory against the Milwaukee Bucks the previous day. Prior to this, the Cavaliers had also achieved a record of 3 wins in 3 games. In the first quarter, Yao Ming scored 4 points with 2 successful shots, but soon accumulated 2 fouls and was forced to rest. In the second quarter, just as Yao Ming returned, he was called for another offensive foul. This particular call involved a significant amount of theatrics from the famous actor Virajo. Yao Ming believed this was a misjudgment, so he approached the referee to argue. As a result, he was assessed a technical foul. With 3 fouls and AT to his name, Yao Ming had no choice but to sit on the bench again. Then at the start of the second half, Yao Ming committed another offensive foul just a minute into play. With 4 fouls, he had to return to the bench once more. In the fourth quarter, Yao Ming received another foul, but despite the pressure of potential ejection, he scored 14 points. Unfortunately, it was too little too late, and the Rockets ultimately lost to the Cavaliers with a score of 90-99. In this game, Yao Ming was troubled by fouls, playing only 23 minutes. He made only 3 of his 10 attempts, scoring 19 points through 13 free throws, feeling quite frustrated. McGrady, on the other hand, had a lackluster performance, hitting just 2 of 7 shots for a mere 4 points. James, however, shot 11 of 23, scoring 27 points along with 9 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals, even blocking Yao Ming once during the game. However, James also had 7 turnovers, ending up with an unusual line of 25,500. After the game, in an interview with the media, Yao Ming left a message in front of everyone: "See you in Houston. See you in Houston." After Yao Ming said "see you in Houston" on February 26, 2009, the Rockets finally welcomed the Cavaliers at home. In this game, McGrady was sidelined due to injury, and Yao led the team alone. Throughout the match, Yao made 13 out of 15 shots, scoring 28 points and grabbing 8 rebounds. The defensive trio of Yao, Artest, and Battier formed an impenetrable barrier. Ultimately, James shot only 7 out of 21, finishing with 21 points. Known for his all-around skills, James recorded just 1 rebound and no assists in this game. This marked the first game in James' career where he had 0 assists, and he even committed 3 turnovers. The assist-to-turnover ratio was simply incomparable. In the fourth quarter of the game, Yao blocked James, avenging the previous match. In the end, Yao fulfilled his promise, leading the Cavaliers to a defeat in Houston with a score of 9-3-7. This year was undoubtedly the pinnacle of Yao's professional career. He also led the Houston team to their first breakthrough in the first round of the playoffs. Unfortunately, in the Western Conference semifinals against the Lakers, things took a turn. Yao suffered a left ankle injury in Game 3, ultimately sidelining him for the remainder of the season and the upcoming playoff journey. In that game, it was Game 1, Kobe collided with Yao's right knee. Yao's injury was to his left ankle, and Yao himself stated that "Kobe hit my nerve," and after a brief pause, he continued to play through Game 1. If that collision had truly been debilitating, how could he have played in Games 2 and 3? Some pests are truly skilled at spreading rumors. Nevertheless, the Rockets, with both Yao and McGrady sidelined, fought valiantly against the Lakers, pushing the series to a decisive Game 7. To this day, many say that had Yao not been injured, the championship of 2009 would have belonged to the Houston Rockets. This statement holds some truth. After overcoming the Lakers, the Rockets would have faced the Denver Nuggets in the Western Conference Finals. If Yao faced Marcus Camby, it would have been like slicing through vegetables. As for the Nuggets core player Carmelo Anthony, he would struggle against the ironclad defense of Artest and Battier. Billups was a strong point for the Nuggets, but that year the little black bean Brooks seemed to be on fire. He could go tit for tat with Kobe, exchanging points back and forth. What was there to fear? If they made it to the finals, they would be facing the Magic. Need I say more? It would be pure benefit. As everyone knows, Yao did 3 things in the NBA: eat, sleep, and play against the Magic. However, when facing De Yao, Hua instantly transformed from a beast into a mere slime. De Yao's strategy was all about effortlessly dominating the game. Hua and De Yao have faced each other a total of 9 times, with De Yao's team, the Rockets, achieving a record of 7 wins and 2 losses. In terms of individual statistics, De Yao overwhelmingly outperformed Hua. In these 9 encounters, De Yao averaged 23, 6 points, 10, 4 rebounds, and 2.1 blocks per game. In contrast, Hua averaged only 12, 2 points, 9, 8 rebounds, and 1.7 blocks. Their average scoring was like one soaring high in the sky, while the other was buried deep underground. As for shooting accuracy, De Yao boasted an impressive 56.1 shooting percentage, whereas Hua only managed 45.1. With such a core player being so thoroughly outclassed, how could the Magic hope to defeat the Rockets? It is well known that this Magic team had previously dominated James' Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals. That year, even with Yao Arteist and Battier's stringent defense, James struggled to find his footing against the Rockets. Today's Rockets are not just equipped with Yao Arteist and Battier, they even have West and Rajabel. One might argue that Yao has yet to reach his peak, but during the 08-09 season Arteist was past his prime while he was actually at his peak. In the original timeline, the Rockets won today's game against the Cavaliers 9-0-8-1. The Rockets shot 25 free throws compared to the Cavaliers' 18, indicating that the officiating had no issues and certainly did not favor the Cavaliers. Moreover, the current James is not as strong as he was during the 08-09 season. Facing a defensive intensity even more monstrous than that season, the outcome would surely be even worse. Previously, the entire Rockets team underwent specialized training in setting screens, mastering the nuances of what constitutes a foul on screens. They left no opportunity for the referees to call any balance fouls. By the end of the third quarter, the Rockets were leading the Cavaliers by 20 points with a score of 78-58. Before the final quarter began, fans at the Cleveland home court had already started leaving in droves. In the fourth quarter, the Rockets' second unit, led by Scola, continued to pummel the Cavaliers. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Rockets triumphing over the Cavaliers by a staggering 29 points with a final score of 100-71. Yao delivered the best performance of the game, shooting 12 for 12 in just 3 quarters, even making a three-pointer, finishing with an incredible 100 shooting rate and scoring 30 points. Additionally, Yao grabbed 15 rebounds over Big Z and Gooden and recorded 3 blocks against the Cavaliers. It can be said that Yao single-handedly wreaked havoc in the Cavaliers' paint. Logically, Yao did not need to push himself so hard, but Yang Li had repeatedly instructed him before the game, make sure to crush the Cavaliers completely.